Marshall Peak, Chapter 4744. I'll be waiting for you up ahead. Fuck your surprise. For the first time in his life, Shi Zheng discovered that a person could be this shameless. He had the sudden urge to leave right now. Unfortunately, his divine manifestation had already been summoned, so there was no choice but to release the arrow on the string. The shocking sword transformed into a dazzling stream of light that stabbed straight at Yang Kai's enormous body. A razor-sharp aura that contained heaven-destroying and earth-shattering force immediately appeared in front of Yang Kai's dragon head. Yang Kai opened his mouth and let out a roar. A brilliant golden ray of light shot out from his mouth. Dragon breath. The fluctuation from that burst of horrifying energy caused a huge wave of ripples to spread outward. Nevertheless, the giant sword that had transformed into a stream of light slowly, but steadily pushed forward despite being enveloped by the golden dragon breath. I can't block it. Yang Kai's dragon eyes widened in horror. The power of the dragon source in his body had already been urged to its limits, but it was still not enough. It was not his first time fighting a seventh-order open heaven realm master, but it was his first time facing the divine manifestation unleashed by one. Besides, Zuoquan Hui was obviously significantly weaker compared to Shi Zheng. Even if Zuoquan Hui were to face such a blow, he would have to flee in the face of danger. Although Yang Kai had advanced to become a Grand Dragon and obtained the capital to hold his own against a seventh-order open heaven realm master, it had not been long since his breakthrough. Not to mention, this was his first time fighting as a Grand Dragon, so he was sorely lacking in experience as a result. The main reason was that he had always assumed a half-dragon form during his dragon transformation. Unlike back then, he was now an actual dragon and was unfamiliar with his new dragon form, so it was difficult for him to bring out the true strength of a Grand Dragon. A short while later, the giant sword suddenly trembled violently and broke through the blockade of the dragon breath to stab straight at his head. In that moment of life or death, Yang Kai abruptly tilted his head. It was a pity that his enormous form, while extremely imposing, was not as agile or flexible as a human body, and he failed to avoid the attack as a result. A stream of blood mist erupted from his chest, accompanied by a low groan. At the same time, his 10,000 meters long dragon form was sent flying backwards, as though he was struck by a mountain. By the time Yang Kai finally managed to stabilize his figure, he looked down to see an additional wound the size of a house on his chest. Golden blood gushed out from the wound, and the surrounding dragon scales had been shattered to pieces. Yang Kai was secretly horrified. It had to be said that the defensive abilities of a Grand Dragon were extremely powerful. Not to mention, he had concentrated all his strength on his chest at the last moment. Nevertheless, he was still injured by Shi Zheng's shocking sword. The horrors of that sword could clearly be seen. Fortunately, by some stroke of luck, he had managed to avoid being hit in a vital spot during the exchange. So although his current wound looked very terrible, it was not critical. The only difficulty was that he could sense a strange force lingering around his wound. That force was producing traces of sword chi that hindered his regenerative abilities. This is a big loss. Yang Kai forcefully swallowed a mouthful of blood and looked up. Shi Zheng had already transformed into a stream of light on the horizon and escaped into the distance. There was no hesitation in his actions. After unleashing his sword attack, he immediately turned around and fled without caring whether Yang Kai survived or not. That was because he knew that the masters in the star boundary were already rushing over. If he did not leave now, he would not have another chance to leave again. Yang Kai's enormous dragon eyes stared at Shi Zheng's back calmly. He was in no rush to give chase. Instead, he sneered and sent a transmission out. I'll let you escape for a while. I'll have to hand it to you if you manage to escape. Shi Zheng, who was fleeing in front, paused for a moment. He was tempted to turn around and kill Yang Kai on the spot. After being taunted, he recalled that Yang Kai was a master of the Tao of space, so running away would not allow him to escape. However, Things had already reached this point, so he had no other choice but to keep his head down and proceed onward in hopes of fleeing from high heaven territory. Yang Kai's enormous body lay horizontally in the void as he urged his power to cover the wound on his chest. The force behind Shi Zheng's attack was very heavy. Furthermore, that attack had a strong lingering effect. Even if a normal person did not die from those after effects, they would lose their mobility and be forced to recuperate on the spot. Thanks to Yang Kai's incredible recuperative abilities, it only took a short while for him to suppress and seal the strange force in his wounds to prevent it from affecting his movements later. Only then did he push his space principles and chase after Shi Zheng. In the void, Shi Zheng transformed into a stream of light and frantically raced towards the territory gate. If he wanted to escape from high heaven territory, then his only option was to head towards the territory gate. As luck would have it, the situation in high heaven territory was different from the other bountiful great territories due to its remote location. There was only one territory gate leading in and out of high heaven territory. Therefore, he had no other choice. A short while later, Shi Zheng's figure, which had been rushing forward, suddenly came to a halt. He stared at the enormous figure in front of him with a helpless gaze. Having transformed into a grand dragon, Yang Kai's body literally shone with a golden light. He was so dazzling that it was difficult not to notice him even from afar. Besides, Yang Kai had no intention of concealing himself and simply stood there openly to wait for Shi Zheng. Upon seeing that Shi Zheng had finally appeared, Yang Kai snapped in annoyance. "You sure ran really slowly." He had already been waiting here for some time prior to Shi Zheng's arrival. Grand dragons are not immortal. Shi Zheng narrowed his eyes slightly. Yang Kai snorted, steam coming out of his large nostrils as he declared, "You won the first round. Let's begin the second round. I won't lose this time." Shi Zheng gritted his teeth and said nothing. A giant sword that sparkled as brightly as a star slowly emerged from his back and rose into the sky. Yang Kai felt his teeth hurting at the sight. Without even thinking, he turned around and fled, his voice wafting over from far away. "Fine, you've got guts indeed. The second round is your win. I'll be waiting for you up ahead for the third round." Shi Zheng was so furious that he nearly coughed up blood. Not daring to waste time fighting Yang Kai, he simply wanted to end things as quickly as possible. His first attack might not have killed Yang Kai, but Yang Kai had been heavily injured nonetheless. If he followed up with a second attack, he might just be able to obliterate Yang Kai. That was why he summoned his divine manifestation without any hesitation. Who could have known that Yang Kai would escape? He ran. Without the slightest bit of hesitation, he turned tail and ran. Like punching cotton, Shi Zheng's ferocious blow came to naught. Hence, there were no words to describe his agony. Didn't that brat claim that he would not lose again with such confidence? Why did he turn and run as soon as the words left his mouth? Shi Zheng was tempted to ask Yang Kai if he even knew what the meaning of integrity was. It would not have mattered so much if it was just a normal attack. But the key point was that the energy consumption from activating one's divine manifestation was extremely high. It was true even for a mighty seventh order open heaven realm master like him. Shi Zheng had already activated his divine manifestation twice. Although the effect had previously been somewhat useful, the divine manifestation he unleashed this time was completely pointless. Divine manifestations were trump cards to high-rank open heaven realm masters, and as such could not be used casually. Once brought out, they should be able to play a decisive role in battle because the consumption was simply too great. Even Shi Zheng only had enough strength to use his divine manifestation 4 or 5 times before he was completely exhausted. Moreover, this was the second time he cast his divine manifestation. If he does that again later, the corners of his eyes twitched slightly. Just who did I meet? Why didn't I realize that he is such a despicable person when I interacted with him in the past? In any case, this attack was useless and he had no other place to go, so he could only continue towards the territory gate. In less than half a cup of tea's time, he came across Yang Kai waiting for him again. Yang Kai's enormous body lay horizontally across the void. His dragon claws waved about wildly and his dragon tail swept from side to side. He looked like he was doing warm-ups before a big battle. As soon as they met again, Yang Kai immediately asked, "Are you going to cast that sword again? If you are, then hurry up. I'll consider the third round your win again." Shi Zheng gritted his teeth to hold back the roiling blood in his chest and shouted, "Die!" It was meaningless for him to win numerous rounds. After all, it only took losing one round for everything to end for him. This was an unfair fight through and through. As soon as his shout rang out, he charged towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai sneered, "Without the divine manifestation, why should a grand dragon like me fear you?" This was his first battle since becoming a grand dragon, so having a powerful enemy to train his senses was exactly what he wanted. Hence, Yang Kai immediately became entangled with Shi Zheng. After transforming into a grand dragon, his body became unimaginably enormous. In particular, his field of vision was very different from before. In the past, even after using his dragon transformation, his body retained some human characteristics, so his fighting style didn't have to change much. On the contrary, many of the battle skills he accumulated through past fights could no longer be used after transforming into a grand dragon. Yang Kai had to learn everything from scratch once more. However, he could not win without transforming into his grand dragon form because he was only in the 6th order open heaven realm. Only by transforming into the grand dragon would he have the qualification to openly compete with a high-rank open heaven realm master. For a time, the scene was as tragic as could be. The majestic grand dragon was practically a punching bag for Shi Zheng, and Yang Kai suffered endless beatings. Shi Zheng threw numerous divine abilities and secret techniques in quick succession, and when those attacks landed on Yang Kai's dragon scales, many of them were blasted off. The attacks of a 7th order open heaven realm master were extraordinary indeed. Yang Kai felt pain coming from all over his body. It was doubtful if there was a single spot on his body that did not hurt. Fortunately, a grand dragon had innately powerful defenses. Yang Kai also activated his wood element power, which contained the condensed essence of the immortal tree. Relying on these abilities to heal these injuries during battle, he barely managed to persevere. In any case, his aim was not to kill Shi Zheng, but rather to buy time by delaying him here. That was enough. As long as Shi Zheng did not cast his divine manifestation, he could not do anything to Yang Kai. During the battle, Yang Kai gradually familiarized himself with the body of a grand dragon. At the beginning, he focused only on defending himself as he was powerless to fight back. However, he slowly became capable of counterattacking as the fight went on. Although the number of times that Yang Kai managed to counterattack were few and far between, every one of those attacks frightened Shi Zheng greatly. There was no helping it, though, as even the local space would be shredded when the huge dragon claws swiped towards him. If he was caught in those dragon claws, even a 7th order open heaven realm master like him would die. Hence, he summoned his divine manifestation once more while Yang Kai was unprepared. At the same time, he desperately drew upon his strength to create a heaven-sealing, earth locking cage around them. This attack had to kill Yang Kai, for if he missed this opportunity, then he was bound to suffer a tragic ending. That was why he waited for a perfect moment to activate his divine manifestation and use the heaven-sealing, earth-locking technique. Yang Kai had no way to escape, even if he had the ability to break the void to flee. Doing so would undoubtedly take a few breaths in this situation. When masters fought each other, a single breath was more than enough to determine the difference between life and death. Shi Zheng originally believed that Yang Kai would try to escape again when he summoned his divine manifestation. But who could have anticipated that Yang Kai wouldn't turn to flee this time around? Moreover, his dragon eyes seemed to indicate that he was taking pleasure in the misfortune of others. Shi Zheng suddenly had an ominous feeling, as though something extremely bad was about to happen. Before he could unleash his divine manifestation, Yang Kai suddenly clenched his enormous dragon claws into a fist and punched forward fiercely. A dragon roar reverberated through the air. Cow punch! Cow punch? What kind of cow is he attacking? Shi Zheng was a little dumbstruck. However, in the next moment, he felt as though he had been struck by lightning. The color in his face drained abruptly as his small universe shook violently and his world force became exceedingly chaotic. Martial Peak. Chapter 47-45. Black Ink Eternal. Yang Kai's fist had clearly struck empty space, but Shi Zheng felt as though all that energy was erupting inside his small universe. I can't believe he has the means to attack my small universe directly. Shi Zheng was absolutely horrified by the attack. 4 Open Heaven Realm Masters. The small universe in their bodies was their foundation. It was their everything. Therefore, the slightest turbulence in their small universe was enough to affect the combat ability of any Open Heaven Realm Master. Consequently, throughout countless years of inheritance, many brilliant and talented ancestors from the cave heavens and paradises had overcome various difficulties and paved the way forward by comprehending numerous divine abilities and secret techniques that could impact the small universe directly. These attacks were the closely kept secrets of each sect. Nevertheless, these divine abilities and secret techniques were bound to have traces that could be detected and guarded against. Shi Zheng himself had learned such a secret technique and even used it during the battle. It was just that it was completely ineffective against Yang Kai. Having refined one of the 4 universe pillars, Yang Kai's small universe was flawless and extremely stable. It could be said to be the greatest nemesis of these divine abilities and secret techniques. On the contrary, Yang Kai's attack had shown no signs at all. Even if Shi Zheng wanted to defend himself, he did not know how to take precautions against the attack. Only then did he understand one thing. Damn it, I'm the cow he's punching. Yang Kai sneered. Why did you think I was spending so much time fighting with you? You fell for it, didn't you? You fool. The cow punch secret technique was very strong indeed. Moreover, it was elusive and all but impossible to defend against. The only drawback to this secret technique was that it required quite a long preparation period beforehand. The preparation period varied according to the strength of the opponent. Yang Kai had to follow the fluctuations of the enemy's aura back to their small universe in order to successfully perform his cow punch secret technique. Inside the shattered heaven, Blood Crow Divine Monarch had suffered from the cow punch secret technique greatly. Shi Zheng was simply following in his footsteps now. This secret technique was a bizarre method for the weak to overcome the strong against all odds. Shi Zheng sprayed out a stream of blood mist that spread into the distance, and his aura abruptly weakened. His small universe had been bombarded by Yang Kai's secret technique, causing it to shake and his world force to become disordered. If the injuries were only to this extent, then he would not be in such a miserable condition. He was a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master after all. With his extraordinary cultivation, such a level of injury was nothing to him. The instability in his small universe would also calm down quickly. The key point was that he had been activating his divine manifestation at that exact moment. Hence, he was completely focused on the task at hand, and the power in his body could not withstand the slightest bit of slack. It was at this juncture that Yang Kai punched out at Shi Zheng. When the giant sword rising into the sky behind his back shattered and collapsed, Shi Zheng instantly suffered an immense backlash. This situation was equivalent to being struck by his own attack, and it was only by luck that he did not die on the spot. Yang Kai's eyes lit up at the sight. Elder Shi, you really do have extraordinary skills. You even hit yourself when you lose your temper. I'm impressed. Shi Zheng gritted his teeth, fresh blood trickling out the sides of his mouth. The The rage and despair in his heart could not be described with mere words. Powerful energy, fluctuations, suddenly appeared from afar. Both Yang Kai and Shi Zheng turned to look in that direction at the same time. Numerous light streams were rushing in this direction. They were none other than the high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters who had rushed over from the star boundary. Yang Kai immediately became elated by the sight and turned to look at Shi Zheng. "Elder Shi, I'm afraid you're doomed." At present, Shi Zheng's aura was faint and chaotic. It was obvious that he was severely injured. Even Yang Kai had the confidence to take Shi Zheng down by himself, let alone with the arrival of so many high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters. It could be said that Shi Zheng had been completely backed into a corner at this point. Shi Zheng took a deep breath and looked at Yang Kai with a slightly complicated expression. The rage that had filled him earlier vanished all of a sudden, and his entire being became extremely calm. Yang Kai frowned. He felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't put his finger on what it was. Meanwhile, Shi Zheng just sat down cross-legged in the void. His eyes that were quietly staring at Yang Kai abruptly became pitch black, and a thick black fog poured out of his entire body. Yang Kai became vigilant. This aura is familiar. He suddenly recalled the gift that Shi Zheng had given to him recently and frowned deeply. Didn't that worm that sprang out from the wooden box have the same aura? Just what is it? Black ink. Eternal. Shi Zheng called out faintly. As soon as the words left his mouth, his entire body was shrouded in the churning black fog and disappeared out of sight. In the distance, the high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters who rushed over from the star boundary looked suspicious when they first caught sight of the situation. In the next moment, they seemed to recall something, and their expressions changed drastically. Yu Changdao and the Foreign Affairs envoy from Yinyang Cave Heaven, called Yu Xiangdai, urgently cried out to Yang Kai, "Yang Kai, run!" But it was too late. The black fog wrapping around Shi Zheng exploded without warning. A large patch of inky blackness swiftly covered the surrounding void like a drop of ink that was dripped into a pool of clear water. The darkness covered a large region in an instant, and Yang Kai, who was standing nearby, was enveloped within. The high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters halted in their tracks. Every single person looked at the darkness fearfully. On the other hand, Yu Changdao and Yu Xiangdai looked extremely worried. Unfortunately, there was no time for them to hesitate. The high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters did not communicate with each other at all, but they still moved as though their hearts and minds were connected. They quickly split up and surrounded the large patch of void that was shrouded in the black fog from a distance. Following that, they immediately threw out various divine abilities and secret techniques with heaven-sealing, earth-locking effects. The joint force of several dozen high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters working together was so powerful that it only took a single breath before this region containing the black fog was turned into a solid cage. When they finished sealing the void, they finally breathed a sigh of relief as they looked around nervously. However, Yang Kai was nowhere to be seen. Yu Changdao was silent for a long while before he said, "Sect Master Yang seemed to be a grand dragon. With the strength of a grand dragon, it should not be too difficult for him to resist that evil thing." Yu Xiangdai muttered, "Let's hope so." The strength of a grand dragon could indeed resist the erosion of that evil. It could even be said that the strength of all divine spirits had a natural advantage against it. Be that as it may, Yang Kai was currently stuck in the middle of that wicked fog. Nobody could say much about the current situation with any certainty, and Yang Kai himself had yet to appear either, so there was no way to know his condition. During their conversation, though, the thick fog suddenly swirled around, and Yang Kai's enormous body rushed out from within. "What is this?" Yang Kai scowled deeply. That black fog gave him an extremely uncomfortable feeling. It was exceptionally sinister. Clearly, it was not something good. Moreover, He had tried to search for Shi Zheng's whereabouts inside the black fog, only to discover that he could not detect Shi Zheng's life aura anywhere. It was as if Shi Zheng's last act was self-destruction. Why did he act so decisively? Yang Kai couldn't help feeling surprised. Shi Zheng was a seventh-order Open Heaven Realm Master, so even if he failed to kill Yang Kai and could not escape the many high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters who came over to support Yang Kai, there was no need to kill himself on the spot. However, that was exactly what Shi Zheng did. Speaking of which, all of Shi Zheng's actions today puzzled Yang Kai greatly, especially the last words that Shi Zheng said earlier. Turning around, Yang Kai saw many high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters standing far away and looking at him in astonishment. Thus, he swung around and headed straight towards them. He could not understand what had happened today, but these high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters might know something. Contrary to his expectations, as soon as he moved, they reacted warily, as though they were about to face a great enemy. Their world forces surged, and they all took up defensive postures. One of them shouted, "Stay where you are and don't move. If you take another step forward, we will attack without mercy." Locked onto by the divine senses and auras of several dozen high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters, Yang Kai felt mountain-like pressure bearing down on him, even though he was in his grand dragon form. His enormous figure was immediately frozen in place. His dragon head turned to look at them, and he asked in a thunderous voice, "What's going on?" For a moment, Yang Kai suspected that they were in league with Shi Zheng. However, he realized that the situation was different upon a closer look. Rather than plotting to harm him, it was almost like they were scared of him. "Didn't you come here to rescue me?" Yang Kai was a little speechless. What's more, it was not until this moment that he realized something else. The space where he was standing had been sealed by an extremely powerful force. The high-rank masters exchanged glances with each other, their divine senses fluctuating as they communicated silently. It was obvious that they were discussing something, but they couldn't seem to reach a consensus despite their long discussion. Yang Kai eventually lost patience and glared angrily at them. "What is the meaning of this?" Yu Xiang Dai stepped forward to comfort him. "Yang Kai, please don't be impatient. We're not targeting you specifically, but what happened today is a little complicated. Before we figure out whether you are safe or not, please don't make any rash movements lest you cause any misunderstandings." She was the foreign affairs envoy from Yinyang Cave Heaven, and he was a son-in-law of Yinyang Cave Heaven. Therefore, he could only listen to her when she spoke up. Yang Kai frowned slightly and said, "Shi Zheng seems to be dead, and I am safe now." Yu Xiang Dai shook her head, however, and said, "It's impossible to tell whether you're safe from your outer appearance. Let me ask you this. How are you feeling right now?" Yang Kai shook his body a bit and replied, "It hurts a bit." Having just fought with Shi Zheng, his entire body was covered in wounds. Hence, he was in terrible pain and desperately needed to find a place to recuperate. Yu Xiang Dai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "I'm not asking you about that. I was asking you whether there's anything strange about your small universe." Yang Kai responded confidently, "There are no anomalies." What could be wrong with the world spring protecting his small universe? Shi Zheng had repeatedly attempted to shake his small universe during their brief fight, but it was all to no avail. Yu Xiangdai frowned slightly. Although he said as much, she did not dare to believe him completely. The 3,000 worlds was vast, and there are many things that the general public and even most disciples of the cave heavens and paradises did not know about. Be that as it may, how could Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Masters like themselves not be aware? Even if something had happened to Yang Kai, it was impossible to tell from his outer appearance. Otherwise, they would not have been fooled by Shi Zheng for so many years. Yu Changdao explained, "Sect Master Yang, you've seen all of Shi Zheng's anomalies for yourself. The black ink smoke that he released before his death is also extremely corrosive. If the small universe of an ordinary Open Heaven Realm Master becomes corroded by the black ink smoke, they will turn into the same existence as Shizheng. They will seem no different from the outside, but their nature will be changed drastically. Sect Master Yang, we are unable to determine whether you have been corrupted by the black ink smoke. Only then did Yang Kai understand why they were being so vigilant towards him. He exclaimed in astonishment, "Is the black ink smoke really that amazing?" Thinking back, he had indeed felt as though the black mist had been trying to corrode his small universe when it entered his body. It was just that his small universe was flawless under the world spring's protection. It was impossible for the black ink smoke to corrode him unless he opened a portal to accept the black ink smoke into his small universe himself. In this way, it was obvious that the object contained within the wooden box had been trying to invade his small universe. However, it was suppressed by the world spring in his small universe. His small universe was perfectly protected, so that Worm had been unable to invade him and was forced to flee as a result. If that's the case, you don't need to worry. I have not been corroded by the black ink smoke. They only watched him quietly. Marshall Peak. Chapter 4746. Here it is. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. What's wrong? Don't you believe me? Yu Xiangdai sighed. It's easy enough to confirm this fact. I'll go and check out your small universe myself. Why do those words sound so familiar? Yang Kai suddenly recalled something. Back when he was asked to repair the universe temples, the ancestors from the cave heavens and paradises had also made the same request. No. Before Yang Kai could say anything, one of the high-rank open realm masters interjected. If he has been corroded by the black ink smoke, then you will also be in danger if you enter his small universe to investigate the situation, Elder Yu. Yu Xiangdai smiled. No matter how you put it, Yang Kai is a yin-yang cave heaven's son-in-law. It's only natural for me to take this risk as his elder. Besides, he can transform into a grand dragon. He has a certain level of resistance to the black ink smoke, so he might not have been corrupted. The high-rank open realm master shook his head. It's better to be cautious. Let's send a message to our respective ancestors and ask them to decide about the situation. Yang Kai was a little shocked. Why are they dragging their ancestors into this matter? The ancestors of the cave heavens and paradises were all 8th order open heaven realm masters. Most of the time they remained inside their respective sects and were not dispatched easily. It looks like this matter is more serious than I expected. Yu Xiangdai pondered in silence for a moment. I insist on investigating the situation inside Yang Kai's small universe. The black ink smoke might be corrosive, but it can be resisted as long as one has enough strength. There's always a risk. The 3,000 Worlds is not that place after all, the high-rank open realm master from earlier quickly said. At this moment, Yang Kai spoke up. Will you be reassured if I can prove that I have not been corroded by the black ink smoke? Yu Xiangdai looked at him. How will you prove that? Yang Kai smacked his lips. He had not wanted to reveal the fact that he had refined the world spring, as that was something that would rouse too much greed in others. Bright Sun, Divine Monarch, had pursued him from the shattered heaven all the way to the ancestral land just for the sake of the world spring. If an 8th order open heaven realm master would do that, how could the 7th order open heaven realm masters here be any different? These high-rank open heaven realm masters might come from the cave heavens and paradises, but one should never fully let their guard down around others. Shizheng was the best example. Before coming here today, Yang Kai would never have believed that Shizheng would harm him in any way. He thought that Shizheng only wanted to discuss the matter regarding the good fortune divine furnace with him. However, things might take a turn for the worst with how they stood at the moment. Not only was the space where he was standing sealed, but it was also impossible for him to fight so many high-rank open heaven realm masters. Besides, the misunderstanding would only get worse if he actually got into a fight with them. More importantly, it would be even harder to take the initiative if they invited the ancestors of various cave heavens and paradises here. After weighing all the pros and cons, Yang Kai decided to tell the truth. I have refined a world spring, so it is impossible for external forces to corrode my small universe. A world spring! Everybody exclaimed in astonishment. As high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters, how could they not know about the world spring? That was one of the 4 universe pillars, after all. The world spring was a treasure that any Open Heaven Realm Master would wish for. Everybody, please have a look for yourselves. While speaking, Yong-kai opened the portal to his small universe for them to see inside clearly. The secret of his world spring had been exposed, so he did not mind exposing even more. Besides, it was useless to only speak about such things. They would not believe him unless they saw the truth with their own eyes. Numerous divine senses immediately passed through his portal in that moment and poured into his small universe. Yong-kai immediately frowned in response. It was an uncomfortable feeling, as though his home had been invaded by outsiders. "Huh!" somebody exclaimed in surprise. His small universe has already materialized. The transformation of one's small universe from immaterial to corporal was something that was reserved for high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters. The small universe of those below the high-rank Open Heaven Realm were unable to fully materialize. Be that as it may, the scene in front of them exceeded their understanding. Yong-kai was only in the 6th order Open Heaven Realm, but his small universe had already turned corporeal. How did he do it? Leaving aside the future, Yong-kai was the only 6th order Open Heaven Realm Master to have ever achieved such a feat throughout history. At least, there were no prior records written in the ancient books. That was why these high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters were completely stunned. World Spring. It really is a World Spring. Even more shocked voices rang out. A World Spring was such an obvious existence that they immediately noticed its presence at a glance. Under the effects of the World Spring, they could clearly sense that Yong-kai's small universe was flawless and extremely stable. It was difficult for his small universe to be affected by any external forces. In addition to their feelings of envy, they also felt relieved. With the world spring protecting his small universe, it was true that he would not be corroded by the black ink smoke. What's more, they did not sense any of the black ink smoke's aura in his small universe. Before they could investigate Yong-kai's small universe more carefully, though, they felt an immense force shoving their divine senses out. Many of them were unsatisfied with what they saw so far. They seemed to have seen some peculiar things inside his small universe, but they were kicked out before they could get a better look. Meanwhile, Yong-kai had already returned to his human form and closed his small universe. He then asked, "There are no problems now, right?" Everybody exchanged a glance with each other, and Yu Seong-dai breathed a sigh of relief. "It's no problem now. Come over here before we continue the discussion." Only then did he move and come to their side. "You've worked hard." She nodded at him. "It's great that you're safe. Please don't blame us for being overly cautious. The black ink smoke is simply too dangerous." "I understand. Sect Master Yang, are you raising living beings in your small universe?" One of them suddenly raised the question. Although it was only a brief glimpse, there were so many villages and cities in Yong-kai's small universe that the traces of living beings thriving inside could be seen clearly. "That's right. Is there a problem?" Yong-kai looked at that person. No problem at all. Your luck sure is good. Sect Master Yang." That person sighed in amazement. Countless years had passed since they first advanced into the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm. They themselves had thought of raising living beings in their small universes to increase the speed of their cultivation. But this idea was not realistic. Even though they were in the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm, there were still times when their small universes became unstable. Who would dare to raise living beings in their small universe so casually? Those living inside would suffer tragic casualties if they were to encounter a powerful enemy, after all. However, Yong-kai was different. With the protection of the World Spring, there was no need for him to worry about that problem. In other words, his cultivation would increase steadily even without him cultivating. It was equivalent to becoming stronger with every passing moment. That was extremely enviable. What kind of creatures are those little rocks? Why have I never seen them before? Another person asked. What little rocks? You must have been mistaken. Yang Kai responded with a straight face. Sect Master Yang, I think I saw some profound een bamboo in your small universe. What profound een bamboo? Yang Kai vehemently denied. There's no such thing. Don't be like that, Sect Master Yang. We can negotiate the price if you really have the profound een bamboo. The profound een bamboo is different from the 4 universe pillars. If we nurture it properly, we can gain an inexhaustible supply that is truly unlimited. Instead of enjoying such a treasure on your own, why don't you exchange the profound een bamboo with us for something good? Can I exchange them for the training rights of a small source world? Yang Kai asked flatly. Didn't you say that you don't have the profound een bamboo? Many rolled their eyes. The person from earlier nodded repeatedly and smiled from ear to ear. We can negotiate something. What are the terms of negotiation? Yang Kai looked at that person with great interest. Leave that for later. Yu Chang Dao waved his hand decisively before declaring, Let's deal with the matter in front of us first before we talk about anything else. Indeed. Somebody agreed. Yang Kai shot a look at the high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master, who brought up the profound een bamboo earlier to indicate that they would have an in-depth discussion on the matter later. That person nodded lightly to indicate that he understood. Thanks to the looks they exchanged with each other earlier, everything they wanted to say had been said. Sect Master, just what happened today? Yu Chang Dao asked while looking at Yang Kai. Yang Kai replied innocently, You're asking me? That's what I wanted to ask you. High Heaven Palace's head manager informed me today that Shi Zheng of Langya Paradise asked for a meeting with me. It seemed like he had something he wanted to discuss. Thinking that I had nothing better to do anyway, I decided to come. In the end, he gave me a generous gift as soon as I arrived. A generous gift? Yu Xiangdai frowned. Yang Kai nodded. That's right. As you all know, Langya Paradise and I have some connection with each other. Shi Zheng is a Langya Paradise elder. If he wants to give me a gift, there's no way I can turn it down. So, I reluctantly accepted. The rest of them looked at each other with strange expressions. After a period of contact with Yang Kai, how could they not know his nature by now? He was the kind of person who did not act until he was certain that he could succeed. That was the case with the World Tree before, and that was also the case now with the Good Fortune Divine Furnace. He even went so far as to create a special space array to monopolize the new great territory, making it difficult for the cave heavens and paradises to interfere in that matter. If somebody was willing to give him a gift, he would surely accept with unwavering enthusiasm. How could he possibly be reluctant in any way? Nevertheless, they couldn't be bothered to argue about his manner of blatantly talking himself up. What did he give you? Yu Chang Dao asked in concern. It was as though he really wanted to know what kind of treasures Shi Zheng had offered as a gift. It was just that Shi Zheng had been corrupted by the black ink. For that reason, the things that he offered as a gift should not be taken lightly. Precautions had to be taken in advance, in case it turned out to be something bad. Here it is. While speaking, Yang Kai took out the wooden box from his space ring and opened it abruptly. A black thread shot out from within. Yang Kai was ready and immediately captured it in his hand. The headless and tailless thing that resembled a black earthworm struggled and wriggled in his hands, but could not escape. The high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters were stunned for a moment. Then they reacted as though facing a great enemy. Their expressions changed drastically, and they swiftly retreated using their various movement skills. In an instant, the space within a 100 kilometers radius around him became devoid of people. Yang Kai looked up at them and seemed a little speechless. Why did you run so far? Don't worry. I'm holding this thing. so it can't escape. Nevertheless, he could understand why they fled. They had been so vigilant towards the black ink smoke that was left behind after Shi Zheng's death. What more this black, earthworm-like thing in his hands? This thing definitely came from the same source as the black ink smoke. Moreover, it was stronger than the black ink smoke. An ordinary person would definitely have gotten into trouble if they held the black earthworm with their bare hands. Fortunately, his small universe was so perfect and flawless that this black earthworm could not corrode him at all. It could be said to have met its nemesis. "Sect Master, please put away that black ink insect." Yu Chang Dao shouted from afar, "That thing is too dangerous. Open Heaven Realm Masters like us cannot afford to be contaminated." "So this thing is called a black ink insect?" Yang Kai glanced at the black earthworm in his hand, seeming to feel something. The black smoke left behind after Shi Zheng's death was called black ink smoke. This thing was called a black ink insect, and Shi Zheng had mentioned something before his death, black ink eternal. "What is this? Black ink?" Yang Kai suddenly felt as though the 3,000 worlds were not as simple as he initially thought. Then he recalled what Su Linggong mentioned in the past, that the universe was vast and the waters were muddy. There seemed to be a secret in the shadows that was affecting the 3,000 worlds, and the fog was about to be lifted before his eyes. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4747, The Black Ink Clan. "Everyone, is there something you know that I don't?" Yang Kai asked. The crowd fell silent. A long time later, a white-robed, high-rank, Open Heaven Realm Master finally said, "Sect Master Yang, there are many secrets in the world. Some things are better left unknown." The words had only just left his mouth when he heard Yang Kai giving a cry of surprise. Everybody thought that Yang Kai had been injured during his battle with Shi Zheng earlier, so they quickly looked at him in concern. In the next moment, their expressions changed drastically. The black ink insect that had been captured in Yang Kai's hand all this time had escaped his grasp for some reason. It had transformed into a black thread that rushed towards the white-robed, high-rank, Open Heaven Realm Master at the speed of lightning. The white-robed, high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master immediately became drenched in cold sweat. He might be in the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm, but he was bound to suffer a tragic end if he was corrupted by the black ink insect. The only possibility was that his small universe would be invaded and he would eventually become corrupted by the black ink like Shi Zheng. According to the ancient books, it was extremely tough to defend against the black ink insect, unless they could kill it in time. If it got too close, then even an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master would suffer terribly. Space suddenly condensed slightly, and under the fluctuations of space principles, the black thread that was rushing towards the white-robed 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master froze in place. Yang Kai leisurely walked over, then he grabbed the struggling black ink insect with his hand and looked up at the white-robed 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. "What did you say just now?" "I apologize, but I did not hear you clearly. Can you repeat what you said?" The black ink insect in his hand moved restlessly, as though it could escape from Yang Kai's control at any time. Everybody's expression darkened. He could have just spoken nicely. Why is he threatening others? Yu Xiangdai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. With Sect Master Yang's current strength and status, I believe he has the right to know about these things. What do you think? Everyone fell silent, and only a long while later, somebody finally nodded. "All right, we'll tell him." They had no choice but to explain the situation. Yang Kai was staring at them fixedly with the black ink insect in his hand, which frightened all of them. Who would dare to go against him at this moment? Besides, although these matters were only known to the elders of the cave heavens and paradises since ancient times, if it really came down to it, Yang Kai's current strength and status certainly gave him the qualifications to know about certain secrets. Naturally, the main reason was that he had been exposed to this matter today, making it useless even if they wanted to conceal the truth from him. The others did not express their opinions, but not saying anything was as good as having no objections to the matter. Only then did Yu Xiangdai say, "Put the black ink insect away." "Fine." Yang Kai obediently placed the black ink insect back into the wooden box and tossed the box into his space ring. Everybody finally breathed a sigh of relief. The high-rank open heaven realm masters, who were regarded as terrifying existences, were played around by Yang Kai. Just thinking of the situation earlier, they couldn't help feeling complicated. The void was not the place to discuss such matters, so Yu Xiangdai raised a hand and summoned a ship. Everybody boarded and sat down on the deck. Yang Kai widened his eyes and stared at the people in front of him with a thirst for knowledge. Meanwhile, the high-rank open heaven realm masters stared at Yu Xiangdai. Their meaning was clear. "Since you brought up this matter, it is up to you to solve it." Yu Xiangdai rolled her eyes at them before she turned to look at Yang Kai. "If we have to be honest, our understanding of this matter is fragmented and not very comprehensive." Thanks to this incident, Yang Kai clearly felt her intent to protect him. When he had been suspected of being corrupted by the black ink smoke, she had proactively offered to inspect his small universe. It could be seen that she truly regarded him as Yin Yang, Cave Heaven's son-in-law. That was why Yang Kai willingly believed her words and nodded. "In that case, please tell me what you know." She pondered in silence for a moment, seeming to arrange her thoughts. A short while later, she finally started her explanation. "In this world there exists a peculiar race known as the Black Ink. We call them the Black Ink Clan. The Black Ink Clan was apparently extremely dangerous. The main reason was that they had extremely powerful invasive and corrosive abilities. This was something Yang Kai himself had personally experienced. Whether it was the black ink smoke that Shi Zheng left behind after his death or the black ink insect, both had such properties. Once a cultivator's small universe was corroded by the black ink aura, they would turn into the black ink clan slaves and undergo a drastic change in mentality. However, it was impossible to tell the difference by appearance alone. Those who were converted looked no different from normal. That was the case for Shi Zheng. Nobody ever thought that he had been corroded by the Black Ink Clan and became one of their servants. Yang Kai listened with a deep frown. If that was the case, then the Black Ink Clan was truly difficult to guard against. Who could say whether the other party had been corrupted by the Black Ink Clan? The last time something like this happened in the 3,000 worlds was over 70,000 years ago. Yu Xiangdai lowered her voice slightly. "I'm sure you've heard of this before. There was once a cave heaven that took in an extremely talented disciple. This disciple had the ability to advance directly into the seventh order open heaven realm. His aptitude was so great that it shocked both the past and present. That cave heaven devoted all their resources to nurturing him, and one day he finally advanced into the ninth order open heaven realm. However, he suddenly underwent a drastic change in nature and went on a massacre. That cave heaven suffered countless casualties as a result, which eventually led to its collapse. There was no choice but to remove their name from the list of cave heavens and paradises. This was indeed a story that Yang Kai was familiar with, as he had heard it from you when he was still in the Emperor realm." Yu Xiangdai continued, "Because that disciple was not raised in the cave heaven, but accepted into the sect halfway through. A rumor spread across the 3,000 worlds from then onward. Cultivators who were not raised in a cave heaven or paradise were not allowed to advance directly into the seventh order open heaven realm, lest they grow up and threaten the dominance of the cave heavens and paradises." Yang Kai couldn't help certain memories from flashing before his eyes. His journey to the open heaven realm had been wrought with countless obstacles set up by the cave heavens and paradises. Tizheng of myriad demons, cave heaven, did not even hesitate to lure him into the shattered heaven, where a great ambush lay in wait just to hinder his advancement into the open heaven realm. In the end, he had been forced to break through to the fifth order open heaven realm. The cave heavens and paradises finally stopped targeting him after that. Yang Kai had no regrets about the matter. The proprietress had been trapped in the shadowless cave heaven at the time, and his cultivation in the Emperor realm had been far too weak. He had no choice but to advance into the open heaven realm for the opportunity to enter the shadowless cave heaven to rescue her. Even though he had no regrets, he could not help feeling some resentment towards the cave heavens and paradises when he recalled everything he went through in the past. He had been cultivating on his own without provoking anyone. So why was he not allowed to advance directly into the seventh order open heaven realm? It was not until today that he learned the truth. The inheritance of the cave heavens and paradises stretches back for countless eons. If they were truly so petty, they would never have reached such prosperous heights. The reason they do not allow cultivators from the outside world to advance directly into the seventh order open heaven realm is not to show their dominance, but to prevent the past from repeating itself. The catastrophe from 70,000 years ago brought down a cave heaven. It's obvious that nobody wants that to happen a second time. If anybody were to advance directly into the seventh order open heaven realm and was secretly converted by the Black Ink clan once more, it would be a catastrophe if they reached the ninth order open heaven realm undiscovered. On the other hand, anything beneath the seventh order open heaven realm would not make much of a difference. No matter how talented a person was, if they advanced into the sixth order open heaven realm, they could only reach the eighth order open heaven realm due to innate limits. The cave heavens and paradises did not lack for eighth order open heaven realm masters, so once the truth was exposed, many ancestors would take action and the situation could be controlled. Yang Kai furrowed his brow tightly together as he asked, "Is that to say that the genius was corrupted by the Black Ink clan?" Yu Xiangdai nodded. "That's right. Nobody knows when he was enslaved, as the only signs appeared after he advanced into the ninth order open heaven realm. Since then, the Black Ink clan has not appeared in the 3,000 worlds again. To be honest, this is our first time seeing traces of the Black Ink clan with our own eyes. We have only ever read about them in ancient records before." Yang Kai frowned for a moment before saying puzzledly, "That can't be right. If the Black Ink clan is so difficult to guard against, then there should be a lot more of them. Why has the Black Ink clan remained silent for so many years that even you have never seen them?" Yu Changdao explained from the side, "It is difficult to resist the corruption of the Black Ink clan, but their main method of doing so is through the Black Ink insects. It's the thing you put back into that box just now. The Black Ink insects are apparently very rare and precious. Unless they come across an extremely valuable target, the Black Ink clan will not make a move so easily." "Then that black ink smoke." Yang Kai glanced suspiciously in the direction that Shizheng had died. The high-rank open heaven realm masters had worked together to seal that space, and even now the black smoke churned and roiled, looking extremely ominous. Shizheng was clearly infected by a black ink insect. When he saw us coming to aid you, he knew that he would not leave this place alive. That's why he chose to die. After his death, the black ink aura in his small universe exploded out. This black ink smoke is what's left. At the end of the day, the black ink smoke and the black ink insect are from the same source. It was no wonder these people immediately fled several kilometers away when he took out the black ink insect earlier. They were probably worried that the black ink insect in his hands would explode. Yang Kai rubbed his chin and pondered. "In other words, in the eyes of the Black Ink clan, I'm considered an extremely valuable target." Yu Xiangdai laughed. "Of course. You might only be in the sixth order open heaven realm, but the star boundary is now the focus of the entire 3,000 worlds. The existence of the world tree will also nurture many excellent cultivators in the future. Not to mention, you are a star boundary, great emperor. If you were converted by the Black Ink clan—" At that point, she suddenly stopped laughing and shuddered in fear. "Asking you to destroy the star boundary is a simple task. If the star boundary no longer existed, then the open heaven realm cradle would be gone too." Everybody looked at each other and finally understood why Shizheng had tried to corrupt Yang Kai. On the other hand, Yang Kai suddenly recalled something. The ancestral land had a demon sealing land, and the demon sealing land contained a long-dead black giant spirit god. When he was cultivating in the Dragon Clan's Crystal Palace, he had glimpsed the shocking battle that took place in ancient times. In order to suppress and seal the giant spirit god, the Dragon and Phoenix clans had paid an enormous price. In the end, both the Dragon Emperor and the Phoenix Empress were forced to sacrifice themselves, burning all their blood essence just to stop the rampaging enemy. Yang Kai had always wondered why that giant spirit god went to war against the divine spirits. After all, the giant spirit god clan was an extremely peaceful and innocent race. Although they were powerful, they did not provoke others for no reason. They only fed on dead universe worlds and traveled through the vast 3,000 worlds for that reason. Furthermore, he had not understood why the giant spirit god had been black in color. That giant spirit god was a little different from Ada, whom he met in the past. Yang Kai initially thought that it was just the difference between individuals of an ethnic group, but looking at things now. What if the giant spirit god in ancient times had been corrupted by the black ink? If his nature changed drastically after being corrupted by the Black Ink clan, then that giant spirit god had been enslaved by the Black Ink clan. Demon Sealing Land. Demon Sealing Land. That's not a demon sealing land. That's a black ink sealing land. Too much time had passed, so what happened in ancient times could no longer be known. The knowledge that was passed down through word of mouth over countless generations, which was why the black ink sealing land had been misrepresented as the demon sealing land instead. No wonder Yang Kai had not sensed the existence of any demon chi when he first entered the demon sealing land. That was because the land had nothing to do with demons in the first place. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4748, Voluntary Examination. Nobody knew how a mighty giant spirit god had been corrupted by the Black Ink clan in ancient times. Both the Dragon and Phoenix clans only succeeded in suppressing and sealing the giant spirit god by sacrificing the Dragon Emperor and the Phoenix Empress of the time in addition to half of the ancestral land. So many years had passed that even the giant spirit god had lost all vitality, and the Black Ink clan's aura was nowhere to be found. The ancestral strength was extremely peculiar and powerful. Moreover, it clearly had some restraining effects towards the Black Ink clan. If that was not the case, there would be remnants of the Black Ink clan, even though so many years had passed and the giant spirit god had died completely. The Black Ink insect is extremely precious to the Black Ink clan, which is also why the Black Ink clan's actions are generally aimed only at high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters. After all, converting a mid-rank Open Heaven Realm Master is not worth the effort to them. Yu Xiang Dai explained. Speaking of this, I'm sure you've also heard of another rumor. Aside from the cave heavens and paradises, anybody else who advances into the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm and above would be pursued relentlessly. For that reason, many high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters even flee to the Shattered Heaven, hide their names, and live in seclusion. Yang Kai asked pensively, so the reason why the high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters are being targeted by the cave heavens and paradises is that you are afraid they might come into contact with the Black Ink clan. She nodded. That's part of the reason. All the Open Heaven Realm Masters from the cave heavens and paradises cultivate secret techniques to stabilize their small universes to prevent corrosion by external forces. Although the effects are not as great as the World Spring, these secret techniques will at least offer them some protection so that they're not completely powerless against the corrosion of the Black Ink insects. On the other hand, it is different for those who are not raised by the cave heavens and paradises. Despite being high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters, if they were targeted by the Black Ink insect, they would only end up corroded by them. Yang Kai nodded lightly. After listening to her explanation, the other question in his heart had been answered. Having been to the Shattered Heaven, he knew that there were indeed many high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters hiding there. All the high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters hiding there were afraid of being rounded up by the cave heavens and paradises. Xia Linlang once mentioned that in order for the cave heavens and paradises to maintain their dominance, any outsiders who advanced into the seventh order open heaven realm would either be recruited into their ranks or vanish without a trace, suspected to have been killed. That was why, no matter how barren and dangerous it was in the shattered heaven, the high-rank open heaven realm masters hiding there would not leave easily. That was also the reason why Xia Linlang would rather flee into the depths of the shattered heaven, where death was almost certain, than leave together with Yang Kai. I heard that many high-rank open heaven realm masters just vanish without a trace, never to be heard from again, after being taken away. Yang Kai looked at Yu Xiangdai. Yu Xiangdai remained silent. The white-robed, high-rank, open heaven realm master replied, "They're not dead. The cave heavens and paradises have never abused them either. They were simply sent to a certain place. As for where that place is, that information cannot be disclosed for the time being." Yang Kai took out the wooden box with a flip of his hand. The cover of the wooden box opened and closed, revealing the black thing inside that was eager to leap out of the box. The white-robed, high-rank, open heaven realm master looked melancholic. Am I being targeted? I'm definitely being targeted, right? Yu Xiangdai stepped in to smooth things between them. Yang Kai, please stop asking questions. You will understand when the time comes. There are many things that the cave heavens and paradises have no choice but to conceal. It is not because we wish to do so, but because the truth will cause panic and havoc. It is not beneficial to the peace of the 3,000 worlds. Yang Kai pondered in silence for a moment. Putting the wooden box away, he grinned meaningfully. When the time comes, are you referring to the moment when I advance into the seventh order open heaven realm? She said nothing once more, so it could only be taken as tacit acknowledgement. Yang Kai thus continued, I have another question. Lan Yurua is currently in retreat in Void Land and attempting to advance into the seventh order open heaven realm. What will you do if she succeeds? Yu Xiangdai answered, Lan Yurua used to be a first-in shopkeeper, and first-in is the private property of Si Tukong from Xian Yuan Cave Heaven. Hence, she can also be considered part of Xian Yuan Cave Heaven. When she advances into the seventh order open heaven realm, Xian Yuan Cave Heaven will take the appropriate measures. Besides, she herself knows about these things, so there is no need for you to worry. Yang Kai furrowed his brow slightly. Although his questions had gone unanswered, he could not inquire any further, seeing as Yu Xiangdai had already said so much. At this moment, Yu Changdao spoke up. Friends, what we need to deal with right now is the matter related to Shizheng. Although he chose death, he had initially tried to corrupt Yang Kai with a black ink insect. That can only mean that he has even more black ink insects in his possession. This old master has reason to suspect that Shizheng is not the only person in Langya Paradise to be corrupted by the black ink. As soon as that statement came out, the expressions of all the high-rank open heaven realm masters became solemn. The fact that Shizheng had been corrupted by the Black Ink clan was truly unexpected. Something like this had not happened in 70,000 years after all. The cave heavens and paradises might have taken some precautions, but too much time had passed, and their guard had clearly become too relaxed as a result. If Shizheng had not tried to corrupt Yang Kai with the black ink insect today, his identity would not have been exposed either. In that case, how many more Shizhengs were there in Langya Paradise? More importantly, how many other Shizhengs were there among the rest of the cave heavens and paradises? Nobody knew for certain the answers to those questions, but the situation seemed to have taken a turn for the worse all of a sudden. Most importantly, where did the black ink insect come from? It was impossible for people corrupted by the black ink to produce the black ink insects themselves. The only ones who could produce the black ink insect were the true black ink clansmen. In other words, there was at least one pure black ink clansman hidden somewhere in the 3,000 worlds. Just thinking about the possibility was terrifying. Shi Zheng has set a precedent. Every one of us is a suspect. It isn't just us, but all the high-rank open heaven masters in the star boundary too. That is why this old master has a suggestion. We will start with a voluntary examination to prove our innocence. While speaking, Yu Changdao looked at the rest of the high-rank open heaven masters. The high-rank open heaven masters hesitated for a moment before quickly nodding in agreement. This matter was an important one that might even affect the stability of the 3,000 worlds. All the people present here today were not ignorant of the bigger picture, so they would not object to the suggestion. In that case, let us begin. Yu Changdao, as the one to make the suggestion, took the lead, surging his world force and opening the portal to his small universe. Please take a look. Nobody held back out of politeness, and numerous divine senses poured into Yu Changdao's small universe in quick succession. Yang Kai also joined in the fun. The main reason was that he wanted to know the difference between his small universe and the small universe of an actual high-rank open heaven master. His divine sense poured into Yu Changdao's small universe. After some investigation and comparisons, he discovered that his small universe was still vastly inferior in terms of size and the richness of world force when compared to Yu Changdao's. With the gap in their cultivation, it was only normal to experience those differences. Nevertheless, Yang Kai was raising many living beings in his small universe, in addition to the small stone race. Given time, he would certainly enjoy a brilliant future. After a while, everybody withdrew their divine senses once they confirmed that there were no issues with Yu Changdao's small universe. The small universe was the foundation of an open heaven realm master, so under normal circumstances, one would never allow others to investigate it. Doing so was equivalent to exposing all their secrets after all. It was just that this situation gave them no other choice. The best way to determine whether a person had been corrupted by the black ink was to take a look at their small universe. The small universe of an open heaven realm master corrupted by the black ink was vastly different from normal after all. With Yu Changdao serving as an example, the others quickly opened the portals to their respective small universes and allowed the crowd to investigate freely. Every one of them was tense and nervous, scared that another Shi Zheng might appear among them. Yang Kai finally realized why the ancestors had been so adamant about investigating his small universe when he first began repairing the universe temples. Their actions were clearly a precaution lest he turned out to be corrupted by the black ink. It was not until they confirmed he was clean that they allowed him to act with peace of mind. At the time, they also mentioned that the universe temples were related to the stability of the 3,000 worlds. That was something he had yet to understand so far. Although the universe temples were a convenient method of travel, it was a bit of an exaggeration to say that they were related to the stability of the 3,000 worlds. Nevertheless, these words had come from the mouth of an 8th order open heaven realm master, so it was impossible not to wonder about their deeper meaning. After checking everybody, it was revealed that nobody else showed signs of being corrupted by the black ink, and the tense atmosphere finally dissipated a bit. However, thanks to this opportunity, Yang Kai learned about the wealth of the high-rank open heaven realm masters. The foreign affairs envoys of the cave heavens and paradises had many amazing treasures in their small universes, some of which simply made one drool at the sight. Yu Changdao nodded and followed up. We can now be certain that there is nothing wrong with any of us present, but we will still need to check those in the star boundary. Yu Xiangdai added, this matter is related to the Black Ink clan. I'm sure they will take the overall situation into consideration. If anybody raises an objection, then there is no doubt that they have been corrupted by the black ink. The white-robed, high-rank, open heaven realm master hesitated for a long time before he carefully opened his mouth. The star boundary's existence is critical, so this matter cannot be delayed. If there exist other people who have been corrupted by the black ink, there is no saying whether they were communicating with Shi Zheng. Now that Shi Zheng is dead, they might target the other star boundary great emperors. With the current cultivation of the star boundary's great emperors, it will be difficult for them to defend themselves. While speaking, he would glance at Yang Kai from time to time. He was scared that Yang Kai might suddenly bring out that wooden box again. When he saw that Yang Kai did not react, he finally breathed a sigh of relief and volunteered. "I will head back to the star boundary, first to ensure its safety." Yu Changdao nodded. "Many thanks for your hard work. Nevertheless, it is better to bring more people back with you, so as to avoid any unexpected accidents. In addition, you can ignore all the others for now. But the star boundary great emperors must be investigated carefully." Yang Kai's expression twitched slightly at those words, but he did not say anything. Yu Changdao's actions were understandable. Shi Zheng had tried to attack Yang Kai mainly because of the star boundary. Therefore, the other star boundary great emperors were also valid targets. The white-robed high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master left quickly with 7 or 8 other high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters in tow. Serene Soul, Great Emperor, and the others, who had come to help after realizing that Yang Kai was in trouble, soon encountered the white-robed high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master and the others coming towards them before they even arrived at their location. As they were only in the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm, their cultivation was 1 order lower than the Foreign Affairs envoys, so it was only natural for their speed to be slower. That was why they failed to arrive in time, even though the dust had already settled regarding this matter. Along the way here, they also ran into Zhang Vashi. Following a brief inquiry, they hurriedly rushed here as though there were coals burning under their feet. When both sides encountered each other and understood the situation, Serene Soul Great Emperor and the others immediately realized that the matter was urgent. Therefore, they swiftly utilized the privileges of Star Boundary Great Emperors to bring the white-robed high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master and the others back directly. Meanwhile, the high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters who remained in the Star Boundary immediately detected the return of the white-robed high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master and the others. Hence, they quickly came to ask about the situation. The white-robed high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master and the others recounted everything that happened earlier, and everybody's expression turned grim. The Black Ink Clan and the Black Ink Insect. These were no trivial matters. If they did not handle this matter well, then all the cave heavens, paradises, and the 3,000 worlds would be dragged into this. It would surely lead to a huge catastrophe. That was why there was not much hesitation, and many high-rank Open Heaven Masters quickly agreed to submit to an examination. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4749, you come along too? Many high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters gathered at the place where Shi Zheng died, their divine senses shuttling back and forth as they communicated with each other. A short while later, they seemed to reach a consensus. Yu Changdao nodded and said, "Since everybody agrees, then let us head to Langya Paradise immediately. Not only will this trip be highly dangerous, but we might also face the risk of death. Please mentally prepare yourselves for that possibility." Shi Zheng might be dead, but there were bound to be other masters in Langya Paradise who were corrupted by the black ink. This matter could not be delayed in the slightest. Therefore, they had to ferret out the rest of those dangerous existences as soon as possible. It was impossible to remain calm if those people remained in Langya Paradise. There was no saying how many others like Shi Zheng might appear in the future if nothing was done about them now. Most importantly, they had to find the Black Ink clansmen in order to avoid future troubles. They nodded in agreement, but did not pay much attention to the dangers that Yu Changdao mentioned earlier. They were all 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. So who among them had not faced death head-on before? The cave heavens and paradises had always shared both weal and woe. That was why, even if Shi Zheng was the only one in Langya Paradise who had his identity exposed, the others could not sit idly by and do nothing. "We need you to come with us too, Sect Master," Yu Changdao said while turning to look in Yang Kai's direction. However, Yang Kai was no longer there. Yu Changdao couldn't help being taken aback for a moment. "Where is the Sect Master?" Yu Xiangdai helplessly pointed in a certain direction. He looked in that direction and felt the corners of his brow twitching slightly at the sight. At some point in time, Yang Kai had gone to the place where Shi Zheng had died. That place was swirling with the black ink smoke, but he was moving around in the smoke without the slightest hindrance. Even if he had the protection of the world spring in his small universe and was not afraid of being corroded by the black ink smoke, wasn't it too much for him to swim about inside it so fearlessly and unscrupulously? What is he doing? Yu Changdao was puzzled. Yu Xiangdai replied, I think he is searching for the small universe Shi Zheng left behind. When the others were discussing matters seriously, she noticed Yang Kai sitting by the side looking bored. However, it didn't take long before he seemed to think of something. He quickly ran off with an excited look in his eyes and plunged straight into the black ink smoke. It would now seem that he was searching for Shi Zheng's small universe. Shi Zheng was a seventh-order open heaven realm master, and his small universe had already been transformed from immaterial to corporeal. If he were killed by an enemy, his small universe might have shattered and scattered throughout the void. Seeing as he died by suicide instead, his small universe should have remained intact. There was a high possibility that the small universe would be preserved. In reality, Shi Zheng's small universe had indeed been preserved. It was just that it was hidden somewhere within the void and enveloped by a thick layer of black ink smoke. Yang Kai searched around for a bit and soon detected a weak space principle fluctuation. Utilizing his own space principles in the direction of that energy fluctuation, he opened the portal to Shi Zheng's small universe and slipped inside. As soon as he stepped into this place, he couldn't help being a little startled. That was because Shi Zheng's small universe was different from any universe, cave heaven, or universe paradise that he had ever entered before. This entire world was dyed in black, as though smeared in pitch-black ink. He immediately understood why the high-rank open heaven realm masters had suggested investigating each other's small universes. The small universe of an open heaven realm master corrupted by the black ink was certainly very different from the ordinary. Moreover, the difference was so obvious that it was impossible to conceal and could be seen at a glance. Relying on this method of investigating the small universe would accurately reveal whether a person had been corrupted by the black ink. Yang Kai quietly perceived his surroundings. The universe paradise that Shi Zheng left behind after his death contained a rich sword Dao essence, which was in line with the divine manifestation he displayed before. This sword Dao essence was useless to Yang Kai, but he would not have refined this Dao essence, even if it proved otherwise. Shi Zheng had been corrupted by the black ink, so who knew whether there was anything wrong with his Dao essence? Yang Kai's purpose in coming here was to search for Shi Zheng's legacy. After investigating the small universes of the many high-rank open heaven realm masters earlier, he saw various different treasures. Shi Zheng was also a high-rank open heaven realm master, so he should also be fairly wealthy. There were no traces of living beings in the small universe, which indicated that Shi Zheng had not raised any living beings. Not everybody was as blessed as Yang Kai to meet the conditions to raise living beings, after all. Yang Kai's divine sense spread out like the tide, and he soon found several buildings that resembled houses. Those buildings stood out conspicuously with no intention of concealment whatsoever. The small universe was the foundation of an open heaven realm master after all, so there was no need to worry about their treasures being stolen even if they left the treasures out in the open, unless they were dead. There were pronounced energy fluctuations within those buildings. Therefore, Yang Kai quickly rushed over with gleaming eyes and soon arrived. A quick search of the buildings immediately brought a smile to his face. The wealth of a seventh-order open heaven realm master was quite substantial indeed. Leaving aside the hundreds of millions of open heaven pills, there were also cultivation materials of various orders, including sixth-order and even seventh-order ones. Not to mention, there were quite a large number of them. He even found some 6th order and 7th order yin and yang element materials. In addition, there were many artifacts that looked extremely extraordinary. Shi Zheng was a 7th order open heaven realm master, so there was no saying how long he had lived. In any case, all the treasures that he accumulated in his life and stored in his small universe were now taken away by Yang Kai. Yang Kai searched for a little while longer, but found nothing else. Only then did he leave this place. Be that as it may, he used a space secret technique to completely suppress and seal the portal of this small universe. This place was within the boundaries of high heaven territory, so if the world force from Shi Zheng's small universe leaked out into the void, it was bound to be absorbed by the star boundary world tree. The power of the Black Ink clan was far too bizarre. More importantly, Yang Kai was unable to determine the ramifications of the world tree devouring this evil energy. In that case, he might as well suppress and seal this place completely. With his current attainments in the Tao of space, there should not be anyone in the 3,000 worlds who could break through his space secret techniques. The only thing that continued to pose a problem was the black ink smoke that Shi Zheng left behind. This thing could be said to have come from the same source as the black ink insect. Furthermore, it was extremely corrosive. Leaving it here was not very safe. If a curious passerby were to approach this place, they would most likely end up being corrupted by the black ink. Just as Yang Kai was trying to figure out a solution to the problem, he suddenly heard somebody calling him via transmission. Therefore, he returned to the deck of Yu Xiangdai's ship. "Have you finished your discussion?" Yang Kai asked. Yu Xiangdai nodded. "Yang Kai, we need to head to Langya Paradise as soon as possible. Seeing as Shi Zheng has been corrupted by the black ink, Langya Paradise might be in danger." Yang Kai simply nodded. "All right." She continued, "If you have nothing better to do, we would like you to come along with us." "No problem." Yang Kai agreed readily. Everybody couldn't help being a little taken aback by his answer. They had been thinking about all the ways to persuade him if he refused to join them. But who could have known that he would agree so readily? All the words that they prepared in advance subsequently became redundant. In their opinion, the biggest reason they wanted him to accompany them was that his small universe had the protection of the world spring. There was no need to worry about him becoming corrupted by the black ink. It could be said that any one of them might become infected and be turned, but Yang Kai would not face such issues. He was somebody whom they could put their absolute trust in. In such a treacherous battlefield, a person whom they could trust explicitly would oftentimes make a big difference. Otherwise, they would not have wanted to bring him along. This trip might be dangerous. Yu Xiangdai looked at Yang Kai seriously. Yang Kai laughed. "I faced danger too, when Shi Zheng was trying to kill me earlier. The Black Ink clan affects the peace of the 3,000 worlds. This Yang Kai might have been on the safe side for some time, but I am also partially responsible for this matter." He then quickly advanced the conversation and asked, "Have you decided on your course of action? You don't expect all the open heaven realm masters in Langya Paradise to open the portal of their small universe for you to check, right?" Yu Xiangdai shook her head and replied, "We don't need to check all the open heaven realm masters. As I told you before, the black ink insect is very rare and precious in the 3,000 worlds. The black ink clan will not bother to corrupt any cultivators below the high-rank open heaven realm. That is why we only need to investigate the high-rank open heaven realm masters. At that time, we only need to investigate their small universe to discover any problems as soon as possible." After pondering in silence for a moment, Yang Kai shook his head and said, "That's not enough. If there are more masters who have been corrupted by the black ink in Langya Paradise, then your actions will only force them to take drastic measures. There's no saying how much harm you will cause to Langya Paradise if that were to happen. You might also put yourselves in danger. What if those people choose suicide like Shi Zheng, and the black ink smoke in their bodies permeates the air? How can any eggs be left unbroken when the nest has been disturbed? What's more, you are not looking for the people who have been corrupted by the black ink, but the actual black ink clansmen behind them. Investigating the small universe is the easiest way to alert them to the situation. Yu Xiangdai sighed, how can we not know that? But investigating small universes is definitely the most convenient and effective method. Besides, we can't think of a better idea. The people who have been corrupted by the black ink look no different from ordinary people on the outside. As for the actual black ink clansmen, we might be able to capture a few people who had been corrupted by the black ink and interrogate them thoroughly. Yang Kai again shook his head. Shi Zheng clearly had the strength to fight still, but when he realized that you were approaching and that he no longer had hope of escaping, he resolutely ended his life. His actions go to show that the people who have been corrupted by the black ink have blind allegiance to them. Although you can find the people who have been corrupted by the black ink, judging by Shi Zheng's actions earlier, it is impossible to learn the whereabouts of the black ink clansmen from them. Everybody looked at each other in distress. They undoubtedly had a greater understanding of the black ink clan than Yang Kai. Even though it was their first time seeing somebody who had been corrupted by the black ink, there were some records in ancient books after all. Besides, they also witnessed the scene of Shi Zheng's suicide just now, so they knew that Yang Kai was speaking the truth. The people who had been corrupted by the black ink were literally loyal to the death, so it was extremely difficult to obtain any clues from them. Do you have any good ideas? Yu Xiangdai asked. Yang Kai rubbed his chin quietly. Then he suddenly turned to look at the black ink smoke that Shi Zheng left behind. An inexplicable light flickered in his eyes, and a short while later, he finally asked, "Do you know whether the people who are corrupted by the black ink can sense each other?" Yu Xiangdai shook her head. That has never been confirmed. After all, the 3,000 worlds has been stable for so many years, with the exception of the incident from 70,000 years ago. At the time, only one person had been corrupted by the black ink. Besides, very little information on the black ink clan has been recorded in the ancient books. Yang Kai thus said enthusiastically, "We should prepare for the worst-case scenario. Assume that there is a pure black ink clansman concealed within Langya Paradise. There are many masters who have been corrupted by the black ink, and these masters are able to sense each other." Yu Changdao looked at Yang Kai with a puzzled expression. "Sect master, why does it seem as though you are very excited?" "Nonsense." Yang Kai flatly denied. "I'm simply making assumptions. How can I possibly be excited?" Marshall Peak, Chapter 4750. I have a bold idea. Somebody asked puzzledly. So, what if the people who have been corrupted by the black ink can sense each other? And so what if they can't? Yang Kai rubbed his chin and replied, "I have a bold idea. Wait here for a moment. I'll be right back." While saying so, he suddenly turned around and charged into the black ink smoke. Everybody looked at each other, not having any idea what Yang Kai was doing. In the blink of an eye, the black ink smoke that was as dense as fog began to churn violently and recede at a speed that was visible to the naked eye. Somebody exclaimed in astonishment, "Is he collecting the black ink smoke?" If that was not the case, then there was no other explanation for the scene in front of them. The expressions of Yu Changdao and Yu Xiangdai changed greatly at the sight, and they nervously paid close attention. After refining the world spring, Yang Kai's small universe was flawless and impermeable. External forces could not invade or harm his small universe. Even the black ink smoke and the black ink insect could hardly shake him in any way. However, those were only external forces. There was no saying what would happen if Yang Kai opened a portal into his small universe and collected the black ink smoke into his body. Be that as it may, the scene in front of them clearly indicated that he was doing exactly that. For a time, all of them were extremely nervous. They also secretly thought to themselves that Yang Kai was far too daring. Even high-rank Open Heaven Realm masters like them were terrified of the black ink smoke, but he was actually accepting it into his body. Yang Kai had indeed opened the portal to his small universe inside the black ink smoke and guided it into his body. He had been wondering about what to do with the black ink smoke just now. The black ink smoke did not look like it was about to disappear anytime soon, but he could not leave it be without doing anything either. The only solution was to set up a grand array that would cover this area and turn this region into a restricted area. Be that as it may, doing so would only draw more attention to this place. Who could say whether a random passerby with abundant curiosity would try to break the barrier to take a peek inside? Upon learning that Yu Changdao and the others planned to bring him to Langya Paradise with them, Yang Kai couldn't help but entertain the idea of taking the black ink smoke away with him to avoid future troubles. He had completely suppressed and sealed the portal to Shi Zheng's small universe with a secret technique, so without him, other people would never be able to open it, even if they knew the location. If he could take the black ink smoke away with him, then he would truly have nothing to worry about anymore. At the same time, he had an idea that he wanted to verify. His understanding of the Black Ink clan and the people corrupted by the Black Ink was too lacking. The cave heavens and paradises did not know much about this topic either, so he might be able to use this opportunity to do some experiments. Naturally, Yang Kai was not foolish enough to gather all the black ink smoke into his small universe in one go. After all, it would be too late for regrets if something went wrong. He first tried to collect a small amount of the black ink smoke into his small universe. To his pleasant surprise, he soon discovered that the black ink smoke remained suppressed by the power of the world spring even when it was inside his small universe. It was unable to cause any disturbances, much less affect his heart or mind. In this way, he confidently and boldly went ahead with his idea. The world spring is amazing. No wonder it is listed as one of the 4 universe pillars. When he first obtained the world spring in the shattered heaven, Yang Kai never imagined that it would have such a powerful suppression effect on the Black Ink clan. If that was true for the world spring, then the other 3 would surely be no different. The 4 universe pillars were pretty much the nemesis of the Black Ink clan. It didn't take longer than an incense for all the black ink smoke to be collected into Yang Kai's small universe. When he returned to the group, they stared at him extremely vigilantly. Several dozen auras were locked firmly on him, and they looked as though they would blast him to smithereens at the slightest sign of trouble. Yang Kai felt awkward for a moment before he quickly opened the portal to his small universe. "Please calm down, everyone. I have not been corrupted by the black ink. Please take a good look." They did not hold back. At this time, it was better to err on the side of caution. Numerous divine senses poured into Yang Kai's small universe to investigate the situation. In one corner of his small universe, a large cloud of black ink smoke seethed as though it had a mind of its own. Fortunately, it was suppressed and sealed in place by an invisible force that made breaking through impossible. Apart from this spot where the black ink smoke existed, the rest of Yang Kai's small universe was business as usual. Everybody breathed a sigh of relief. It was not until this moment that they knew the world spring had such a wonderful effect, and they couldn't help feeling envious for a time. One should not be fooled by the fact that their cultivation was higher than Yang Kai's. If they were to encounter the black ink insect or the black ink smoke, they would be powerless to resist. Yang Kai, please be very careful. If you notice anything strange about the black ink smoke, you must immediately split off and abandon the contaminated land. Even if you have to damage your small universe, you must never allow yourself to be corrupted by the black ink. Yu Xiangdai warned. Splitting off and abandoning the contaminated land in one small universe was the method recorded in the ancient books of the cave heavens and paradises to defend against the black ink smoke and black ink insects. Doing so would damage one's small universe and might even cause their cultivation to regress, but it was still better than being corrupted by the black ink. I understand. Sect Master Yang, those small stone creatures. One of them remained curious about the small stone race living in Yang Kai's small universe. Small stone creatures? I don't know what you're talking about. You must be mistaken. Brushed aside by Yang Kai, that person looked extremely speechless. I'm not blind. Those strange stone men were running around everywhere. How could I have seen wrongly? Good. Let's stop the idle chat here. Yu Xiangdai looked around. We should set off for Langya Paradise as soon as possible. If there are no objections, then we should depart now. Everybody nodded in agreement. Thus, Yu Xiangdai immediately steered the ship to head towards the territory gate. On the deck, Yang Kai said, Seniors, I have a plan, but I don't know if it is feasible. Everybody immediately became curious, and Yu Xiangdai asked, What plan do you have? Let's hear it. Yang Kai explained, I'm sure your original plan is to head straight towards Langya Paradise to investigate the small universe of the high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters. Find those who have been corrupted by the Black Ink, and follow the trail in search for the true Black Ink clansmen. She nodded. This plan is simple and straightforward indeed, but we have already mentioned the drawbacks earlier. We might also alert the enemies and make the Black Ink clansmen behind the scenes become vigilant. Besides, those who have been corrupted by the Black Ink might not reveal any useful information. If that's the case, then we will only capture some of the people who have been corrupted by the Black Ink at most. That only treats the symptoms and not the root cause. The Black Ink clansmen hiding behind the scenes might use the Black Ink insect to corrupt others in the future if we cannot find them. At this point, Yang Kai suddenly proposed, But what if I infiltrate them? As you know, I have not been corrupted by the Black Ink. However, the people who have been corrupted by the Black Ink don't know that. When Shi Zheng attacked me this time, he believed that his success was a certainty. I'm sure the rest of the people who have been corrupted by the Black Ink think so too. That's why, in their opinion, Shi Zheng would have succeeded. So, they will believe I am one of them. Everybody nodded when they heard those words. The high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters were not fools. Not to mention, Yang Kai had already made his meaning so simple and clear. It was not difficult for them to understand. So my idea is, let me go to Langya Paradise first to figure out just who has been corrupted by the Black Ink. It will be even better if I can figure out the identity or location of the Black Ink clansmen. At that time, the enemy will be in the dark, but we are not. It won't be too late for you to take action then. Yu Xiangdai pondered for a moment, then she nodded lightly. This is a good idea indeed. But in doing so, you will face great danger if you are exposed. If this plan was implemented, then the high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters could not enter Langya Paradise with him. On the contrary, they would be required to lie in ambush and wait for news from him. They could only make a move once they received confirmation from Yang Kai. In response, Yang Kai just smiled. Their strongest means are the Black Ink insects and the Black Ink smoke. Unfortunately, both these two things are ineffective against me. The hardest part is trying to get them to accept me. That is why I asked whether the people who have been corrupted by the Black Ink can sense each other and verify each other's identities as a result. Yu Changdao immediately understood. Sect Master, did you collect the Black Ink smoke into your small universe for this reason? Yang Kai nodded. It will be for the best if they are unable to sense each other. If that's the case, then they will have no way to judge whether I have been corrupted by the Black Ink. At that time, I only need to mention Shi Zheng, and I'm sure they will not suspect me too much. But if they have the means to sense each other... While saying so, he suddenly lifted his hand, and a wriggling ball of Black Ink smoke immediately appeared above his palm. The expressions of the masters around Yang Kai changed drastically at the sight, and they swiftly retreated. Yang Kai quickly stored the Black Ink smoke and chuckled. I'm sure this will be enough to reassure them. Yu Xiangdai glared at Yang Kai. Use your mouth to talk. Don't frighten others. Yes, yes. Yang Kai quickly nodded in agreement. In any case, let me infiltrate them and figure out the truth. It will be better than attacking them head-on from the start. Yu Xiangdai nodded lightly before asking the crowd, What do you think? Their previous plan had been much simpler, but there was no real hope of capturing the real Black Ink Klansmen with it. On the other hand, Yonkai's methods might be a little convoluted, but were more likely to eradicate the Black Ink Clan threat once and for all. Comparing the two, the answer was obvious. "I agree with Sect Master Yang's proposal," somebody said. "And I. Count me in." A short while later, everybody came to an agreement. Yu Xiangdai then declared, "Since nobody has any other opinions to express, we will act according to this new plan." She turned to look at Yongkai. "It's just that doing this will not guarantee your safety. When you enter Langya Paradise, you have to be very careful. We will try and figure out a way to sneak in and meet up with you." Yongkai smiled. "Even if I am exposed, I can flee if I can't win. I'm good at this kind of thing. At that time, I will need your help to clean up the situation, seniors." "That's easy enough." Everybody nodded once more. Yongkai did not know whether it was only his imagination, but he seemed to sense a trace of approval in the eyes of these high-rank, open heaven realm masters. In the past, even though he could stand on equal footing with the high-rank, open heaven realm masters and negotiate with them in certain areas, he had never received their true recognition. For all this time, the high-rank, open heaven realm masters from the cave heavens and paradises had always looked at him like he was a young upstart. That was not difficult to understand, though, as the cave heavens and paradises had spent years to achieve the prosperity, heritage, and fame they enjoyed today. Meanwhile, Yongkai had relied on the Star Boundaries World Tree and his status as a Star Boundary Great Emperor to obtain the right to speak to them on equal footing. Didn't that make him a nouveau riche in the eyes of aristocratic families with a long history of inheritance? Nevertheless, the situation was different now. Technically speaking, he could have ignored the matter related to Langya Paradise as he was not part of the cave heavens and paradises. Although he held the title Yinyang Cave Heaven's son-in-law, he had yet to actually marry Chu Huashang. However, Yongkai had taken the initiative to volunteer to infiltrate the enemy's base to gather intelligence. The courage to take on such a task was not something just anyone would possess. Marshal Peak. Chapter 4751, Langya Territory. Langya Territory was vast and boundless. It was also the great territory where Langya Paradise was headquartered. Even Voidland had its own great territory. So, as one of the 72 paradises, it was only natural that Langya Paradise owned a great territory too. Aside from the central area in Langya Territory that was off-limits to outsiders, travelers were free to access all the other areas in the Great Territory. This was basically the case with all the cave heavens and paradises. The reason was that the large-scale star cities under their control relied on traveling cultivators to gain popularity, who would come and do business with them if the entire Great Territory was sealed off. Take Void Territory, for example. Aside from Voidland itself, the other areas could be freely accessed by all cultivators. The group of high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters quietly sneaked into Langya Territory. After that, Yongkai headed to Langya Star City alone while Yu Xiangdai and the others remained hiding outside. If such a large group of high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters entered Langya Star City all of a sudden, they would surely attract Langya Paradise's attention. It would be inconvenient for them to act freely if that happened. The current plan was for Yongkai to infiltrate Langya Paradise, learn the identity and whereabouts of the people corrupted by the Black Ink, follow the trail in search of the pure Black Ink Klansmen, and notify Yu Xiangdai and the others about his findings as soon as possible. It was an arduous task, and much needed to be done in short order. Yongkai came to the Star City's void dock, and looking around, saw that it was crowded with people coming and going in an endless stream. Any star city under the control of the various cave heavens and paradises were first class and had high popularity. Cultivators from different great territories across the 3,000 worlds would gather in these star cities, bringing incalculable benefits to the cave heavens and paradises every year. If Void Star City had not attracted interest with the Heavenly Yuan seal stabilizing pills, it would never have become a first-class star city. However, in comparison to Langya Star City, Yang Kai discovered that, although Void Star City could be considered to be in the same tier, it was still quite inferior to Langya Star City in terms of heritage. That was understandable, though, as Langya Paradise had existed for hundreds of thousands of years. It was simply impossible for a newly emerging great force like Void Land to compete. There was a master overseeing the dock, and his aura was completely undisguised, revealing that he was in the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm. Thus, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling amazed by Langya Paradise's impressive assets. Even the person in charge of the Void Dock was in the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm. It had to be said that the person overseeing Void Land's dock was Jin Yuan Lang, who was only in the Fifth Order Open Heaven realm. Yang Kai obediently stood at the end of the line, waiting for the Langya Paradise disciples to inspect him. Before it got to his turn, one of the Langya Paradise disciples seemed to receive some instructions and headed straight for him. The Langya Paradise disciple approached him and politely said, "Senior brother, Marshal Uncle Zong invites you into the inner hall." Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a little surprised. He did not know why he would be noticed by this Marshal Uncle Zong when he was simply standing in line quietly. Before he could understand the situation, though, the Langya Paradise disciple headed to another person and repeated similar words. There was also a third person who received this treatment. Yang Kai looked at the other two and discovered that they were just like him, giving off the aura of the Sixth Order Open Heaven. Only then did he realize something. He had not been targeted specifically. On the contrary, all the Sixth Order Open Heaven Masters entering Langya Star City would receive similar invitations. It was probably for the stability of Langya Star City. Even if there were masters overseeing Langya Star City in the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm, if anybody with nefarious intentions were to infiltrate, it would create a huge loss if anything went wrong. After understanding this point, Yang Kai calmly walked towards the inner hall by the side of the dock. There was also a man and a woman following behind him, but he did not know their origins. Inside the inner hall was a middle-aged man sitting behind a long desk. His aura was extraordinary, and as soon as Yang Kai and the other two walked in, he observed them carefully without any reservations. It was not until the three of them had approached that he finally opened his mouth. "Please take a seat." Yang Kai and the other two exchanged a glance with each other before they took their respective seats. The middle-aged man showed no hospitality. According to his self-introduction, he was called Zong Yuquan, and he was in charge of overseeing the dock at Langya Star City as well as inspecting the cultivators passing through. There was no particular reason for inviting these three over. He simply wanted to question them about their respective origins and backgrounds. That was part of the protocol at Langya Star City since ancient times. While they could ignore anybody below the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm, those in the Sixth Order and above would need to be inspected thoroughly to enter Langya Star City. The man and the woman reported their respective identities and origins, and Zong Yuquan verified them one by one. After confirming that there were no problems, he gave them each a special token before he released them. Before they departed, he also warned them not to cause any trouble in Langya Star City. Otherwise, they would be killed without mercy. Both the man and the woman clearly knew the rules here. It was probably not their first time coming here, so they naturally responded in affirmation. After the two of them departed, Zong Yuquan finally turned to look at Yang Kai. "Where did you come from, Your Excellency? Why did you come to Langya Star City?" Although they were both in the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm, Zong Yuquan had always maintained a slightly arrogant attitude when facing Yang Kai and the other two. Having been born in one of the 72 paradises, his heritage was not something that normal people could achieve. Therefore, he was indeed superior compared to other Sixth Order Open Heaven realm masters who did not come from the cave heavens and paradises. Yang Kai had been wondering whether he should conceal his identity or tell the truth. It was just that Zong Yuquan clearly had a method to verify a person's identity, so concealing his name might be unrealistic. Besides, the main purpose of his visit was to search for the people who had been corrupted by the Blacking clan, so it would not be convenient for him to act if he concealed his identity. Nevertheless, Yang Kai did not reveal his identity directly. Taking out a token, he smiled and asked, "Senior Brother Zong, do you recognize this item?" Zong Yuquan looked up and raised his brow in astonishment. "That is a token belonging to a Lang Yu Paradise core disciple. Where did you get it?" That item was equivalent to a status symbol in Lang Yu Paradise. Only core disciples were qualified to possess one. It was impossible for ordinary people to obtain one. Be that as it may, one of these items had appeared in Yang Kai's hand. It was only natural for Zong Yuquan to be surprised. He did not suspect that Yang Kai had obtained this token by killing the owner and stealing the other party's treasures. If that was truly the case, then Yang Kai would never have had the guts to come here. Hence, the only explanation was that he either picked it up from somewhere or it was given to him by one of Lang Yu Paradise's core disciples. This token was indeed given to Yang Kai by Gu Pan. After returning from the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, many of the cultivators who escaped with their lives thanks to Yang Kai's help had given their respective tokens to him before they went their separate ways. They had invited him to visit them at their respective sects whenever he had the time. Gu Pan had given him this token back then. Yang Kai had thought about visiting Lang Yu Paradise whenever he had the time. After all, Zhang Ruashi was staying in Lang Yu Paradise, and this token would allow him to visit her easily. It was just that he had been so busy running around for so many years that he only managed to visit Lang Yu Paradise briefly, and upon discovering that Zhang Ruashi was in retreat, he swiftly departed. If it was not for the Blacking clan, he would not have come here again so soon. "This is something Gu Pan gave me," Yang Kai replied honestly. Zong Yuquan exclaimed in surprise, "Your Excellency, are you acquainted with Junior Sister Gu?" "We are friends who face life and death together," Yang Kai nodded. Yang Kai's answer truly left Zong Yuquan scratching his head in puzzlement. It stood to reason that he, as a disciple in Lang Yu Paradise, was acquainted with Gu Pan. Although they were not very familiar with each other, they had at least interacted with each other on a few occasions in the sect. As one of the few core disciples in the sect, Gu Pan was a rising star who had advanced directly into the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm. That was something Zong Yuquan could not compare with. Besides, for her to give her token to another person, it could be seen that the relationship between them was not superficial. He pondered in silence for a moment before he finally asked, "May I ask who this fellow brother is?" "Voidland's Yang Kai." Yang Kai replied with a smile. Zong Yuquan's eyes immediately brightened, and he stood up. "Are you the same Yang Kai who is Voidland's Lord and the Star Boundary's Great Emperor within High Heaven territory?" "I can't believe I have such prestige now. That feels really amazing for some reason." Yang Kai nodded reservedly. "It is this Yang." An inexplicable glint flashed across Zong Yuquan's eyes, and he instantly became much more welcoming. "Oh my! I've long admired you. I've long heard about you, but never had the chance to meet you. Now that I see you today, you definitely live up to your reputation." "You are too polite, Senior Brother Zong." Yang Kai nodded his head with a smile. Zong Yuquan did not doubt Yang Kai's identity. Seeing as the core disciple's token had been brought out, there was no benefit to be gained even if this person was an impersonator. That was why he was confident that the person in front of him was Yang Kai, even though he had never met Yang Kai before. After that, they exchanged pleasantries for a little while longer before Zong Yuquan finally shouted, "Come in!" The Lang Yu Paradise disciple who guided Yang Kai to this place earlier stepped into the room and cupped his fist. "Marshal Uncle Zong!" Zong Yuquan said, "Return to the sect and inform Elder Gu Pan that a friend of hers has arrived in the Star City. Please ask her to come here." The disciple glanced at Yang Kai curiously before he left to carry out his orders. Zong Yuquan then asked for tea to be served. His attitude seemed to indicate that he regretted not meeting Yang Kai earlier. Even though Yang Kai was a little taken aback by Zong Yuquan's enthusiasm, He had no choice except to make perfunctory conversation with the other party. Zhong Yuquan clearly had great curiosity towards the star boundary's world tree and asked many questions regarding it. When he learned that the feedback of the world tree was only effective for cultivators who had yet to condense their Dao seals and had no benefit towards those who had condensed their Dao seals and advanced into the open heaven realm, he sighed with regret. I wish I had been born 3,000 years later. He smiled bitterly. I'll be honest with you, junior brother Yang. Even though I advanced into the fifth order open heaven realm during my initial breakthrough into the open heaven realm, I actually had the qualification to advance into the sixth order open heaven realm. But, just to be on the safe side, I chose to advance into the fifth order open heaven realm. If I had something like the world tree back then, this senior brother would have advanced into the sixth order open heaven realm with no problem. Yang Kai smiled and said, You are now a sixth order open heaven realm too, senior brother. Zhong Yuquan said, That's different. The limit for the fifth order open heaven realm is the seventh order open heaven realm. But if I advanced directly into the sixth order open heaven realm back then, my limit would have been the eighth order open heaven realm. The difference of one order is as vast as heaven and earth. Yang Kai nodded lightly. The seventh order open heaven realm and the eighth order open heaven realm might only have a difference of one order, but the gap in strength was like day and night. Just like how a seventh order open heaven realm master could easily kill a sixth order open heaven realm master, an eighth order open heaven realm master killing a seventh order open heaven realm master required little to no effort on their part. Back in the shattered heaven, a seventh order open heaven realm master, like Xia Linlang, didn't even have the courage to face Bright Sun Divine Monarch. Furthermore, she had been chased to the brink of desperation. Now that we have the world tree in the star boundary, even more rising stars will surely emerge in Langya Paradise. This is all thanks to you, junior brother Yang. It was just a coincidence. Yang Kai waved his hand dismissively. When he first planted the world tree, he had simply wanted to stabilize the star boundary. Who would have thought that it would make the star boundary so famous? And now, the small and remote star boundary had become the center of attention of the entire 3,000 worlds. The name Open Heaven Realm Cradle was well-deserved indeed. Marshall Peak. Chapter 4752, Daring Probe. Elder Shizheng is a long-term resident of the star boundary. You can always visit him if you need anything in the future. Junior brother Yang. Langya Paradise has a long history with you after all, so it's only natural that we help each other, Xingyu Qian said with a smile. Yang Kai nodded. I met Elder Shizheng just before coming here. He took great care of me. Zhong Yuquan asked in concern, How is Elder Shi doing? Yang Kai smiled. He is doing just fine. After conversing for a bit more, Zhong Yuquan seemed to receive some sort of message. He then said apologetically, This Zhong needs to oversee the dock and verify the information of the people who come and go here. I'm afraid I can't stay and chat any longer, junior brother. Yang Kai tactfully stood up. Please go ahead, senior brother. Zhong Yuquan nodded. Junior sister Gu will be here soon. Why don't you take a stroll around Star City? There are many treasures that can be found in Langya Star City. If you find anything you like, feel free to let me know. I will. Yang Kai responded. When he turned around to leave, a strange idea suddenly came to him. He nodded lightly at Zhong Yuquan and murmured softly, Black Ink Eternal! That was what Shizheng mentioned before he died. Yang Kai had not understood what those words meant at the time, but he came to understand their meaning after listening to the explanation from Yu Xiangdai and the others. Those who had been corrupted by the black ink generally looked no different on the surface, but their hearts had already undergone a drastic change and they were only loyal towards the black ink clan. Even a seventh order open heaven master, like Shizheng, had shouted those words just before his death. It could be seen just how dangerous the black ink clan's influence was. The truth was that Shizheng probably lost his sense of self a long time ago. Furthermore, these words were most likely a belief that they upheld or some kind of mantra they lived by. It was not as though Yang Kai had noticed anything out of the ordinary when he said these words at this time. He simply wanted to probe the waters and did not expect any response to his statement. Contrary to expectations, Zhong Yuquan stared at Yang Kai with a stunned expression for a moment before he reached out to touch his chest lightly and whispered, "Black ink eternal!" Yang Kai nodded lightly and turned to leave. Exiting the dock, he turned into a crowded street and quickly blended into the crowd with the help of the stream of people passing by. A short while later, he came to a halt in front of a shop. Although his expression was normal on the surface, Yang Kai was cursing madly deep down in his heart. Didn't they say that the black ink insects were precious? So the Black Ink clan will only target high-rank Open Heaven Realm masters. I can't believe Zhong Yuquan is one of those who were corrupted by the Black Ink. This discovery was so shocking that he could barely believe it. Yu Xiang Dai and the others told him that the Black Ink insects were extremely precious to the Black Ink clan, and converting a mid-rank Open Heaven Realm master was simply not worth the effort. That was why the Black Ink clan would only target high-rank Open Heaven Realm masters. For so many years, all the high-rank Open Heaven Realm masters who did not come from any cave heaven or paradise had either been recruited by the cave heavens and paradises or sent to some unknown place instead, because the cave heavens and paradises were afraid that these people might be targeted by the Black Ink clan. At that time, it would only take one bad apple to spoil the whole bunch. However, a casual probe from Yang Kai had confirmed that Zhong Yuquan was corrupted by the Black Ink. Looking at the situation now, it would seem that Zhong Yuquan had been probing Yang Kai when he either intentionally or unintentionally mentioned Elder Shizhen earlier. In that case, he probably knew about the plan in the star boundary too. The fact that he responded without the slightest hesitation when Yang Kai said the words, "Black Ink Eternal," clearly indicated that he believed Shizhen had succeeded. The truth was that Yang Kai would not have been able to escape unscathed during his encounter with the black ink insect if he had not coincidentally obtained the World Spring. Hence, in the eyes of a person corrupted by the black ink like Zhong Yuquan, Shi Zheng's success was only to be expected. Just how many people have been corrupted by the black ink in Langya Paradise? It would seem that the situation had taken a turn for the worse, so Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a slight sense of panic. He wandered around the Star City aimlessly for some time, but it didn't take long for a familiar divine sense to appear in the surroundings, seemingly searching for something in Star City. It was Gu Pan's divine sense. Yang Kai quickly responded to her probing. She quickly confirmed his location, and a petite figure descended from the sky a moment later. Many people stopped and looked around on the street, wondering who was so bold as to act so recklessly in Langya Star City. However, they quickly understood upon seeing the clothes she was wearing. Upon seeing that she was from Langya Paradise, they were not surprised by her actions. Senior Brother Yang, Gu Pan landed in front of Yang Kai and nodded in greeting. Junior Sister Gu. Yang Kai nodded lightly. It's been a few years since I last saw you, but your noble bearing remains the same. The last time he met her was during Yinyang Cave Heaven's Tao Theory Assembly. In the blink of an eye, nearly 100 years had passed. She replied, "You seem to have gotten stronger, Senior Brother Yang." He chuckled. "I was lucky and came across some opportunities." She asked curiously, "Senior Brother Yang, did you come here for something?" He casually said, "It's nothing important. I mainly came here to see you." Gu Pan studied him seriously for a moment before all of a sudden, she took out a jade slip and turned to face him while speaking calmly. "Senior Brother Yang, please repeat what you said just now." "What do you mean?" Yang Kai asked, somewhat bewildered, to which Gu Pan frankly stated, "I'm collecting evidence. When Senior Sister Chu comes out from retreat, I'm going to inform her that you were busy picking flowers everywhere while she was in seclusion." Yang Kai's expression turned as black as the bottom of a pot as he protested, "There's no such thing." Besides, even if I want to mess around, I wouldn't be interested in your small body. Gu Pan giggled. One may know a person for a long time without understanding his true nature. Who knows what kind of special interests you have, senior brother? Yang Kai looked a little crestfallen as he mused. Junior sister, you've changed. You were not like this before. You used to be so innocent, but you're so suspicious of everything now. Huh. Come, have some dried fish. Yang Kai suddenly took out a large bag of dried fish from his space ring. Meanwhile, Gu Pan continued to point the jade slip at him and used a secret technique to record his current actions as she stated. Look at this, senior sister Chu. Senior brother Yang is deliberately catering to bribe me, so I keep silent about his crimes. Yang Kai raised a fist and rapped his knuckles on her head. At the same time, he stuffed a dried fish in his hand into her mouth. Stop fooling around. I came here for a reason. Although Gu Pan's mouth was stuffed to the brim, she did not forget to add another sentence. Senior brother is getting angry out of shame and being unreasonable. He glanced sideways at her. Fortunately, she quickly put the jade slip away and swallowed the dried fish in her mouth. This is not the place to talk. Follow me, senior brother. While saying so, she soared into the sky, after which he quickly followed behind her. They soon left Langya Star City and headed straight for the central area of Langya territory. That was where Langya Paradise's headquarters was located. Yang Kai traveled forward with Gu Pan. The space ahead was empty, but he could sense that there was an enormous array covering the entire area in front. Passerbys could not see the inside of Langya Paradise from the outside. When they arrived in front of the grand array, Gu Pan took out a token. After a flash of light, a magnificent scene immediately entered Yang Kai's eyes. Countless small spirit provinces dotted the void like stars, surrounding 3 large spirit provinces that formed a triangle in the middle. Even though they were separated by a distance, Yang Kai could clearly sense the abundant world energy and dense world force coming from those spirit provinces. It was not his first time entering a cave heaven or paradise. In the past, he had also seen the heritage of a top great force with a long history during his time in Yin Yang Cave Heaven. Nevertheless, Yang Kai could not help feeling amazed by the sight of Langya Paradise at this moment. The cave heavens and paradises truly deserved their reputations. Void Land could not compare with them at all. It was not just a matter of the number of masters and disciples in the sect, but also the accumulation of time and inheritance. At present, what Void Land lacked the most was time. The area after entering the Grand Array could finally be considered the core of Langya Paradise. This place that was covered by the Grand Array was not a place where ordinary people could enter. They continued forward and soon arrived at a certain spirit province. This spirit province was not very big, but it had a beautiful environment. That was especially true for the huge lake in the middle. The lake even had large fish swimming about freely. Surprisingly, there was nobody on this spirit province. Gu Pan explained, "This is where I cultivate. Most of the time, other people will not come here." Yang Kai couldn't help gnashing his teeth in envy. A great force is a great force indeed. Even a core disciple can monopolize a spirit province without anybody's interference. Why did you come here, senior brother? Gu Pan led him to a bamboo building by the lake and poured him a glass of water. The thing is, Elder Shi Zheng asked me to give you a message, junior sister. Yang Kai had given some thought to this matter on the way here. His initial plan was to visit Gu Pan as soon as he arrived here. With her identity as a core disciple, it would be easier for him to move around unnoticed. However, thanks to his experience with Zhong Yuquan, he could no longer decide whether even she was safe or not. A mere Zhong Yuquan had been corrupted by the black ink, so wouldn't a core disciple like Gu Pan be targeted too? She would definitely be more valuable to the Black Ink clan than Zhong Yuquan if she was corrupted. If possible, Yang Kai did not wish to suspect her. Unfortunately, this matter was related to the Black Ink clan. It was better to err on the side of caution. Otherwise, he might set off a turmoil in Langya Paradise if the truth was exposed. Many people would die if that happened. Elder sure has a message for me. Gu Pan was a little taken aback. Although she was also a Langya Paradise elder, she had not interacted much with Shizheng in the past. That was why she couldn't help being surprised. Yang Kai nodded. Gu Pan sat opposite him and asked curiously, "What did Elder Shi want to tell me?" Yang Kai stared at her and spoke in a solemn manner. Elder Shi said, "Black ink eternal." Zhong Yuquan's reaction had convinced him that these words could help him distinguish between friend and foe. If Gu Pan responded with those words, then there was no doubt that she was also corrupted by the black ink. For that reason, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling anxious as soon as the words left his mouth. On the opposite side, Gu Pan stared at him blankly before she nodded lightly. "Black ink eternal!" Yang Kai's expression became a little melancholic, and he couldn't help feeling heartbroken. Has this petite and adorable little girl also been corrupted by the black ink? Suddenly, something unexpected occurred. A paintbrush appeared out of nowhere, and with a surge of sixth-order world force, the paintbrush danced in the air and struck Yang Kai a dozen times in a row. A chain suddenly wrapped around his body, and a powerful restraining force shackled him firmly in place. Immediately after that, Gu Pan grabbed hold of the paintbrush and made several smooth strokes. Another layer of restraint was instantly layered onto his figure. Everything happened so quickly, and Yang Kai had been distracted due to his distress at the time, so he had been caught completely off guard as a result. By the time he recovered from his shock, it felt as though there was an entire world bearing down on him. The pressure caused him to hunch over and become breathless. Martial Peak, Chapter 4753. You're not seen your brother Yang. Gu Pan moved extremely fast. After using a secret technique to shackle Yang Kai in place, she quickly soared into the sky without the slightest hesitation. Although both of them were in the sixth-order open heaven realm, she had witnessed his ability with her own eyes. During Yin Cave Heaven's Tao Theory Assembly, Xiaoxing of Thousand Birds Paradise had also been in the sixth-order open heaven realm. Even so, he had been killed by Yang Kai almost immediately in their confrontation on the prison star. Not only was he a core disciple of Thousand Birds Paradise, but he had also advanced into the sixth-order open heaven realm some decades earlier than them. Gu Pan was a core disciple of Langya Paradise. Nevertheless, she had to admit that she was not very different from Xiaoxing in terms of strength, even after 100 or so years of accumulation. Seeing as Yang Kai had already been capable of killing Xiaoxing easily at that time, the current Yang Kai was definitely not somebody she could fight against. That was why she immediately tried to flee after using a secret technique to bind and imprison him. If it were anybody else in their generation, she would have taken the opportunity to try to deal a lethal blow. Unfortunately, her opponent was Yang Kai. She knew she wasn't capable enough, so she chose to escape instead. Suddenly, Gu Pan felt a large hand grab her ankle. When she turned around to look, her expression became shocked. That was because Yang Kai had broken free of the multiple layers of restraint that bound his body in an instant. He remained seated in his original position, but his outstretched hand gripped her as firmly as iron shackles. She was flooded with despair. Even though she knew that he was much stronger than her, she never expected him to be so powerful. "Get down!" Yang Kai shouted, and with a yank of his hand, Gu Pan was unceremoniously dragged downward and slammed into the table with a loud bang. The wooden table shattered and dust flew everywhere. World force fluctuated, and the paintbrush in Gu Pan's hand emitted a bright light. But before she could act, Yang Kai had already placed a palm on her forehead, and a heavy power fluctuated out like a sharp weapon. Pursing her lips, she lay quietly in front of him. Her entire body was stiff, and her clear eyes glared at him fixedly. Yang Kai grinned. "Junior sister, why did you attack me so suddenly?" She calmly replied, "Don't you know why I attacked you?" Please enlighten me, junior sister. Sorrow flashed across Gu Pan's eyes as she shook her head. You are no longer the senior, Brother Yang, I know. Who am I if not me? Yang Kai bent down and stared at her intently with a sharp gaze, looking as though he was going to eat her. Gu Pan turned her head to the side and declared, There's no point talking. Just kill me. He laughed. Kill you? Won't that be going too easy on you? While saying so, he suddenly reached out his hand and took out a wooden box from his space ring. He waved his hand, and world force fluctuated. It was only after he placed a barrier in all directions that he opened the wooden box. The black ink insect immediately rushed out of the wooden box, only to be caught by him. Gu Pan had been indifferent even when facing death, but her expression immediately twitched at the sight of the black ink insect as she muttered, I knew it. You've been corrupted by the black ink after all. To think that you even have something like the black ink insect. Oh! Yang Kai looked at her in surprise. You can actually recognize the black ink insect, junior sister. In that case, this will be much easier to explain. Junior sister, why don't I show you the true path? Closing her eyes, Gu Pan, she spoke quietly. I may not be your opponent, but it is not difficult for me to destroy my own small universe. Yang Kai simply nodded in appreciation. I couldn't have known from your appearance. Unlike your stature, it turns out that your courage is not small, junior sister, but it doesn't matter. I like those with courage. It makes breaking your bones one by one all the more pleasant. You're not allowed to cry, junior sister. Widening her eyes, Gu Pan glared at him. Go ahead and kill me. If you are planning to corrupt me with the black ink, I advise you to give up on the idea. I will kill myself immediately if you dare to release the black ink insect. Yang Kai stared at her coldly, his murderous intent surging. Nevertheless, she stared straight back at him without any fear. It was only a long while later that he suddenly released her and placed the black ink insect back into the wooden box. Gu Pan immediately leaped up in response and distanced herself from Yang Kai as much as possible, staring at him suspiciously. On the other hand, Yang Kai stood up calmly and cupped his fist. I'm sorry, junior sister Gu. I had no choice but to test you just now. Please forgive my discourtesy. Gu Pan stared at him warily and asked, What are you plotting here? If you don't kill me, I will expose your identity as somebody who has been corrupted by the black ink to the entire Langya paradise. At that time, you will have nowhere to escape. Yang Kai grinned. If I die, won't senior sister Chu become a widow? Are you really willing to do that? Senior brother Yang is dead already. You are not him. Yang Kai knew that it was useless to explain, as no matter how hard he tried, anybody who had some understanding of the Black Ink clan would no doubt believe that he had already been corrupted when they saw him holding the black ink insect in his hand. Therefore, he simply pushed his world force to open the portal to his small universe and said, You will understand the truth if you take a look for yourself. Junior sister, I will explain everything to you once you have confirmed it for yourself. Gu Pan looked at Yang Kai suspiciously. His expression looked very sincere, and he did not look like somebody who had been corrupted by the black ink. More importantly, if he had really been corrupted by the black ink, then his actions just now did not make sense. He could have released the black ink insect into her small universe so that she would also be corrupted as well. However, he had not done that. Bewildered, she poured her divine sense into his small universe and carefully examined the situation. To her surprise, she was greeted by the sight of tens of millions of living beings thriving in his small universe. She saw the ant-like small stone race, the world spring, and the billowing black ink smoke that had been suppressed and sealed in a certain corner of his small universe. A long while later, Gu Pan finally withdrew her divine sense. The hostility on her face had melted away, and she looked at him in surprise. Senior brother, you? He smiled at her. You believe me now, right? Senior brother, your small universe has already fully materialized. Yang Kai's face twitched at those words, and he snapped, "Is that all you saw? You're focusing on the wrong thing, junior sister." Gu Pan then asked, "Those billowing clouds that resemble thick, black ink, is that the black ink smoke?" He nodded. She could not understand. "How did you suppress and seal the black ink smoke?" "As far as I know, that thing is extremely corrosive. If it invades the small universe of a cultivator, it will quickly spread out and contaminate them. Eventually, the owner of the small universe becomes corrupted by the black ink. The only solution to this problem is to sever the contaminated land in the small universe as soon as possible. The slightest hesitation will result in dire consequences." Yang Kai simply smiled and asked, "Did you see the spring?" Gu Pan nodded, and in the next moment, realization suddenly struck her. One of the 4 universe pillars, the world spring. She was not ignorant about the world spring. In truth, as a core disciple, she had already heard about some of the secrets in the 3,000 worlds that other people did not know from her honored master after she advanced into the 6th order open heaven realm. Among those secrets included the existence of the Black Ink clan. When her honored master told her about these matters, he also mentioned the 4 universe pillars. That was because the 4 universe pillars could be said to be the nemesis of the Black Ink clan. It was just that she had only heard of such things before, and this was her first time seeing the actual thing in person. So it had taken her a while to react. After understanding this point, her entire body relaxed, and she breathed out in relief. She spoke in a relieved voice. "In other words, you have not been corrupted by the black ink, senior brother." Yang Kai smiled. "How could I lie to you about something like that?" Gu Pan was bewildered, however, and asked, "If you're not corrupted by the black ink, senior brother, then why did you try to test me earlier?" The smile on his face gradually faded, and he looked at her solemnly. "Junior sister, the things that I'm going to tell you may be a little hard to accept. Please mentally prepare yourself." Those words made her stiffen in surprise for a moment. Then she sighed. "Somebody in Langya Paradise has been corrupted by the black ink, right?" He nodded. "Is it Elder Shizhang?" Gu Pan asked. Yang Kai was surprised. "How did you know, junior sister?" She responded sadly. "After my advancement into the 6th order open heaven realm, my honored master told me about the Black Ink clan. At the time, he also mentioned the black ink insect and the black ink smoke. Honored master said that these 2 things came from the same source. Moreover, the black ink smoke would only appear following the death of somebody who had been corrupted by the black ink. Seeing as you have suppressed and sealed the black ink smoke in your small universe, that can only mean that you killed somebody who had been corrupted by the black ink. In addition, you came all the way to Langya Paradise and deliberately tested me after meeting me. That can only mean that this matter is related to Langya Paradise. At present, the only person in Langya Paradise who is in contact with you, senior brother, is Elder Shizhang, who is stationed at the star boundary. Junior sister is beautiful and intelligent indeed." Yang Kai nodded. It was indeed Elder Shizhang who was corrupted by the black ink. If that were all, I would not have tried to test you as soon as I met you, but the truth is... All of a sudden, Gu Pan raised a hand to interrupt him. "Senior brother, before that, please check my small universe and verify my identity." Yang Kai couldn't stifle his laughter as he waved his hand. "No need. I've seen your reaction just now, junior sister. To be honest, I already knew when I saw you trying to run away. The reason why I continued to test you after that was just to be on the safe side. Please forgive me, junior sister. Even so, you should check properly. The power of the Black Ink clan is extremely treacherous. Only by seeing with your own eyes can you be certain that you will be safe." While saying so, she proactively opened the portal to her small universe. Helpless, he could only probe her small universe with his divine sense. She was a 6th order open heaven realm master, but her situation was different from his. Her small universe had not transformed from immaterial to corporeal, so there was no actual substance in existence. Nevertheless, the inside was filled with abundant world force. A short while later, Yang Kai retrieved his divine sense and nodded his head at her. "It's fine." Gu Pan closed the portal to her small universe and cleaned up the shattered table before she asked, "Senior brother, just what is going on?" Yang Kai sighed and told Gu Pan about how Shi Zheng had invited him for a private meeting previously. Gu Pan's expression became increasingly solemn as she listened. She never imagined that a foreign affairs envoy and inner elder of her sect would turn out to be somebody who was corrupted by the black ink. In fact, if Shi Zheng had not tried to corrupt Yang Kai with the black ink, his identity would not have been exposed. The world spring was extremely rare. Therefore, Shi Zheng never planned for the possibility that Yang Kai had refined one. That was what prevented the invasion of the black ink insect and caused the attempt to corrupt Yang Kai with the black ink to fail. In addition, Yang Kai had already become a grand dragon, so there was no way to silence the witness to the crime. Furthermore, as long as Yang Kai was in high heaven territory, he could borrow the might of the star boundary to immediately warn the others stationed there. Once the high-rank open heaven realm masters arrived at the battlefield, Shi Zheng was cornered. His only option was suicide. Even if he could have stayed and fought to the death, the final outcome would not have changed at all under those circumstances. He might even end up being captured alive. In that case, a swift death was the best option available to him. After discovering Shi Zheng's identity as somebody who had been corrupted by the black ink, we guessed that there might be more people who have been corrupted inside Langya Paradise. There might even be a pure black ink clansman hiding in this place. The seniors intended to come straight to Langya Paradise to investigate everyone one by one. However, I believed that we would only alert the enemy by doing so. That is why I volunteered to take the initiative and see if I could infiltrate the ranks of those who have been corrupted by the black ink. If I can figure out who is an enemy and who is a friend, then I might be able to uncover the hiding place of the true black ink clansman. That would be the ideal outcome. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4754, Langya Paradise's Sect Master, Li Yuanwang. When I was at Langya Star City's Void Dock earlier, I was summoned by a senior brother named Zhong Yuquan. After chatting for a bit, I casually tried testing him just before we parted ways and confirmed that he had been corrupted by the black ink. Yang Kai quickly said, "Gu Pan was shocked. Senior brother Zhong has been corrupted by the black ink." He nodded solemnly. Black ink. Eternal. That was what Shi Zheng mentioned before he killed himself. I don't know what those words meant, but it's most likely a firm belief held by the people who have been corrupted by black ink. Saying those words to Zhong Yuquan was nothing more than a whim at the time. I never imagined that Zhong Yuquan would respond to me in the same manner. Gu Pan understood. "Is that why you used the same words to test me?" "That's right. I didn't expect you to be so decisive and imprison me immediately, Junior's sister." Gu Pan explained, "Honored Master told me about the people who have been corrupted by the black ink, so I know about the existence of the black ink clan. However, information on the black ink clan has always been controlled within the cave heavens and paradises. Even the non-core disciples in the cave heavens and paradises will not know about these matters. On the contrary, you are not a disciple of any cave heaven or paradise. That's why I misunderstood you when you mentioned the black ink out of nowhere. So that's how it is. Senior brother, this matter is very important. We need to report this to the sect master." Yang Kai frowned slightly at that suggestion and said, "I've thought of doing that, but what if your sect master has been corrupted by the black ink? All the people who have been corrupted by the black ink are currently hiding in the dark. There's no way for us to figure out their identities. The only person I can trust right now is you." Gu Pan hesitated before saying, "I don't think that's likely. If that was truly the case, then I would have been corrupted by the black ink a long time ago. You might not know this, senior brother, but Langya Paradise's sect master is my honored master. He is also the one who told me about the black ink clan." Zhong Yuquan's talent and future potential were certainly not comparable to Gu Pan's, who advanced directly into the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm. Nevertheless, even he had been corrupted by the black ink, so there was no reason why Gu Pan wouldn't be targeted if that were possible. After listening to Gu Pan, Yang Kai also felt that it was unlikely for Langya Paradise's sect master to be related to the Black Ink clan. Zhong Yuquan has probably identified me as one of their own. If there exists communication between the people who have been corrupted by the Black Ink, then the news would surely have spread among them by now. If I go and visit the sect master at this time, still, Yang Kai couldn't help hesitating. However, Gu Pan argued, Langya Paradise has a Tao temple in the star boundary, so it can also be considered as having a cooperative relationship with the star boundary. Not to mention, you are a star boundary, Great Emperor. It's only natural for you to pay a visit to the sect master after coming to Langya Paradise. Even if the people who have been corrupted by the Black Ink learn about this matter, it should not be a problem. This was true. As a junior and a star boundary Great Emperor, there was no reason for Yang Kai not to pay a visit to the sect master after coming to Langya Paradise, as that was just basic etiquette. As soon as that thought crossed his mind, he nodded. Then, I shall trouble you to make the arrangements, junior sister. Come with me, senior brother. Yang Kai walked out of the bamboo building with Gu Pan. Afterwards, they soared off and headed straight for the middle of the 3 huge spirit provinces. Along the way, they passed by many people from Langya Paradise. Most of them would stop and bow politely from a distance when they saw Gu Pan. It could be seen that a core disciple like her enjoyed a very high status. All of a sudden, Gu Pan stopped and bowed to an elderly man who slowly approached them in the void. Marshal Uncle Yuan. The elderly man with the surname Yuan glanced at Gu Pan with a smile and nodded in greeting. Marshal niece, are you looking for the sect master? She replied, Yes, Marshal Uncle. Nodding lightly, he glanced at Yang Kai and asked curiously, Marshal niece, who is this? He doesn't look like a Langya Paradise disciple. She explained, replying to Marshal Uncle, This is Voidland's Lord Yang Kai. Senior Brother Yang is an old acquaintance of mine who came to visit me while passing through Langya Paradise. He was surprised. Oh, you are Voidland's Lord Yang Kai? Junior Yang Kai greets Senior Yuan. Yang Kai bowed in greeting. The elderly man with the surname Yuan stroked his beard with a smile. You're being too polite. This old master has heard your name often in recent days. From what I see, it's true that talented individuals are born every generation. You are praising me too much, Senior. This junior is inferior to you in every way. It is impossible to compare with your prestige, Senior. The elderly man with the surname Yuan immediately looked pleased at being flattered and laughed loudly. Boy, you have a keen way with words. Your future is promising indeed. He then smiled at Yang Kai in a friendly manner. If you're not in a hurry to leave, you should stop by my residence. I have lots of fine wines. It's a pity that I have nobody to share them with. Yang Kai nodded cheerfully. If there are fine wines, then I can't afford to miss this opportunity. I will definitely pay you a visit one day. The elderly man with the surname Yuan smiled in response and waved his hand. Go on then. The sect master is free right now. If you go any later, he might enter retreat. In that case, this junior will take his leave now. Yang Kai cupped his fist and continued forward with Gu Pan. A short while later, Gu Pan sent a divine sense transmission. Senior brother, do you plan to go and sound out Marshal Uncle Yuan? If that was not the case, he would not have answered so cheerfully. Yang Kai asked, Do you think there is a chance that this Senior Yuan might be corrupted by the Black Ink? Gu Pan pondered in silence for a moment before she shook her head. I don't know. Marshal Uncle Yuan Du is one of the 3 vice sect masters in Langya Paradise. He is usually very kind and treats the disciples very well. His only weakness is that he likes listening to flattery a little too much. I hope He isn't one of those who have been corrupted by the black ink. Yang Kai felt a little speechless. No wonder his casual flattery had made Yuan Du so happy just now. It turned out that Yuan Du liked receiving such praise. As for whether he had been corrupted by the black ink or not, there was nobody who could say for sure. After all, if Yang Kai had not come here today, Gu Pan would never have believed that Elder Shizheng was also one of those who were corrupted by the black ink. The pair continued forward, and a short while later, they landed in front of a grand palace located in the central Spirit Province. Gu Pan walked inside with great familiarity and came directly to an inner hall. When she knocked lightly on the door, a stern voice soon came from within. "Enter!" The doors opened slowly. Beckoning towards Yang Kai, Gu Pan took the lead to enter. The hall was not that large, and when Yang Kai looked up, he immediately saw a middle-aged man standing in front of an easel. He was holding a paintbrush in his hand and seemed to be wholeheartedly drawing something. "Honored master," Gu Pan called out softly. "En." The middle-aged man responded without lifting his head or pausing the movements of his hands. Yang Kai took the opportunity to study the sect master of Langya Paradise. Along the way here, he had asked many questions about this senior and learned that he was called Li Yuanwang. Li Yuanwang was at the peak of the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm, just one step away from advancing into the 8th Order. Even among all the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm masters in the various cave heavens and paradises, he was ranked in the top tier. Seeing him at this moment, his aura was certainly extraordinary. The paintbrush in his hand seemed almost alive in his hands, drawing a beautiful scenery in a single motion. Moreover, the paper spread out in front of him radiated with a faint world force. This world force was not the world force that he mobilized, but rather it seemed as though the drawing itself had become an independent world. When Yang Kai met Gu Pan for the first time, he had found it strange that she used a paintbrush as her weapon. Such an artifact was very rare after all. Judging from the current situation, though, it would seem that this was an influence from her master, Li Yuanwang. Yang Kai waited quietly, observing Li Yuanwang from time to time. Although Gu Pan could more or less confirm that Li Yuanwang had not been corrupted by the black ink, nobody could say for sure. What if he had been corrupted by the black ink? A long while later, Li Yuanwang finally stopped painting. He took 3 steps back to study his work before he nodded repeatedly in satisfaction. Without even lifting his head, he called out, "Kid, come here. Tell me, how is this king's painting?" Yang Kai was startled when he heard those words, but he responded quickly, "Yes." Gu Pan hurriedly grabbed him by his sleeve and subtly shook her head at him. "Don't go, senior brother." "What's wrong?" Yang Kai looked at her in puzzlement. She said nothing and simply shook her head with a troubled expression on her face. Li Yuanwang looked up at her and snapped unhappily, "What do you mean by that, little girl? This master worked hard to produce this painting. What's wrong with asking your friend to take a look? Hurry up and let go." Only then did Gu Pan release her grip on Yang Kai's sleeve in a helpless manner. She also turned her head to the side, unable to bring herself to watch what would surely happen next. Li Yuanwang looked at Yang Kai with a smile. This little girl has always made such a fuss over nothing. As her master, I have failed to educate her well. Please do not take her words to heart. Yang Kai naturally denied those statements. Walking over to easel, which had been facing away from him the whole time, he finally saw the painting and could only draw in a sharp breath of shock. "How is it?" Li Yuanwang asked earnestly from the side. "Hasn't this king's painting technique simply reached beyond the mundane and ascended to the highest heights?" Yang Kai looked at the picture scroll in front of him as though it had picked up a dagger and stabbed him in the gut. The masterpiece looked like it had a cloud of ink in the east and a drop of ink in the west, all smeared together in what could only be described as a chaotic mess. For a while he didn't know what to think and could only say quickly, "Senior, this painting is more. It has not just ascended to the peak. It exceeds beyond and has reached the extraordinary. It shocks history and dazzles the present. There is a universe within this painting. My conscience that hurts. It feels like I'm going to suffocate. Gu Pan looked at Yang Kai with a shocked expression. Meanwhile, Li Yuanwang became absolutely animated. That's right. This king has cultivated his painting techniques for thousands of years. In this world, who would dare claim to be the best if this king claims to be second best? Yang Kai cupped his fist and said in a low voice, I cannot speak about the future, but there are definitely no precedents to seniors' painting skills. N. Li Yuanwang nodded repeatedly while rubbing his chin and staring at his own painting. After a long time, he suddenly asked, You mentioned that there is a universe in this painting. Tell me more. Tell you what? Even the constantly wriggling black ink smoke that is currently suppressed and sealed in my small universe looks better than this painting. No wonder Gu Pan tried to stop me from approaching earlier. She obviously knows her master well. This painting is truly an eyesore. Go on. Why aren't you speaking? On the contrary, Li Yuanwang did not seem to have any self-awareness and continued urging Yang Kai to speak. Yang Kai's impression of Langya paradise shattered immediately. Even the sect master has such behavior. It's no wonder Yuan Du, a seventh-order open heaven realm master who serves as one of the vice sect masters, likes listening to flattery so much. This is a prime example of the saying, if the foundation is crooked, the roof will be too. Yang Kai held his thoughts in for a long time, not knowing what to say in response. Gritting his teeth, he looked up at Li Yuanwang and blurted out, Senior, Black Ink Eternal. Gu Pan's exquisite ears twitched slightly when she heard those words. She stared at her honored master, watching for any changes in his demeanor while secretly drawing upon her world force. Li Yuanwang stared at Yang Kai blankly. A long time passed before he asked curiously, What did you say? Yang Kai quickly waved his hand dismissively. It's nothing. It's nothing. The words had just left his mouth when a majestic world force swirled and surged. The splattering, like drawing on the picture scroll, instantly came alive, and the scattered patterns in the painting wriggled incessantly. With a flash of light, the world itself flipped upside down. By the time Yang Kai and Gu Pan recovered their senses, they were no longer standing in the hall, but instead in some unknown world. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4755. This king has been defiled. The light in this world was bizarre, and the scenery was distorted. Yang Kai looked around only to see that nothing in this world was normal. Li Yuanwang was sitting on something that resembled a throne, not far ahead. He leaned forward slightly with one hand under his chin, staring at Yang Kai calmly, but with great hostility. Around him, terrifying bursts of energy emerged one after another to form sharp swords that hummed uncontrollably. Sword intent permeated the air with overpowering, murderous intent. This is the world within that painting. Yang Kai immediately understood the situation. The painting really turned out to contain a universe inside. It was not until this moment that he realized he had underestimated Lang, Paradise's sect master. The painting was not a random scribble. It was just that he didn't know how to appreciate it. Gu Pan stood nearby, feeling a little shocked. It was obvious that she had also realized the peculiarity of the world within the painting. She had always thought that her honored master's painting skills were terrible. Who could have known that he had such strange methods? Boy, what did you say just now? Can you repeat what you said? I didn't hear you clearly. Li Yuanwang stared at Yang Kai with a sharp gaze. Naturally, he heard everything clearly and was simply seeking confirmation. Pretending not to know anything earlier was so that he could mislead Yang Kai in order to drag him into the world within the painting while the other party remained unguarded. Yang Kai turned to look at Gu Pan. At this time it was useless for him to explain, so it was better for her to speak instead. Gu Pan understood and blurted out a shocking statement. Honored master, Elder Shizheng, has been corrupted by the black ink. Li Yuanwang's hostility froze abruptly. He could distrust Yang Kai, but he was willing to believe the words of his own disciple. Thus he asked with a grim expression, "Where did you receive this information? Can it be trusted?" She nodded heavily. Senior Brother Yang witnessed it himself and came here from the star boundary for this very reason. "Tell me more." He turned to look at Yang Kai. Yang Kai quickly repeated what he told Gu Pan earlier. Li Yuanwang's expression changed, becoming more and more solemn. It was not until Yang Kai finished explaining that Li Yuanwang finally asked, "You managed to test Zhong Yuquan with those words, so you tried to test this king too?" Yang Kai nodded. Of course, he would never say that the main reason was that the terrible painting had rendered him speechless, so he randomly blurted out that phrase. "Words have no proof. Open your small universe. This king wants to check for himself." Li Yuanwang stood up. He subconsciously believed that Yang Kai was not lying. Otherwise, Yang Kai would not have come all this way from the star boundary for no apparent reason. However, this matter was related to the Black Ink clan, so it was better to err on the side of caution. Yang Kai felt helpless. His small universe had been checked too frequently recently. Unfortunately, this was the simplest and most effective method to determine whether the other party had been corrupted by the Black Ink. Yang Kai opened the portal to his small universe, and Li Yuanwang's divine sense immediately poured in. A short while later, he looked at Yang Kai in shock. "You sure are bold. I can't believe you dared to suppress and seal the Black Ink smoke in your small universe." Yang Kai laughed dryly. If not for the World Spring, this junior would not have dared to act so rashly. Li Yuanwang nodded lightly, but just as he was about to speak, he heard Yang Kai saying, "Senior, it's your turn now." His mouth fell open. "Huh?" Yang Kai stared at Li Yuanwang and said, "Senior, please open your small universe and allow this junior to inspect it." Li Yuanwang was so furious that he laughed. "You want to check my small universe?" Yang Kai replied seriously, "That's the only way to confirm that you have not been corrupted by the Black Ink, Senior. If this king had been corrupted by the Black Ink, you would be dead by now." "That's not true. Who knows? Maybe you're just trying to misdirect us." Yang Kai shook his head. Li Yuanwang looked at Gu Pan and pointed a finger at his head. "Is there something wrong with your friend's head?" Gu Pan replied, "Honored master, I would also like to take a look." Li Yuanwang immediately looked heartbroken. "Xiao Panner, why are you being like this? Is it true that girls will always side with outsiders when they grow up? Your honored master raised you up with such difficulty. Do you think it was easy?" Yang Kai stepped forward and quickly interjected. "Senior, this matter is too important to simply brush aside. If you insist on refusing to allow us to check your small universe, then this junior can only assume that you have been corrupted by the Black Ink and you do not dare to let others inspect you. If that is the case, please don't blame this junior for disrespecting you." Li Yuanwang looked at Yang Kai with a smile. "What are you going to do if this king has been corrupted?" "Those who have been corrupted by the Black Ink consider me their comrade now. If you and I begin fighting, then this matter will remain unresolved. Those corrupted by the Black Ink will surely become vigilant as a result. If you have not been corrupted by the Black Ink, then you will not want something like that to happen. Senior, please cooperate." Li Yuanwang couldn't help feeling a headache. Nevertheless, he had to admit that Yang Kai was right. Now that Yang Kai had given Zhong Yuquan the impression that they were comrades, the latter would definitely have passed the message to the others who were corrupted. Therefore, they would alert their enemies and create needless trouble if a fight were to break out between them now. Yang Kai could ignore these matters because he was not a member of Langya Paradise. However, as Langya Paradise's sect master, Li Yuanwang could not disregard such concerns. Gritting his teeth, he turned to look at the sky with a despairing expression. "Good. Go on. Look." While saying so, he opened the portal to his small universe. Yang Kai and Gu Pan's divine sense immediately poured into the portal. Li Yuanwang's body shuddered as he woefully despaired. The humiliation. to have my own disciple inspect my small universe. Not to mention, there's a man looking around inside my body. Ah, this king has been defiled. Yang Kai leaned close to Gu Pan and whispered in her ear, "Has your honored master always been so dramatic?" Gu Pan nodded with a complicated expression. Yang Kai sighed. "It must have been hard for you while growing up." "Brat!" Li Yuanwang roared in anger. "This king can hear you. I'm not deaf." "Ha ha ha." Yang Kai withdrew his divine sense and nodded at Li Yuanwang. "There are no problems, senior." "Humph." Li Yuanwang looked extremely upset. With a wave of his hand, the distorted scenery in their surroundings vanished, and the three of them returned to the room from before. He then looked at Gu Pan and warned her earnestly with a serious expression. "In the future, you should not interact so much with friends like this one. It is best if you cut off your friendship and never communicate with each other again, so as not to be led down the wrong path." Yang Kai's expression darkened. "Senior, I'm not deaf either." Li Yuanwang snorted. "So? Do you want to hit me? Go on then, come and hit me." "Honored master." Gu Pan glared at Li Yuanwang sternly. "Please show some propriety." Li Yuanwang coughed lightly and clasped his hands behind his back with the air of a senior expert. He then spoke in a low voice. "At present, we know that Shi Zhang and Zhong Yuquan have been corrupted by the black ink. Shi Zhang is dead, and Zhong Yuquan is overseeing the Star City's Void Dock. I don't know how many more of their accomplices are in the sect. This will be troublesome." Yang Kai nodded and said, "There is only one thing that we can be sure of right now. The people who have been corrupted by the black ink are unable to sense each other." Li Yuanwang glanced at Yang Kai and nodded in agreement after a moment. If they could sense each other, then Zhong Yuquan would definitely have sensed that something was wrong with Yang Kai's identity. In that case, he would not have responded to the probe either. Needless to say, they did not rule out the possibility that he was simply playing along to lull them into a false sense of security, but his reaction had been very natural under those circumstances. He did not look like he was carrying out any nefarious plans. In this way, it seemed Yang Kai would be able to hide himself and infiltrate the enemy ranks successfully. Gu Pan looked at Yang Kai and asked, "Senior brother, do you have a plan?" Yang Kai pondered in silence for a moment. "The top priority is to invite the rest of the seniors over. They snuck into Langya territory with me, but exposing their presence would make things inconvenient, so they remained hidden. If they join us, it will be easier for us to deal with those who have been corrupted by the black ink." Li Yuanwang nodded. "I will handle this matter. Give me their location." Yang Kai immediately took out a jade slip. With a surge of his divine sense, he engraved the location of where Yu Xiang Dai and the others were hiding in the jade slip. After that, he handed the jade slip to Li Yuanwang. With the help of Lang Yen Paradise's sect master, it would be easy for Yu Xiang Dai and the others to quietly enter the core of Langya territory. Then the only thing left to do is to identify those who have been corrupted by the black ink. Yang Kai looked at Li Yuanwang. "Senior, the Cave Heaven Paradises have some understanding of the black ink clan, so do they not have a method to distinguish between friend and enemy?" Li Yuanwang nodded. "There is one." Yang Kai raised his brow. "What is it?" Li Yuanwang pondered for a short while before he spoke. "The power of the black ink clan is treacherous, but also extremely hidden, so it is very difficult to detect. That is why our ancestors developed a spirit array especially to identify those corrupted by the black ink clan. It is called the Revealing Black Ink Array. All the Cave Heaven Paradises have this inheritance. As long as somebody who is corrupted by the black ink stands on the array, their identity will be revealed. That is how we can easily determine who has been infected. But if we actually do that, we will also need to narrow down our inspection targets. You can't expect me to summon all the open heaven realm masters in Langya Paradise and ask them to stand on top of the array for inspection." Yang Kai nodded. "If they did that, it would be no different from inspecting the small universes of others. They would definitely alert their enemy to their movements. At the time, the identities of those who have been corrupted by the black ink would be exposed, and a huge battle would break out among the Open Heaven Realm Masters in Langya Paradise. The situation would surely go out of control. That is why you will still need to infiltrate the enemy and identify who has been corrupted by the black ink. Li Yuan Wang looked at Yang Kai. In a sense, Langya Paradise is pretty lucky. You immediately figured out Zhong Yuquan's identity as soon as you arrived. So perhaps you can go from there. Yang Kai nodded. That's what I think too. I will need you to provide me with a list of names, Senior. What list of names? A list of the names of all the people who were on good terms and had close relationships with Shi Zhang and Zhong Yuquan, including both the 6th Order and the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Yang Kai said pensively, I think we don't need to inspect the 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Even if the 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters are corrupted by the black ink, their value isn't high. I don't think they will be targeted. Good. Li Yuan Wang agreed readily. I'll prepare a list of names and have it delivered to you soon. Just stay with Xiao Panner for now and act as the situation requires. Senior may rest assured I will handle this matter diligently. I'll leave everything to you. He suddenly cupped his fist at Yang Kai with a solemn expression. Yang Kai responded, You are too polite, Senior. I might not be part of a cave heaven or paradise, but I understand the dangers of the Black Ink clan. I may be helping Langya Paradise, but it is also for my own sake. Li Yuan Wang nodded. All of a sudden, he turned around and warned Gu Pan, Xiao Panner, take care of yourself. Don't let any smelly man take advantage of you. If anybody dares to bully you, tell me immediately. I will beat him up on your behalf. While saying so, he glared at Yang Kai threateningly. Gu Pan stomped her feet. Honored master, just stop talking. Having a master like him is way too embarrassing. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4756. Boy, eat my hammer. Yang Kai and Gu Pan returned to her private spirit province. An hour later, another person flew over. He was a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master and Gu Pan's senior brother, with a brave and heroic figure. Moreover, he had an extraordinary bearing on him. Gu Pan introduced them to each other, and Yang Kai learned that the other party was called Dong Peng. Junior brother Yang, I'll leave this to you. Dong Peng handed a jade slip to Yang Kai and lowered his voice. Honored master asks that you be careful, junior brother. Yang Kai nodded. Many thanks for your concern, senior brother. I will act prudently. Dong Peng nodded and patted Gu Pan's small head before he soared into the sky again. Yang Kai poured his divine sense into the jade slip, but after studying the contents, he couldn't help scowling deeply. Gu Pan asked in concern, What is it? There's quite a lot of names. Take a look for yourself. He handed the jade slip to her. The names inside the jade slip were divided into 2 separate lists. One listed the people who had a close relationship and frequent contact with Shi Zhang, while the other was related to Zhong Yuquan. There were nearly 100 names in total. In addition, all of them were in the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm and above. Even those in the 7th Order numbered as many as 8. It could be seen from these lists alone just how deep the heritage of the cave heavens and paradises was. The 2 lists covered only a portion of the masters in Langya Paradise, so just how many masters were there in Langya Paradise? Written next to each name was not just the information on their respective cultivation, but also the positions that they held in Langya Paradise. Among them, there were more than a dozen who were currently not in Langya Paradise. They were probably out on missions, so there was no need to consider these people for the time being. Even so, there were over 80 people left. Yang Kai alone couldn't check out all 80 of these people one at a time. Doing so would be stupid. The phrase Black Ink Eternal was a convenient method to sound out those who had been corrupted by the black ink. As long as the other party was corrupted by the black ink, they would surely respond to those words. However, if he simply went up to somebody and said these words, Wouldn't it be awkward if the other party was not corrupted by the black ink? Therefore, this investigation method could not be used too frequently. On top of that, according to Li Yuanwang, all the high-rank open heaven realm masters in the cave heavens and paradises knew about the black ink clan. They would definitely react in some manner if Yang Kai were to speak those words to them, regardless of whether they were corrupted by the black ink or not. Just like how Li Yuanwang had taken him by surprise and detained him inside the world of the painting. If Yang Kai wanted to discover the identities of those who had been corrupted by the black ink, then he would need to come up with a different method. Zhong Yuquan was indeed a breakthrough point. Nevertheless, Yang Kai felt that he should not be in such a hurry to contact Zhong Yuquan. It would be inappropriate if he seemed too eager. Besides, from Zhong Yuquan's point of view, he had already recognized Yang Kai as his companion, so he was bound to contact Yang Kai even if the latter did not contact him first. Yang Kai would be able to obtain more information from him at that time. After making up his mind, Yang Kai settled down in Gu Pan's spirit province. There was nothing to do over the next few days, so he went around with Gu Pan and enjoyed the wonderful scenery in Langya Paradise. There were countless spirit provinces, each one with its own unique features. Such a scene, where a man and a woman were inseparable from each other, created many rumors. Many people secretly speculated that Kor, disciple Gu Pan, had some sort of relationship with Yang Kai. In the beginning, they did not know Yang Kai's identity. Very few people knew about his arrival here after all. It was just that Gu Pan's status was special, so he received quite a lot of attention for always being by her side. After making several inquiries, the general public learned that he was actually Void Land's lord. In other words, he was the one who won first place during Yinyang Cave Heaven's Tao Theory Assembly, embarrassing many cave heavens and paradises in the process. That was too much. Although Gu Pan held a high status in Langya Paradise, due to her short cultivation time as well as her petite figure, she was considered a little sister who never grew up in the eyes of her many senior brothers and sisters. Therefore, her many senior brothers and sisters took great care of and doted on her. It would not have been an issue if Yang Kai and Gu Pan were in love with each other. However, the key point was that Yang Kai was a Yinyang Cave Heaven's son-in-law. He was bound to marry into Yinyang Cave Heaven one day. Why is he not standing guard for that seductress, Chu Huashang, and waiting for her to come out of retreat to complete their marriage ceremony? Why did he come to Langya Paradise to flirt with little Junior's sister? What's more, Gu Pan seemed to be very interested in Yang Kai. She spent all day alone with him, bringing him to this spirit province to check out the scenery, or that spirit province to watch the sunrise and sunset. For that reason, many senior brothers were on the verge of despair. They felt as though the delicate flower that they nurtured and raised with extreme care was about to be devoured by a pig. By some strange circumstances, while there were no clues regarding those who were corrupted by the black ink, the undercurrents began moving beneath the surface of Langya Paradise. On a certain day, Yang Kai was again following Gu Pan to one of the various spirit provinces. He had heard that there was a shopping district for the inner disciples of Langya Paradise where many good things could be found. More importantly, the person overseeing this shopping district was a seventh order open heaven realm master whose name was on the list given to Yang Kai by Li Yuanwang. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a little distressed. He had been waiting around for more than 10 days now. But aside from confirming that Zhong Yuquan was one of those who were corrupted by the black ink, he did not have any other clues. The main reason for going to the shopping district was to see if there was anything wrong with the seventh order open heaven realm master overseeing the area. However, halfway through their journey, a stream of light sped towards them from an off angle and blocked their path. This newcomer gave off the aura of a sixth order open heaven realm master and had a tough and sturdy build. As soon as he appeared, he rudely looked Yang Kai up and down with a scrutinizing gaze. Senior brother Zhong Fan. Gu Pan glanced at the person who came and gave a bow before she asked, "Can I help you, senior brother?" Zhong Fan was born with a fierce face, so he did not look like a good person from his appearance alone. Be that as it may, he squeezed out a smile at Gu Pan that could make a child cry in his best attempt to appear gentle. It's nothing. I heard that you had a guest, junior sister, so I came over to have a look. When he turned to look at Yang Kai, his attitude was no longer courteous. He growled, "Are you Yang Kai?" "Yang Kai greets, senior brother Zhong." Yang Kai bowed, feeling a bit curious. Why is this guy called Zhong Fan blocking our way? Not to mention, his attitude does not seem friendly. Yang Kai quietly compared the name against the name list and discovered that Zhong Fan's name was not on it. Zhong Fan waved his hand and roared angrily, "Who are you calling senior brother? Stop trying to get close to me. Boy, eat my hammer." Yang Kai was totally confused. What? Why is he taking out his hammer? He looked up only to see two large sledgehammers appearing in Zhong Fan's hands all of a sudden. These two sledgehammers resembled ordinary iron tools, but under the surging of Zhong Fan's world force, the sledgehammers abruptly swelled and became as big as mountains. Zhong Fan raised one of the sledgehammers high into the air and slammed it down towards Yang Kai in a ruthless move. A furious roar came from his throat. This king hates unfaithful men the most. If you want to play with junior sister Gu's feelings, then you will have to get through me first. The blow was so heavy that even if there was a mountain in front of them, it would surely shatter into pieces. Gu Pan's beautiful face turned pale as she shouted, "Senior brother Zhong, stop!" Before the words could leave her mouth, though, a gentle force pushed out at her. Yang Kai had stretched out a hand to send her out of harm's way. Meanwhile, he dodged to the side. Zhong Fan's attack subsequently struck nothing. When he turned around to look, he saw that Yang Kai had already appeared at another spot without him noticing. Yang Kai stared at Zhong Fan helplessly. "Senior brother Zhong, is there some sort of misunderstanding between us?" Zhong Fan shook his head and raised his sledgehammer to attack Yang Kai again. "Misunderstanding or not, we'll talk after I teach you to show proper manners." Yang Kai dodged again. The techniques that Zhong Fan cultivated were simple and straightforward. His personality was probably similar in that aspect. The two sledgehammers that were as large as mountains contained great power, but he held them effortlessly in his hands. Even though the power behind his attacks was great, that only mattered if he could hit his target. If it were ordinary sixth-order open heaven realm masters, they might not come out unscathed in the face of Zhou Fan's vicious barrage. But if Yang Kai, who was a master of the Tao of Space, could not dodge these attacks, then he would have cultivated all his years in vain. After missing repeatedly, Zhong Fan was livid. "Brat, you're as cowardly as a mouse. How could a person like you even think to deceive little junior sister Gu?" "Junior sister, you better open your eyes wide. You should never go after a man with so little courage." Gu Pan's face flushed beet red as she stomped her foot and shouted, "What are you saying, senior brother Zhong?" "You're blushing? You are blushing." Zhong Fan's rage burned even greater at the sight of the red hue on Gu Pan's cheeks. His aura as a sixth-order open heaven realm master rose steadily, erupting out of him like a volcano as a roar came out of his mouth. "Ah, I'll fight you to the death, you bastard." "Senior brother Zhong, the relationship between junior sister Gu and I is not what you think." Yang Kai tried to explain. He had to investigate the Black Ink clan at the moment. So how could he be in the mood to fight with others? Much less a fight as meaningless as this one. Not to mention, this place was Langya Paradise. So, what if he won against Zhong Fan? Things would end badly for him if he made an enemy out of all the masters in Langya Paradise. Zhong Fan was even more enraged. "How dare you eat, then refuse to pay? I'm going to crush you to death with my hammer, you brat!" The blush on Gu Pan's face had already spread to her neck. "Senior brother Zhong, please stop talking." His voice was so loud that half of Langya Paradise would have heard him by now. If rumors spread about this, She would never be able to prove her innocence. Yang Kai sighed. This isn't getting anywhere. This guy is so obstinate. How did he manage to cultivate until the Sixth Order open Heaven Realm? Seeing as he could not get through the other party with words, Yang Kai decided not to explain with words. One of the sledgehammers was smashing down on him again, so he dodged and came to Gu Pan's side. Reaching out to grab her by the waist, he manipulated space principles and instantly vanished out of sight. Where'd he go? Zhong Fan looked around wildly, but there were no signs of Yang Kai anywhere. After searching for some time, he confirmed that Yang Kai had escaped and roared at the sky, "You heartless thief! Come quickly and fight me to the death." In a remote spirit province, the figures of Yang Kai and Gu Pan reappeared. Gu Pan looked at Yang Kai apologetically. "I apologize, Senior Brother Yang. Senior Brother Zhong has always been like this. I'm afraid he misunderstood after listening to some strange rumor. He does not have any malicious intentions." Yang Kai smiled. "I know. If not for that, I would not have held back just now." Gu Pan suddenly turned to the side. "Why are you here, Senior Brother Lin?" Not far away, under a towering tree, a young man dressed in snow-white robes stood with his hands clasped behind his back. His back was facing them, and his head was slightly raised towards the sky. His posture was suave, but an air of melancholy lingered around him. They heard him sigh softly. The trees may prefer the quiet, but the wind refuses to stop. Yang Kai and Gu Pan exchanged glances with each other in confusion. Senior Brother Lin continued, "I had no plans to participate, but since we encountered each other, it would be inappropriate to feign ignorance. In that case, draw your sword, young man." After saying that, he stretched out his arm and a branch fell into his hand. In an instant, sword intent soared into the sky, and the leaves of the towering ancient tree rustled noisily. Marshall Peak. Chapter 4757, Heartless Thief. Countless fallen leaves rained down from above, and every leaf transformed into a sharp sword that swirled around the young man. There were at least tens of thousands of them. Then the young man raised the branch in his hand and pointed at Yang Kai with a burning fighting spirit. Yang Kai's expression naturally darkened. Zhong Fan, whom he met earlier, had attacked him with a sledgehammer almost on sight, and now this Senior Brother Lin whom he just met was asking him to draw his sword without any reason. Is there something wrong in the head with these Langya Paradise disciples? Yang Kai couldn't help thinking of Li Yuanwang's eccentric personality and sighed in amazement. If the foundation is crooked, the roof will be too. Senior Brother Lin's sword intent burst into flames as he stared at Yang Kai with sharp eyes. Sword masters are killers. This Senior Brother's murderous intent is too strong. That is why I don't wish to attack you, much less bully the small and weak. For little junior sister's sake, I will give you a chance to answer my question. If your answer can satisfy me, then I may be willing to show mercy to you." Yang Kai asked helplessly, "What do you want to ask, Senior Brother?" Senior Brother Lin glanced at Yang Kai before glancing at Gu Pan. Then he questioned, "Can you be faithful to junior sister? I advise you to answer with yes. If you answer with a no, then you will suffer some physical pain." Yang Kai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Senior Brother Lin, I'm afraid you've misunderstood. Junior Sister Gu and I are not." Senior Brother Lin gave a long sigh. "Sure enough, you are a heartless thief who eats then refuses to pay. Pay with your life." The branch in his hand trembled slightly, and thousands of fallen leaves transformed into sword dragons. His figure followed his sword, thrusting towards Yang Kai. Everywhere he passed, space was sliced open in his wake. Yang Kai felt his teeth hurting. Immediately manipulating space principles, he grabbed Gu Pan and left with a flash. Where is he? Senior Brother Lin's attack struck nothing but air, and when he looked around, He couldn't find Yang Kai anywhere. Thus, he frowned and pondered silently for some time before he let out a long sigh. Who can be my opponent in this world? Life is as lonely as snow. After that, he went back to stand under the towering tree with his hands clasped behind his back and his head raised slightly to look up at the sky. A fiery red figure sped over from a distance and landed beside senior brother Lin a moment later. This person was a woman with a curvaceous figure and a stunning appearance. It was just that she was enveloped in a malevolent aura right now, and her entire body gave off the feeling that she could not be approached. It was a feeling that made others shudder in fright. She landed nearby and looked around, her beautiful brow furrowing tightly. Turning to look at the only other person present, she shouted, "Lin Xian!" Lin Xian turned around, but his eyes remained slightly raised towards the sky. He looked down his nose at the woman. "Oh, it's you, senior sister Zhou. Can I help you?" "Senior sister," Zhou quickly said, "I heard that some bastard abandoned little junior sister Gu after thoughtlessly sleeping with her. Who is it?" Lin Xian replied, "I think it was a guy called Yang Kai. He was here just a moment ago, but he ran away after getting beaten by me. He couldn't even take a single blow." "Senior sister," Zhou roared in fury. "Somebody actually did that to junior sister Gu? Damn it, where did he go?" Lin Xian casually pointed in a certain direction. "I think he went that way." She nodded and soared into the sky, clearly intending to give pursuit. However, she soon turned around and came back. Standing in front of Lin Xian, she studied him with a suspicious gaze. He was confused. "Do you need something else, senior sister Zhou?" "Why won't you look at me directly? Are you looking down on me?" she asked coldly. His head remained slightly raised, looking up at the sky as he explained, "Of course not. It's just that I made some mistakes while cultivating, so my meridians are blocked and I cannot lower my head." "So that's how it is." She immediately understood. After staring at him for a short while, she suddenly reached out her hands. She placed one hand on his head and the other hand gripped his lower jaw. Lin Xian did not understand and thus asked, "Senior sister Zhou, what? Ga?" A strong force came out. Following a loud crack, his head turned half a circle. His head, which was originally lifted slightly to the left, was now lifted slightly to the right. Senior sister Zhou took 3 steps back and stared at him for a short while before she nodded in satisfaction. "This is much better. I'm going to teach that heartless thief a lesson." After declaring so, she took to the sky. Meanwhile, Lin Xian remained standing there. His appearance was disheveled, and he was in so much pain that tears threatened to leak out of his eyes. There's something wrong. As Yang Kai and Gu Pan rushed through the void, numerous auras seemed to appear and disappear in their surroundings, giving Yang Kai the illusion that he was caught in enemy territory and powerful foes were lying in ambush all around him. Gu Pan looked apologetic as she whispered, "Senior brother Yang, I apologize. My senior brothers seem to have misunderstood something. It'll be fine once I explain the situation to them later." Yang Kai just shook his head lightly. "There's nothing for you to apologize for. I know I am innocent. Besides, those 2 senior brothers of yours are merely concerned about you. It's not a problem." "Huh." While speaking, he suddenly came to a halt. 2 figures were coming towards them. It was a man and a woman, traveling side by side. The man was handsome and arrogant, while the woman was beautiful and refined. Both of their movements were perfectly in sync, almost as if they came from the same mold. Even their breathing was the same. What surprised Yang Kai even more was that these 2 seemed rather similar in appearance. They were most likely a pair of twins. Those 2 approached Yang Kai and Gu Pan with a smile, showing no intention of stopping at all. It didn't take long for them to arrive in front of Yang Kai, but before he could speak, the 2 newcomers abruptly began weaving around each other in a circular manner at lightning speed. They soon became a blur of figures that surrounded Yang Kai and Gu Pan. Gu Pan exclaimed in astonishment, Senior Brother Rihua. Senior Sister Yuhua, what are you doing? The pair did not answer, but giggling sounds soon entered Yang Kai and Gu Pan's ears from their surroundings. The laughter that filled their ears sounded both enchanting and demonic and had the effect of disrupting their consciousness. For a time, Yang Kai felt dizzy and groggy. Using all his strength to shake his head, he managed to suppress and dispel the effects of the noise. But when he looked up again, he saw that the pair of twins had already disappeared into the distance at a high speed. Their voices came from afar. Huh! The corners of Yang Kai's brow twitched as he muttered, "What is with those two?" There was no answer, though. Surprised, he took a careful look around, but Gu Pan was nowhere to be seen. She had clearly been kidnapped by the man and woman pair at some point. Watching the man and woman taking Gu Pan away, Yang Kai stood on the spot and rubbed his chin in contemplation. Something strange is clearly going on. Are they worried that they might accidentally injure Gu Pan in a fight? Is that why they tried to take her away? Now that she is gone, will there be a mad torrent of attacks raining down on me soon? Yang Kai felt a terrible headache. His main purpose in coming to Langya Paradise was to investigate the Black Ink clan, so he was supposed to maintain a low profile. Why would he want to have any conflict with the Langya Paradise disciples? It was just that the current situation was very troublesome indeed. Not daring to remain in one place for too long, Yang Kai turned and sped in a certain direction. This matter had to be resolved with Li Yuanwang's help. Unfortunately, before he could get far, the sturdy figure of a man appeared in front of him. That man stood there quietly with a long sword in his hands, surrounded by an extraordinary bearing and majestic aura. More importantly, he seemed to be waiting for Yang Kai. When he sensed Yang Kai's arrival, he opened his eyes, and a flash of light seemed to cross their depths. He grinned at Yang Kai and declared, "I'm lucky indeed." Yang Kai frowned slightly and cupped his fist. "Void Land Yang Kai greets this senior brother. How should I address you, senior brother?" The man answered dismissively, "Wang Gao Yang." "So it is senior brother Wang Gao Yang." Yang Kai nodded and asked curiously, "Senior brother Wang, how did you know I would be coming here? Why are you waiting for me here on purpose?" Wang Gao Yang shook his head. "I didn't, but if you ran in another direction, you would find senior brother Lu, senior brother Zhang, and senior brother Zhao waiting for you. That's why I said that my luck is good indeed." "So that's how it is." Yang Kai immediately understood. He had been surrounded on all sides like a dumpling. There were people stationed in all directions, so he was bound to encounter one of them no matter where he ran. He then frowned and said, "Senior brother Wang, I'm afraid that there's a misunderstanding. There is nothing going on between junior sister Gu and I." "I know." Wang Gao Yang nodded lightly. Yang Kai was overjoyed. "So you knew, senior brother Wang." "I finally met a normal person." Yang Kai was filled with a sense of gratitude. All the Langya Paradise disciples are completely influenced by Li Yuanwang. None of them can communicate properly. I'm so glad this Wang Gao Yang seems to be quite reasonable. Since you know the truth, senior brother Wang, then. It doesn't matter whether or not it is a misunderstanding. Wang Gao Yang interjected before Yang Kai could finish speaking. Raising his sword, he pointed at Yang Kai and said, "I heard that you're strong. Zhao Xing of Thousand Birds Paradise died at your hands." Yang Kai replied grimly, "That was also a misunderstanding." The main reason for that incident was that Yang Kai had used too much strength and killed Zhao Xing by accident. Wang Gao Yang grinned. "I like guys who can fight. Enough nonsense. Fight me." After saying that, he swung his sword downward. World force surged, and a sword light sliced through the void towards Yang Kai like a whip. Yang Kai pursed his lips with a speechless expression. He originally thought that he had encountered a normal person who could be reasoned with, but in the end, this person was still looking for a fight. Space principles fluctuated, but Yang Kai quickly noticed that something was wrong. Thus, He swiftly moved to dodge the sword light. Wang Gaoyang moved forward with his sword, and with every step he took, he slashed out wildly. His fighting spirit burned brightly, and he roared with laughter. How can we be unprepared when we know you are proficient in the Tao of space? We only allowed you to escape earlier to get you to lower your guard. This whole region has been sealed with a grand array. Let's see where you can run now. Are all Langya Paradise disciples insane? Just to force me into taking action, they even went so far as to seal this space with a grand array. While avoiding Wang Gaoyang's attacks, Yang Kai earnestly tried to persuade the other party. Senior Brother Wang, weapons have no eyes. You and I have no bad blood between us. Why must we fight such a meaningless battle? Wang Gaoyang turned a deaf ear. However, the sword light became more and more violent. In the end, his attacks turned into a raging storm that rained down on Yang Kai as he finally said, "The likes of Zhao Xing would not have survived more than 10 attacks at the hands of this Wang. More than 2,000 years have passed since this Wang advanced into the 6th Order Open Heaven realm, and I am only one step away from the 7th Order. The strength of my heritage is incomparable to that of Zhao Xing, Junior Brother Yang. If you dare to look down on me, then you will be the only one who suffers instead." Yang Kai's brow twitched at those words. This was his first time meeting a person who praised themselves during a battle. Be that as it may, what Wang Gaoyang said was true. It was impossible for Zhao Xing to be his opponent. Zhao Xing had only advanced into the 6th Order Open Heaven realm 1 or 200 years ago, so he could only be considered a newly advanced 6th Order master. On the other hand, Wang Gaoyang was a veteran 6th Order master. He was not inferior to Mao Zhe and the others. In fact, he might even be superior to them. Yang Kai sighed. "Senior Brother Wang, let's stop here. I don't wish to hurt you." The movement of Wang Gaoyang's hands froze. Immediately after that, he roared with fury. "How dare you humiliate me? I only plan to punish you lightly on account of your relationship with Junior Sister Gu. But since you have the gall to say that, I'll deal with you properly." Marshall Peak. Chapter 4758, next. While speaking, Wang Gaoyang charged towards Yang Kai as the world force of a 6th Order Open Heaven realm master fluctuated violently. Yang Kai let out a long sigh. Judging by the current circumstances, it was impossible to avoid this fight. The Langya Paradise disciples even went so far as to use a heaven-sealing, earth-locking array. If he continued to avoid the situation, he would only become more and more passive. Compared to that outcome, he might as well go wild and reveal his true strength that might make them back down instead. He took a deep breath and reached his hand out. The azure dragon's spear appeared in the palm of his hand, and he quickly said, "Senior Brother Wang, if you insist on fighting, then please excuse my discourtesy." When the words left his mouth, the spear stabbed forward. Wang Gaoyang's eyes lit up. Good. Sword light surged and covered the entire sky. However, the excitement in Wang Gaoyang's eyes quickly turned solemn before it was replaced by shock. That was because the sword light that filled the sky abruptly disappeared into nothing when it stabbed towards his opponent. On the other hand, an extremely majestic world force came from the front. This force caused him to feel an involuntary sense of suffocation. Hong, hong, hong. Following the sound of explosions, a violent force erupted and a brilliant light spread out. Wang Gaoyang's figure was steadily pushed back. "I'm not his opponent at all." There was an incredulous expression on Wang Gaoyang's face. He was at the peak of the 6th Order Open Heaven realm. In other words, he was only one step away from the 7th Order Open Heaven realm. It was not as though there were no other 6th Order Open Heaven realm masters who were stronger than him in Langya Paradise, but there were definitely not many of them. He originally believed that he could defeat Yang Kai easily. Who could have expected this outcome instead? Is this really the strength that a 6th Order Open Heaven realm master can exert? Every single collision shook his small universe to the core. Moreover, the next wave of attacks slammed into him before he even had the time to catch his breath. When Yang Kai first advanced into the sixth order open heaven realm outside the shadowless cave heaven, even existence like Maozhe was no match for him. Since then, how much stronger had he become compared to the past? It was true that Wang Gaoyang was strong. Unfortunately, his strength could only be said to be on par with Maozhe, so how could he be Yang Kai's opponent? Beneath the high-rank open heaven realm, Yang Kai could be said to be invincible. He even stood a fighting chance against a seventh-order open heaven realm master if he transformed into his grand dragon form. Otherwise, he could not have lasted for so long during his battle with Shi Zheng. Thanks to the protection of the world spring in his small universe, there was no need for him to worry about it being shaken by the impacts from opponents in the same order. In contrast, Wang Gaoyang soon began to falter under the brutal collision of powers. His small universe became unstable, and the flow of his world force became obstructed. Consequently, the power that he could exert was affected too. Therefore, he looked extremely vexed. He had never encountered an opponent like Yang Kai before. Under the never-ending attacks, he retreated steadily and hurriedly shouted, "Wait! Get down!" Yang Kai ignored Wang Gaoyang, and the azure dragon's spear slammed down wildly with the force of a falling mountain. Wang Gaoyang raised his sword in defense. There was a loud explosion, then his entire figure plummeted like a falling meteor as he crashed downward. As Wang Gaoyang was blown away, he didn't forget to shout at the top of his lungs, "Yang Kai, how dare you abandon junior sister Gu after thoughtlessly sleeping with her? I will never forgive you even if I die." The thunderous voice resounded across the void as Yang Kai's expression instantly turned as black as the bottom of a pot. This guy, even after losing the battle, he does not forget to disgust me one last time. He felt a slight twinge of regret. I held back too much. I should have beat him up so badly that he can never speak another word again. "Bastard, I finally found you." A coquettish shout rang out at that moment, accompanied by a fiery red figure who charged straight at Yang Kai. Without giving Yang Kai any time to react, a pair of tender fists smashed down on his head with an incomparably violent force. This person was none other than senior sister Zhou, who met up with Lin Xian earlier. Rushing over from Lin Xian's place, she arrived just in time to see Yang Kai defeating Wang Gaoyang. She initially wanted to question Yang Kai thoroughly about the situation. After all, it would have been a happy and beautiful matter if Yang Kai and Gu Pan were in love with each other. However, thanks to Wang Gaoyang's remark, she immediately believed that Yang Kai had done something indecent. So how could she be in the mood for careful questioning? They could talk after she beat him up first. Hence, a vicious wave of fist chi swept towards Yang Kai. He immediately held his spear horizontally across his chest in defense. Following 2 consecutive explosions, he was sent flying backwards. An indescribably terrifying force ran rampant inside his body, causing the vitality in his chest to churn fiercely. Meanwhile, senior sister Zhou was unforgiving. She stuck so close to him that it was almost as though she was his shadow. Her fists transformed into fist shadows that covered the entire sky, bombarding him indiscriminately with a series of attacks. For a time, he was beaten so badly that he could barely react out of shock. This woman, who came out of nowhere, was much stronger than Wang Gaoyang. Furthermore, her fighting style was simple but brutal. Her punches were not only fast, but each one was also packed with an intense intent and the world force of a sixth-order open heaven realm master. Any ordinary sixth-order open heaven realm master would be defeated quickly against this kind of opponent. Having lost the initiative, Yang Kai could only defend desperately. Hundreds of punches struck his body in the short span of a few breaths, and he suffered so much pain that he grimaced. Fortunately, her attacks did not seem to carry any killing intent. It would seem that she came with the intention of punishing him. A short while later, senior sister Zhou stopped attacking and stood there looking at Yang Kai as she said coldly, "Follow me to go and meet Junior's sister Gu. You will obediently apologize to her and reflect on your mistakes. Then you will write a letter to Yinyang Cave Heaven to cancel your marriage with Chu Huashang. If you do that, then this incident will end here." Yang Kai shook his head hard, causing a series of cracking sounds to come from his entire body. Looking up at her, he grinned widely. "You are the first woman to ever punch me like this." The corners of her mouth lifted. "If you refuse to comply, then I'll punch you even harder." "In that case, I'll be looking forward to your performance." A sense of aggression surged in Yang Kai's heart. Senior sister Zhou's expression became colder upon hearing those words as she asked, "Is Chu Huashang that great? You would rather take a beating than dissolve your marriage to her?" Yang Kai shook his head in response and declared, "There is nothing going on between Junior's sister, Gu, and I. You are the ones who have misunderstood something." She gritted her teeth. It might have been a misunderstanding if only one person had this misconception. But are you saying that so many people have misunderstood you? You really are a heartless thief after all. Little Junior sister is too naive. Why did she fall for somebody like you? Good. I'm going to beat you half to death. Let's see if you will reflect on your mistakes when you're lying bloody on the ground. As soon as the words left her mouth, she charged towards him once more. Contrary to her expectations, though, Yang Kai did not avoid her charge. He even put away the azure dragon spear in his hands and raised his fists to meet her attacks. In an instant, the two became locked in a brutal melee, their respective world forces exploding out wantonly. "They've begun fighting!" In front of a grand hall, Li Yuan Wang stood with his hands behind his back as he looked out into the distance. His gaze seemed capable of breaking the barriers of space to clearly see what was happening far away. Next to him stood Gao Ting, one of the 3 vice sect masters in Langya Paradise. Gao Ting was also looking in the direction of the battlefield, and upon hearing those words, she turned to look at Li Yuan Wang and asked, "Is this really okay?" Yang Kai killed a 7th Order Open Heaven realm in the past. The children in the sect won't be his opponents. Li Yuan Wang chuckled. "Of course they're not his opponents." Gao Ting frowned. "Be careful, or you might break their confidence." "I want to break their confidence a little, lest they mistakenly believe that they are amazing just because they come from one of the cave heavens and paradises. The 3,000 worlds has been at peace for so long that the disciples of the cave heavens and paradises are lacking in real training. They all believe that they stand above the others, refusing to look at those who did not come from a cave heaven or a paradise. If turmoil breaks out one day, they are bound to suffer badly at this rate." Gao Ting's scowl grew deeper. "Is the situation that serious?" Li Yuan Wang shook his head. "It's hard to say. Everything is murky right now, but it's always better to prepare just in case." Gao Ting fell silent for some time and did not say anything else. She had initially wanted to stop this whole farce, but there was no reason to stop them if Li Yuan Wang, who was the sect master himself, planned to use Yang Kai for training purposes. Besides, facing some setbacks while growing up might not be a bad thing. How did the ancestor respond? Li Yuan Wang suddenly asked via divine sense. Gao Ting replied, "The ancestor said that you should go ahead with your plans. He will bear the responsibility." Li Yuan Wang nodded lightly, but his gaze was filled with pain. "Who knows how many people will die in Langya Paradise? I hope not too many must be killed." In the void, the battle was in full swing. All of a sudden, the 2 intertwined figures broke apart. An unusual flush spread across Senior Sister Zhou's face. She gritted her teeth and glared at Yang Kai. "I'm a woman. How dare you hit me? I'll kill you." Then she lunged at Yang Kai with even greater ferocity. However, it didn't take more than a few breaths for her to be sent flying through the void. Meanwhile, Yang Kai stood alone with the air of a person who could hold himself against thousands of men with his strength alone, and coldly snorted, "Next!" A figure flew over and grabbed Senior Sister, Zhou, by the waist. He looked at her with a warm gaze and asked, "Are you okay?" She turned away, refusing to let this person see the black eye she was sporting. In fact, she seemed rather bashful as she muttered, "I can't beat him. This bastard might have a lousy character, but he is indeed very strong." The person who came exclaimed, "I'm going to take care of him." "Be careful, Senior Brother Zhao," she reminded him. Senior Brother Zhao nodded and released his grip around her. With every step he took, the world force aura around him became thicker as his momentum rose higher and higher. Yang Kai turned to look at this person with a solemn expression. Senior Brother Zhao stood 10 paces in front of Yang Kai, his majestic world force surging madly, pressing down on Yang Kai as though trying to put pressure on him. Yang Kai remained motionless, simply standing there quietly as he stared at Senior Brother Zhao in return. A short while later, Senior Brother Zhao frowned. "Why did you hit a woman?" He initially wanted to use his rich world force to intimidate Yang Kai, but who could have known that the other party would be so resilient in the face of his strength? It was only then that he realized his opponent was not an easy target. It made sense when he thought about it. If Yang Kai was such an easy target, Junior Sister Zhou would not have been defeated. "Sorry," Yang Kai suddenly muttered with resignation in his voice. Senior Brother Zhao nodded in satisfaction. "It's good that you can reflect on your mistakes, but you shouldn't be saying these words to me. You should say them to Junior Sister Zhou and Junior Sister Gu instead." Yang Kai said, "I'm saying it to you." Senior Brother Zhao was surprised. Why? Yang Kai suddenly stretched out a hand. Mid-motion, his hand turned into a fist, and he punched it out lightly as he shouted, "Cow punch!" Senior Brother Zhao instantly widened his eyes, reacting as though he had been struck by lightning. Opening his mouth, he spurted out a mouthful of blood, and at the same time his body staggered backwards. Yang Kai sighed in a sorrowful manner. "Activating your world force so recklessly will only reveal all your flaws to me. I couldn't help myself. Sorry, Senior Brother." Yang Kai could only use his cow punch if he could trace back his opponent's aura to its source. In other words, he had to track the other party's world force to their small universe in order to attack the latter directly. In the midst of a fierce battle where world force was molded into attacks that were swiftly thrown at each other, it might have taken Yang Kai some effort to prepare. However, Senior Brother Zhao had recklessly and unscrupulously mobilized his world force in front of Yang Kai. That was equivalent to pointing Yang Kai in the direction of the answer without the slightest concealment. With one punch, Senior Brother Zhao was defeated. Martial Peak, Chapter 4759, No One Dares to Fight. All the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, watching this battle from the shadows, were horrified. They had witnessed Yang Kai's battles against Wang Gaoyang and Senior Sister Zhou just now. Hence, there was no denying Yang Kai's strength. Even veteran Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters like Wang Gaoyang and Senior Sister Zhou were not his opponents. Nevertheless, the strength Yang Kai displayed had still been within the range of their cognition. On the contrary, this most recent scene was simply too unbelievable. Senior Brother Zhao, who was significantly stronger than Wang Gaoyang and Senior Sister Zhou, was defeated by a single punch from the enemy and suffered severe injuries on the spot. Is he really in the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm? Isn't he a Seventh Order Master hiding his cultivation? Be that as it may, the energy fluctuations coming from Yang Kai's body clearly indicated that he was only in the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm. Bystanders might not know why Senior Brother Zhao became injured all of a sudden, but Senior Brother Zhao himself understood clearly. Although that punch seemed almost powerless, a ferocious force had exploded within his small universe in that moment. It caused his small universe to shake and tumble, leading his world force to almost go berserk as a result. Next, in the void, Yang Kai looked around with a majestic and imposing air. Many of the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, who were eager to make a move earlier, had gone quiet now. Wang Gaoyang, Senior Sister Zhou, and Senior Brother Zhao had all been defeated. Therefore, Yang Kai's strength caused them to feel despair. How could a cultivator who is not from any of the cave heavens or paradises be so powerful? As far as they knew, the Open Heaven Realm Masters from the cave heavens and paradises had always been stronger than ordinary cultivators. That was because their heritage was different. Within the same order, unless there was a huge gap in accumulation, the disciples from the cave heavens and paradises would always be stronger. Therefore, all the onlookers felt extremely vexed inside their hearts. Not only had Yang Kai toyed with the feelings of their adorable little junior sister Gu Pan, but after thoughtlessly sleeping with her, he had the gall to abandon her. What's more, he was unscrupulously and defiantly flaunting his strength in front of them now. Even though they wanted to help seek justice for Gu Pan, they could not defeat Yang Kai. Going up against him would only bring more humiliation upon themselves. It was to the point where they had already disgraced Langya Paradise completely at this point. A figure stood on one of the spirit provinces, watching the scene from afar. He could not help frowning slightly at the sight. A short while later he gave a small sigh. Taking a step forward, his figure instantly blurred in place. His movements were neither hurried nor slow, but his speed was extremely fast. By the time he took his second step, he was already standing in the void. On his third step, he had already arrived in front of Yang Kai. His black hair was disheveled from the wind, but his figure was stalwart and upright. More importantly, his world force surged fiercely around him. Yang Kai turned his head to look at this person and grinned. The heritage of the cave heavens and paradises is indeed extraordinary. The people who came to challenge him were each stronger than the last. It started off with Wang Gaoyang, followed by Senior Sister Zhou, and then Senior Brother Zhao. And now this person's aura was even more powerful than the previous three. Senior Brother Lemang. It's Senior Brother Lemang. Somebody exclaimed from the shadows. Senior Brother Lemang finally showed up. That bastard is going to get his just desserts. Another person exclaimed in delight. How dare he bully the people of Langya Paradise? That brat is too arrogant. He must be beaten so badly that he vomits 3 liters of blood. Can Senior Brother Lemang win against him? I just hope he doesn't lose. That will really cause Langya Paradise to lose all face. Bah! Sect Master once said that Senior Brother Lemang is the strongest person beneath the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm in Langya Paradise. How could he possibly fail to defeat that brat? Not to mention, Senior Brother Lemang effortlessly took first place in the sect's martial arts meeting 300 years ago. True, don't hold back against him, Senior Brother Lemang. Beat him up until his face is black and blue. When this 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master called Lemang appeared, many divine senses surged and interweaved in the surrounding void as the others chatted passionately with each other. Yang Kai glanced at Lemang. Looks like you're quite popular in Langya Paradise. Lemang chuckled. As the eldest senior brother, I have to act like the eldest senior brother. Yang Kai suddenly recalled the memory of his training in the divine armament world and nodded lightly. I was also an eldest senior brother for a time. Lemang's eyes brightened slightly. I'm sure we will have many common topics to talk about. For example, Yang Kai looked at Lemang with a smile. Lemang replied, for example, enmity should be resolved rather than settled. In my opinion, this dispute is unnecessary. Why don't you just apologize to Junior Sister Gu or something? Junior Brother. Then we can exchange weapons of war for gifts of jade and silk instead. What do you think? Yang Kai shook his head and said, I had no intention of starting a fight in Langya Paradise. It's just that your fellow brothers refused to listen to my explanation. Lemang said, but you have to admit to your mistakes if you made a mistake. In this world, it is normal for a man and a woman to love each other. If you can remain faithful to junior sister Gu, the junior brothers and junior sisters will not make things difficult for you. Junior sister Gu is young, and it has not been long since she started cultivating. In the eyes of us senior brothers and senior sisters, she is no more than a little girl. Nobody is willing to let her suffer any grievances. If anybody were to wrong her, then that person will be our Enam Ga. Before he could finish speaking, he suddenly raised a hand to clutch at his eyes. He stared at Yang Kai incredulously. Junior brother, why did you hit me? I was still speaking. Yang Kai raised his fist, which was as large as a pot, and pondered in silence for a moment. I apologize, I couldn't hold back. Please continue. Lemang glanced at Yang Kai suspiciously before he continued. I've heard about you and Chu Huashang, but it doesn't matter. You have not completed your marriage ceremony yet, so you can just write a letter to Yinyang Cave Heaven to call off this marriage. The reputation of the Yinyang Cave Heaven disciples is not very good. How can Chu Huashang compare to little junior sister? Guh, why did you hit me again? He clutched at his other eye and complained a little unhappily. Are you planning to hear me out? Yang Kai was already lunging forward like a tiger rushing down the mountain as he grinned. You can continue speaking. I'll just start attacking. Lemang was furious. Won't I suffer a huge loss then? While speaking, he charged forward to meet Yang Kai's attack. Their world forces collided with each other, and their figures became entangled like spinning tops. For a time they soared up, down, left, and right, their battle spreading out in all directions across the void. The rumbling sounds of their battle rang out incessantly, and terrifying energy, fluctuations, swept out across the world. The two figures moved so fast that most people could not see how the battle was going. There was no telling who was winning and who was losing. In just a few dozen breaths of time, though, the two figures suddenly separated. One person stood proudly while the other collapsed in a miserable state. The spectators anxiously turned to look in that direction, but the sight that entered their eyes made their blood run cold. The person standing tall in the void was none other than Yang Kai. On the other hand, the person who had been knocked down was the strongest master beneath the high-rank open heaven realm in Langya Paradise, Lemang. Lu Meng's pitiful voice came from afar. I might not be able to win against you, but my words are logical and reasonable. Will you admit your mistakes? Yang Kai ignored Lemang and looked around his surroundings like an eagle staring at a pack of wolves as he asked in a grim voice, Who else? Silence reigned as not a single open heaven realm master hiding in the shadows answered. Even senior brother Lemang was no match for Yang Kai. So who else among the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in Lang, Your Paradise, could defeat him? Thinking about it again during the battle between Yang Kai and senior brother Lemang earlier, the winner was decided in no more than a few dozen breaths of time. In other words, the gap between their strength was immense. It would have been impossible for the battle to end so quickly otherwise. It was difficult to believe that an outsider could be so arrogant in their home. Unfortunately, Yang Kai was outrageously strong. The Langya Paradise disciples were filled with rage, grief, and indignation. In the battle today, Langya Paradise had been thoroughly disgraced. Is there no one who dares to fight amongst you? Yang Kai declared arrogantly. All the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in Lang, Your Paradise, hiding in the shadows, felt their faces twitch upon hearing those words. They were already filled with rage and indignation in the first place, but they had no choice but to admit that the opponent was truly powerful. After all, he openly won against the person who was deemed the strongest Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master in the sect. That was why they could only hold back their rage, no matter how humiliated they felt. Nevertheless, on the martial Tao, one generally grew braver after suffering humiliation. Not to mention, this brat just had to add fuel to the fire. He was being far too disrespectful towards Langya Paradise. How could they bear such humiliation? Everybody attacked together. Kill! A furious roar came from the void, and a figure emerged and charged straight towards Yang Kai. His expression was filled with a malevolent aura. Immediately after that, the second figure emerged, followed by the third and then a fourth. Yang Kai looked up and saw countless Sixth Order and Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters charging towards him. There were people coming from all directions, and they surrounded him tightly in the blink of an eye. He immediately broke out in cold sweat at the sight. Everywhere he looked, there were Open Heaven Realm Masters surrounding him with savage expressions. Some were threateningly pounding their fists against their palm with loud thudding sounds. Others were grinning at him ferociously while sliding their fingers across their necks in an extremely vivid and threatening gesture. Forcing himself to calm down, Yang Kai shouted righteously, "Ganging up against me when you can't win alone! Have you no shame?" Despite their anger, they were still Langya Paradise disciples after all, so when Yang Kai questioned them in that manner, many of them looked embarrassed. That was indeed the case. Since they could not defeat him alone, then they could only use numbers. It would be bad for their reputation if word got out about this incident. He is a person who has no care for dignity and abandons a woman after thoughtlessly defiling her. He is worthy of public punishment. Somebody roared furiously. Right, that's right. All have the right to punish such an evildoer. Somebody else quickly nodded in agreement. Don't waste time talking nonsense with him. Attack together. As soon as those words rang out, countless Sixth Order and Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters charged forward at the same time and buried Yang Kai in the blink of an eye. A chaotic mess of world forces fluctuated as the sound of punches and kicks rang out incessantly. Although many people were sent flying backwards, the openings this created were quickly filled by others. Somebody who could not squeeze their way in from the outside became so anxious that they hopped from side to side. Whilst trying to squeeze their way in, they even shouted, "Senior brothers, please move aside. Let me punch him once or twice to vent my anger." Yang Kai, who was being kicked and punched by the mob surrounding him, felt as though his lungs were about to burst from fury when he heard that statement. If this were a life-or-death fight, he might have suffered a disastrous ending after being surrounded by so many people. However, he also might have been able to kill his way out of this encirclement. Regardless of the outcome, he would surely end up heavily injured while Langya Paradise suffered countless casualties. Unfortunately, this was not a real life-or-death fight. The Langya Paradise disciples might be using a dishonorable method, but they held back in terms of their strength. One should not be fooled by how eager they seemed at the thought of slashing Yang Kai to 1,000,000 pieces in order to relieve the hatred in their hearts. When they actually made a move against him, none of them dealt a serious or fatal blow. The force behind those punches and kicks could only cause him to suffer some flesh wounds at the most. Nevertheless, it was enough to teach him a lesson. The kicking and punching continued, and there was no saying how many blows Yang Kai suffered with each passing moment. Fortunately, it did not matter too much since he had his dragon scale armor to protect himself. These clothes were the manifestation of his dragon scales, so their defensive properties were extraordinary. It was just that he could not protect his face. Some of the less scrupulous ones would specifically aim for this obvious opening, and the punches that struck him their left stars spinning around in his eyes. Martial Peak. Chapter 4760, Public Outrage. Ho! When a dragon roar rang out, a violent coercive force that was nearly tangible swept out in all directions. Numerous figures were sent flying, revealing Yang Kai, who stood in the center of the crowd that was besieging him. At this moment, Yang Kai's face was bruised, and his eyes were so swollen that they were no more than slits on his face. His entire appearance was a disheveled mess. Glaring at the people around him angrily, he shouted through gritted teeth, "You're all too much! Do you take this Yang as somebody who is weak and easy to bully? If anybody else dares to take a step forward, then don't blame this Yang for retaliating mercilessly. The countless open heaven realm masters who were pushed back earlier stared at him for a moment. Then all of them charged forward again without saying a single word. Shameless! Yong-kai cursed. His figure dropped downward all of a sudden. When he had fallen by several thousand meters, he abruptly turned around and fled in a certain direction to break out of their encirclement. Numerous streams of lights followed closely behind him, sticking to him like shadows. Various divine abilities and secret techniques blasted in his direction as somebody even yelled, "Don't let that bastard escape!" He dodged their attacks desperately. It felt as though he had fallen into a sea of Lang Paradise disciples, and there was no way for him to outrun the people chasing behind him. After suffering the defeat earlier, Yong-kai no longer dared to remain in one place for long. He would only be mobbed by the crowd again if he was surrounded once more. No matter how powerful he was, he could not fight against so many of Lang Paradise's elite disciples. More importantly, there was no life or death hatred between them, so the methods he could use were severely restricted. Lang Paradise boasted an inheritance that lasted for countless years and had been listed as one of the 72 paradises since ancient times. Be that as it may, there had never been a day when it was as lively as today in recent history. On one of the spirit provinces, a group of weaker Lang Paradise disciples were listening to the teachings of an open heaven realm master. These disciples were in the Emperor realm and below. Although their cultivation was low, they were the future of Lang Paradise. The martial uncle instructing them was in the fifth order open heaven realm. His teachings were generally explained using simple terms so that the disciples could benefit from his lecture. Just as he reached an interesting point in the story he was teaching, a stream of light rushed past above their heads at the speed of lightning. All the students looked up in confusion, but the one teaching shouted sternly, "The greatest obstacle in the path of cultivation is being distracted. You should remain focused at all times." "Yes." The disciples replied respectfully and quickly returned to their seats to listen intently. Shwa, shwa, shwa! Countless streams of light flew overhead after, during which someone could be heard shouted, "Quick! Hurry up! Senior brother is restraining that brat up ahead. The bastard dared to toy with little junior sister Goo's feelings and refuses to pay after eating." "What?" The martial uncle, instructing the disciples below, became livid upon hearing those words. He stood up and yelled, "How dare somebody toy with junior sister Goo's feelings? Which shameless man dares to do that?" After saying that, he too rushed into the sky. The disciples sitting below looked at each other. What happened to the words he said earlier about how the largest obstacle in the path of cultivation was distraction, and that they should remain focused at all times? The martial uncle, instructing the disciples, abruptly turned back and looked at the group of disciples. "This is the end of today's lesson. Go back and cultivate on your own. This martial uncle has something important to do right now. I will resume the lecture tomorrow." He left again after saying that. The disciples immediately exploded in discussion with someone saying, "Did you hear that?" One of the martial uncles claimed that somebody toyed with martial Aunt Goo's feelings. "Who is this martial Aunt Goo?" "I know," a female disciple said. "It's that martial aunt who advanced directly into the sixth order open heaven realm and is expected to become an eighth order open heaven realm master in the future. She has a very high status in the sect. Just who is so daring as to do something like that? I'm afraid that person will suffer a disastrous end. If I meet that guy, I will definitely teach him a lesson. I hate heartless thieves who abandon a woman after thoughtless sex the most. If I can get a lover, I will definitely cherish her for the rest of my life." Who abandoned whom after thoughtless sex? Tell me, who abandoned whom? A voice suddenly rang out from behind the disciples. The crowd looked over in surprise, only to see a young man standing behind them. His face was so bruised and swollen that his eyes were no more than slits on his face. Still, it was clear he was currently glaring furiously at the person who spoke just now. "You are—" That person who spoke earlier looked suspicious. "I've never met this person before. Who is he?" In the midst of his confusion, the swollen-faced newcomer raised a palm and slapped the one who spoke. A powerful force descended from the skies, and the person who spoke earlier was slammed to the ground with his limbs spread out around him. An open heaven realm master. The disciples were horrified. Yang Kai coldly snorted, "I hate people like you, who chatter away so confidently when you know nothing. Junior sister Gu and I are innocent. What do you mean by abandoning her after thoughtlessly sleeping with her? This is the person all those martial uncles and martial aunts are chasing. Why is he here? Then, who is the person they were chasing?" One of the female disciples swiftly used a secret technique and screamed loudly without the slightest hesitation, "Martial uncles, save us! That heartless thief is here." Although she was not particularly powerful, she was still in the Emperor realm, so how could the open heaven realm masters nearby fail to hear her shout? The crowd had been chasing Yang Kai when they suddenly lost sight of him, so they were currently searching for his whereabouts. Upon hearing that scream, they immediately came rushing over. Countless streams of light instantly entered Yang Kai's field of vision once more. Yang Kai felt his entire body ache at the sight. Glaring at the female disciple, he was astonished to see that the other party actually returned the glare without showing any weaknesses. "Good, very good. You are all too excellent for words." He gritted his teeth and quickly turned to flee. Needless to say, he did not cause trouble for the disciples in the Emperor realm and the Tao Source realm. That would be too unreasonable. Seeing as he was proficient in the Tao of Sais, Yang Kai could easily escape his pursuers with his instantaneous movements once he fled out of the area covered by the heaven-sealing earth locking array. However, it didn't take long for them to discover his whereabouts again. It was not that Yang Kai's ability was poor, but rather that he was at an extreme disadvantage due to the overwhelming number of enemies. No matter where he escaped, he would soon be found once more. Then it would only take a shout for the many hunting open heaven realm masters to come rushing after him again. This is a mess. Yang Kai was feeling a little speechless. He only came to Langya Paradise to investigate the presence of those corrupted by the Black Ink clan. Not only did he have no clues regarding those corrupted, though, but now he was running around like a rat in the streets with all of Langya Paradise trying to hunt him down. The tension on him was too great at the moment, so he had to lay low for a few days. It would not be too late to reveal himself again once the commotion had died down. Needless to say, Yang Kai could not return to Gu Pan's place. She would surely have many open heaven realm masters monitoring her, so if he showed up, he would simply be forced to run again. It would only lead to an endless cycle. But the most dangerous place is also often the safest place. After thinking for some time, Yang Kai quickly came up with a brilliant idea. A short while later, Yang Kai sank to the bottom of the enormous lake in the Spirit Province where Gu Pan resided. He concealed his aura and pretended to be one of the rocks. "Nobody will find me if I hide here, right?" Thinking back on everything that happened today, Yang Kai felt extremely vexed. He came here for the safety of Langya Paradise, only to be hunted to the ends of the earth by them instead. Not to mention, he was beaten up by a large group of open heaven realm masters. His face was still bruised and swollen from the encounter. I will definitely have a talk with Li Yuan Wang about this matter. I'm going to make him compensate me dearly for my losses. From time to time, Yang Kai would sense the movements of several open heaven realm masters passing by overheard. It was obvious that the masters of Langya Paradise were searching for his whereabouts. In the beginning, the frequency of the open heaven realm masters passing by overhead was very high. However, with the passage of time, the frequency slowly reduced. It could be seen that the open heaven realm masters were slowly calming down, so they stopped trying so hard to find him. After a few days, Yang Kai finally stopped detecting the traces of open heaven realm masters passing by overhead. Thus, his worries were gradually laid to rest. Senior Sister Zhou landed on top of a certain spirit province. There were several people waiting for her below, who cupped their fists in greeting as soon as they saw her, Senior Sister Zhou. "How is it? Did you find any clues?" she asked. They shook their heads in response. "We can't find him. That brat is too good at hiding. We can't detect his aura at all." She gnashed her teeth at those words. "I heard from Junior Sister Gu that he is very skilled at the Tao of Space and excelled at escaping." It would now seem that those words were true. "Senior Sister Zhou, let's just forget it. He is a guest after all. Besides, it's a fact that we can't defeat him. Having so many fellow brothers bullying him together is simply unreasonable." She glared at the person who spoke. Bully him? Just who bullied whom? That bastard doesn't even put Langya Paradise in his eyes. Did you forget who claimed that he was invincible in Langya Paradise? The others lowered their heads at those words. It had truly been a humiliating experience whenever they recalled that scene. They had to acknowledge Yang Kai's strength. But it was too much for him to claim that there was not a single person who could fight him in Langya Paradise. If that was not the case, they would not have ganged up on him in the first place. "But even if we find him, there is no guarantee that we can do anything to him with our strengths," somebody said. "We each have our own respective duties to complete. Despite searching for the past several days, our efforts have been futile, and we only managed to accumulate a bunch of unfinished tasks as a result. That's the reason why many of us have already given up the search." Senior Sister Zhou's brow furrowed tightly. What was said was true. She had fought Yang Kai herself, so she knew just how strong he was. With their current numbers alone, they might not be his opponent at all, but she simply couldn't bear this rage and indignity. At that moment, the disciple token hanging at her waist suddenly flashed a burst of light. It was not just her, the same was also true for the other disciples. She was stunned as she muttered, "An announcement from the master sect!" The disciple token was not just a symbol of their identity. It could also be used to pass messages and information between each other. If only her token had reacted, then it might have been somebody sending her a private message. However, everybody's tokens reacted at the same time, which could only mean that it was an announcement from Langya Paradise. Holding up their tokens, they all poured their divine senses into them. A short while later, their expressions became strange. Senior Sister Zhou couldn't help bursting into laughter. "That bastard surnamed Yang. Let's see if you don't die now." The others also looked excited. It looks like his actions have enraged the sect master. That's why the sect master is mobilizing all the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm masters in Langya Paradise to deal with him. Won't that be bad? Somebody hesitated. "It is the sect master's orders. What's so bad about it? What's more, if we can capture him, then we will have the opportunity to enter the Five Lights world for training. Don't you want to go?" "Of course I do. How can I not want that?" The last time senior brother Zhao entered the Five Lights world for training, his cultivation rose significantly. It's a pity that too many people are waiting in line. Even if I could join the line now, it would be hundreds of years before my turn. If you want that opportunity, then don't hesitate. Let's form a team. The sect master said that there is no limit to the means or the number of people who can act. As long as those who work together succeed at capturing Yang Kai, then they will all be given priority to enter the Five Lights world for training. Senior Sister Zhou clenched her tender fists with a cracking sound. "We will follow Senior Sister Zhou." Several people quickly nodded in agreement. Marshaled Peak, Chapter 4761. What are his intentions? Inside the Grand Hall, Li Yuanwang held a steaming cup of tea in his hands. Blowing on his tea, he took a sip and swallowed with a gulp. It was a blissful feeling. One of the three vice sect masters, Gao Ting, glanced sideways at Li Yuanwang. "Sect master, doing this? Aren't you going overboard? Li Yuanwang had sent a message to all the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Gao Ting herself had also received the message, in which the contents were written as clear as day. Void Land's Lord Yang Kai displayed extremely defiant and arrogant behavior recently. Not only did he come to Langya Paradise and cause trouble, but his actions also greatly disgraced the main sect. Therefore, I order all the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in Langya Paradise to capture him quickly. There are no limits on the means or number of people involved. Moreover, anybody who has a hand in capturing Yang Kai will be rewarded with an opportunity to train in the Five Lights world. Gao Ting had been stunned upon seeing this message. This entire farce started out as a small misunderstanding between the disciples. In addition, Yang Kai had remained hidden somewhere to avoid the limelight over the past few days. The Open Heaven Realm Masters pursuing him earlier were beginning to return to their positions and resume their duties, so it seemed that this farce was about to come to an end. Who could have known that Li Yuanwang would make a move at such a critical moment? How could the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in Langya Paradise ignore the sect master's orders? What's more, the prize at the end was the opportunity to enter the Five Lights world. At this rate, all the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in Langya Paradise would participate. Even the Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Masters and the Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters might get involved. How is it going overboard? It's perfect. Li Yuanwang continued drinking his tea without even raising his head. Gao Ting sighed. Sect Master, the situation is getting out of hand. I'm afraid it won't end well. It will be fine. Li Yuanwang smiled and waved his hand dismissively. In fact, it would be best if things got out of hand. We can take advantage of the ruckus to catch a bigger fish. Upon hearing this, Gao Ting looked pensive and nodded after a moment. I understand your intentions now, Sect Master. Pausing slightly, he continued with a question. But, Sect Master, are you sure you are not using official matters to exact your personal revenge? You should know that the rumors are just a misunderstanding, right? Li Yuanwang chuckled. Of course I know. Don't you think I understand what kind of person Panner is? Gao Ting looked at Li Yuanwang speechlessly. If you didn't grit your teeth and look like you were about to tear someone apart when you were saying those words, I might have believed you. You're clearly using this opportunity to get your revenge. It was true that the sect master knew that the rumors were just a misunderstanding. Nevertheless, such rumors were damaging to Gu Pan's reputation. It was only natural that he wanted to teach that brat a lesson. Li Yuanwang suddenly became serious. I did this for 2 reasons. The first reason is that I want to muddy the waters further so that boy can work easily. The second reason is that I want the Langya Paradise disciples to know what it means to always have somebody better than them out there. Gao Ting spoke against his conscience. Sect Master is indeed wise. In that case, let us wait for good news. Beneath the huge lake, Yang Kai calmly lurked in his hiding place. He could no longer sense the auras of the Open Heaven Realm Masters passing overhead recently, so the storm was probably over. Even so, he did not reveal himself so quickly just to be on the safe side. He planned to remain in hiding for a few more days. However, all of a sudden, a large group of people radiating tyrannical energy, fluctuations, suddenly passed by overhead. Their divine senses were spread out into the surroundings, searching every corner of the area. Yang Kai's brow furrowed at the sight as these people were clearly searching for him. Why are they so persistent? This is so annoying. He was secretly glad that he did not reveal himself so rashly, or he would have faced another round of trouble. Hence, he continued to wait in hiding. Yang Kai soon realized that something was wrong, though. Logically speaking, he had remained in hiding for so many days now that the Langya Paradise disciples should have given up on their efforts by now. There were no life or death grudges between them after all. Even if he beat up a few people, they had returned just as many hits. Therefore, they could be considered even. Those who could cultivate to the sixth order open heaven realm were not petty and small-minded people who would go around recklessly forming blood feuds. In fact, there was a chance that they might become friends after exchanging blows. Who could have known that Langya Paradise would be so persistent? That was not all. The storm that had gradually subsided suddenly took a turn for the worse, and even more people began to search for traces of his whereabouts. Above the lake, various powerful auras would pass by from time to time. Moreover, they traveled in groups ranging from 2 to 5 people. Most importantly, every single one of them was in the sixth order open heaven realm. What is going on? Yang Kai was absolutely confused. After giving some thought to the situation, he took out a communication bead to ask Gu Pan about the current situation. He had the means to communicate with Gu Pan thanks to their interactions over the past few days, so his divine sense surged and he sent the message out. Inside the bamboo building, Gu Pan looked at the siblings, Gongsun Rihua and Gongsun Yuhua, and begged, "Senior brother Rihua, senior sister Yuhua, please let me go." Gongsun Rihua and Gongsun Yuhua shook their heads in unison. Gongsun Yuhua said, "We can't, junior sister. Our duty is to watch over you carefully and stop you from meeting that brat, lest you suffer losses again." Ever since Gu Pan was kidnapped by these siblings, the two of them had remained beside her without taking a single step away all this time. At present, she couldn't even take a step out of this bamboo building, much less inquire about Yang Kai's news. Therefore, she was completely clueless as to what was happening to Yang Kai these days. It was just that there had been powerful energy fluctuations recently, but these energy fluctuations soon disappeared. After that, large groups of senior brothers and senior sisters had formed teams to search the area. In particular, the area around her spirit province was carefully searched. Many senior brothers and senior sisters would come to investigate from time to time. Hearing Gongsun Yuhua say this, Gu Pan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Senior sister Yuhua, there really is nothing going on between senior brother Yang and I. Won't you just trust me this once?" Gongsun Yuhua replied, "It's not that I don't trust you, but that boy has provoked public outrage and humiliated our fellow brothers and sister. We need to find him and take revenge to regain our honor. Besides, the sect master." Gongsun Rihua suddenly coughed lightly, and Gongsun Yuhua hurriedly fell silent. Gu Pan looked from one to the other and suddenly felt an ominous feeling. What happened with honored master? "It's nothing. Junior sister, don't worry." Gongsun Rihua waved his hand hastily. At that moment, Gu Pan's expression changed. "Senior brother, senior sister, I want to take a bath. Why don't you stand down for a bit?" The siblings exchanged a glance with each other before Gongsun Yuhua said, "Then we'll be outside. If you behave well, I'll make something delicious for you later." If Gu Pan wanted to take a bath, then there was no reason for them to stay in the same room. Gu Pan nodded. When the siblings departed, though, she closed the room door and set up a barrier. Only then did she take out a communication bead. Unfortunately for her, before she could immerse her divine sense to investigate the message, a slender, jade-white hand suddenly reached out from the side to snatch the communication bead from her. Startled, she looked up only to see Gongsun Yuhua smiling at her. Gongsun Yuhua reached out a hand and rapped her knuckles on Gu Pan's head. "Junior sister Gu, I can't believe you've learned to lie to this senior sister now." Gu Pan was stunned. "Senior sister, didn't you leave the room?" Gongsun Yuhua smiled and held up the communication bead. "Is this the communication bead to contact Yang Kai?" "No, senior sister. Please return it to me." Gongsun Yuhua shook her head. "If it's a communication bead to contact him, then I can't return it to you." "I'm sorry, junior sister Gu." While they were speaking, Gongsun Rihua entered the room. The siblings seemed to be connected in mind. She tossed the communication bead to her big brother and stopped Gu Pan from acting out. Then Gongsun Rihua sat down and poured his divine sense into the communication bead to probe the message contained inside. A short while later, he raised his head and said, "It's him." Gongsun Yuhua asked, "What did he say?" He replied, "He is asking Junior's sister Gu about the situation in Langya Paradise. It seems that he is hiding very deeply, so he doesn't know what has been happening outside recently. Ask him where he is." He nodded lightly. With a surge of his divine sense, he sent out a message. Beneath the lake, Yang Kai waited quietly for a moment. When he sensed a return message from Gu Pan, he quickly checked it. However, his expression immediately became strange. After pondering in silence for a bit, he replied to the message with one of his own. Inside the bamboo building, the communication bead fluctuated slightly. Gongsun Rihua hurriedly checked the message, but he soon scratched his head in confusion. What is he saying? What's wrong? Gongsun Yuhua looked over suspiciously. Gu Pan also looked nervous. She was worried that Yang Kai might expose his whereabouts because he was unaware of the situation. With an affectionate look on his face, Gongsun Rihua slowly recited, "The mountains are picturesque, but they cannot compare to the small mole between your brow. It doesn't matter even if the world is overturned. After all, it's nothing but transient prosperity compared to you." Gongsun Yuhua snapped with a dark expression, "I am your little sister. Who do you think you are talking to?" He quickly explained that's what he said. Gu Pan was extremely surprised. Senior brother Yang said that. "That's right." Gongsun re-nodded repeatedly. Gongsun Yuhua glanced teasingly at Gu Pan. "And you said that there's nothing between the two of you when he is spewing such cringe-worthy words. Although this brat's character isn't anything good, it seems he has a sweet tongue. Junior sister, you're too naive. No wonder you were deceived by him." Gu Pan only wore an odd look on her face as she asked, "Senior brother Rihua, what did you say to Yang Kai earlier?" Gongsun Rihua replied casually, "Nothing much. I just asked how he was doing. I didn't dare to ask where he was, for fear of alerting him." "What were your exact words?" Gu Pan demanded. He scratched his face apologetically. "That's the gist of what I meant." "The exact words." Gongsun Yuhua also pressed for an answer with a curious look. Gongsun Rihua cleared his throat. "Are you okay, Senior brother Yang? Did you get hurt?" Gu Pan breathed a sigh of relief. Gongsun Yuhua nodded and said, "That's nothing." Gongsun Rihua continued, "Xiao Panner, who deeply misses you." Gu Pan's face instantly turned beet red, and she stomped her feet angrily. "Senior brother Rihua, I'm going to ignore you in the future." "What did I do wrong?" Gongsun Rihua didn't seem to understand. Gongsun Yuhua pondered for a moment and shook her head. "There's nothing wrong with that, right?" "Oh, there's another message." Gongsun Rihua exclaimed and hurriedly checked the message. "What did he say this time?" Gongsun Yuhua asked quickly. He said, "Enter my heart, Xiangxi sect, to understand the bitterness of my lovesickness, Xiangxi. In the long term, my lovesickness, Xiangxi, is forever. In the short term, my lovesickness, Xiangxi, is infinite." "Huh. Which sect is this Xiangxi sect?" Gongsun Rihua looked confused. "More on." Gongsun Yuhua smacked her big brother mercilessly. "Those are flirtatious words. TSK, TSK, TSK. This brat's mouth is as sweet as honey. Junior sister Gu, be careful of men like him. Men with honeyed words cannot be trusted." Gu Pan sat on the edge of the bed, too exhausted and exasperated to explain anything. Nevertheless, she felt a little at ease. Seeing as Senior brother Yang was answering in such a manner, then he must have noticed something was off. Otherwise, he would never be so frivolous. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4762. Don't ever lower your head. How should we reply to him? Gongsun Rihua asked. "I'll do it." Gong Sun Yu Hua volunteered and took the communication bead from the hands of her big brother. After pondering in silence for a while, she sent out a message with a surge of her divine sense. Deep beneath the lake, Yang Kai held the communication bead between his fingers. He raised his brow at the message and murmured softly to himself. Compared to a night of lovesickness, even the ends of the world are not vast enough to convey this loneliness. Who is this? He could be certain that Gu Pan's communication bead was no longer in her possession. Otherwise, she would never have spoken in such a manner. Nevertheless, he was not worried for her safety. She was a Langya Paradise Corps disciple. Even if she had been kidnapped by a pair of twins previously, Langya Paradise's main purpose was to separate him from her. They had no intention of harming her. To think they even tried to contact me by imitating Gu Pan. Whilst he was feeling speechless, the communication bead received another message. "Senior brother, where are you? I'll come and find you." Yang Kai smacked his lips. I guess they couldn't resist asking about my whereabouts. After briefly considering his answer, he replied to the message. Inside the bamboo building, Gong Sun Yu Hua announced excitedly, "Found him!" Gong Sun Ri Hua quickly asked, "Where is he?" She shook her head. He doesn't know his exact location either. There are countless spirit provinces in Langya Paradise, so he does not know the name of the one where he is hiding. Even so, he gave us some clues. Gong Sun Ri Hua grinned. "It'll be easy with clues. Pass the information to our fellow brothers and sisters and ask them to split up to search for him. I'm sure we'll find him soon." Nodding in agreement, Gong Sun Yu Hua quickly passed the message on to the others. Inside Langya Paradise, the Open Heaven Realm Masters, who formed teams to search for Yang Kai's whereabouts, suddenly received a communication from the Gong Sun siblings. They immediately became overjoyed after reading this message. Although the clues provided were not comprehensive, it was still better than how they were forced to wander around like headless flies right now. As long as they focused their search around the clues, they would eventually discover Yang Kai's hiding place. Many Open Heaven Realm Masters instantly began searching with all their might. In just half a day, they found a spirit province that was very similar to what was described in the clues. The first team to discover the place was led by Senior Brother Zhao, who was previously severely injured by a single cow punch from Yang Kai. Senior Brother Zhao stared at the spirit province in front of him with some hesitation. It can't be, right? Is he hiding here? Another Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master on the team spoke through gritted teeth. "That brat is treacherous indeed. I can't believe he was hiding here. It's no wonder we failed to find him even after all this time." At this time, several other teams also arrived here in their search. It was obvious that they had been following the clues. Everybody looked at each other with slightly speechless expressions. That couldn't be helped. The spirit province in front of them belonged to the sect master. The sect master had an extremely hectic schedule, so he spent most of his time at the main conference hall located on the central spirit province. Although he rarely returned to his residence, there was no doubt that this spirit province belonged to him. Under normal circumstances, nobody would dare to come here for no reason. "Should we inform the sect master?" Somebody asked tentatively. "That brat is as cunning as a fox. I'm sure he noticed the commotion when we rushed over. If we take the time to inform the sect master, he will surely escape. Let's take action first and talk later. Once we capture the thief, the sect master will not blame us." "That's true. In that case, let's begin." Senior Brother Zhao shouted and took the lead to charge towards the spirit province. Everybody else quickly followed closely. More than a dozen Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters swarmed into the spirit province in an instant as their divine senses spread out and scrupulously, searching for traces of anything suspicious. A short while later, even more Open Heaven Realm Masters who received the information rushed over. It was not just the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, but also the Fifth Order and even Fourth Order Masters who had joined in. even though Li Yuanwang only sent the message to the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. This matter was a raging topic in Langya Paradise, so it was only natural for the news to spread quickly. Upon learning that capturing Yang Kai would give them the opportunity to enter the Five Lights world for training, even the Fifth Order and Fourth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters wanted to try their luck. They could not dismiss the chance that they might be lucky enough to obtain that opportunity, despite knowing that it was impossible for them to compete against Yang Kai. It was the opportunity to enter the Five Lights world for training. Normally, only Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters had the qualifications to obtain the rights to entry. In less than an hour, over 1,000 Open Heaven Realm Masters had gathered in the Spirit Province. Li Yuanwang's Spirit Province was not considered a restricted area in Langya Paradise, but few people generally came here. Therefore, it was an unprecedented sight for over 1,000 people to gather in this place. Not to mention that every one of them was in the Fourth Order Open Heaven Realm and above. In the beginning, they could be considered restrained and only used their divine senses to search for Yang Kai's whereabouts. However, their methods became increasingly forceful after some time, so much so that they practically dug up the entire Spirit Province. When Sect Master Li Yuanwang received the news and rushed over, he saw that the once prosperous and picturesque Spirit Province had become a complete mess. The entire Spirit Province was broken and ruined. Looking down at the scenery below, his brow twitched violently. When they noticed the arrival of the Sect Master, all the Open Heaven Realm Masters hurriedly bowed in greeting. "Greetings, Sect Master!" "What are you all doing?" Li Yuanwang asked grimly. Senior brother Zhao stepped forward and cupped his fist, reporting to Sect Master, "We are searching for Yang Kai." Li Yuanwang felt his chest tighten as he asked in a slightly higher-pitched tone, "If you are searching for Yang Kai's whereabouts, then why are you searching my residence?" Senior brother Zhao replied, "We received solid information saying that Yang Kai is hiding here." "Huh." Li Yuanwang was surprised. "Where did you get this information?" "It was sent by junior brother Gongsun Rihua and junior sister Gongsun Yuhua. They seem to have discovered the information from the communication between junior sister Gu Pan and Yang Kai." Li Yuanwang mulled over this news and vaguely understood how the entire situation came about. He then asked with a stern expression, "Then have you found him?" Senior brother Zhao shook his head. "Not yet." "Idiots, the lot of you!" Li Yuanwang roared furious. "How can you not realize that you're being led by the nose by the enemy? How did my Langya Paradise raise such fools?" Senior brother Zhao was extremely stunned. "Sect Master, do you mean to say that Yang Kai is not hiding here?" Li Yuanwang was absolutely devastated as he shouted, "If he was hiding here, how could he possibly escape this king's perception? Even this king does not detect him anywhere. So how are you expecting to find him here?" Senior brother Zhao bowed his head in contemplation. After a while, he suddenly seemed to come to a realization. "Disciple understands now." Li Yuanwang looked at senior brother Zhao. "What do you understand?" "The siblings, Gongsun Rihua and Gongsun Yuhua, have defected to the other side. In order to act as decorative thugs, they have deliberately spread fake news to confuse us." Senior brother Zhao quickly and enthusiastically declared. Li Yuanwang felt something hot and sweet rising up in his throat and nearly coughed up blood as a result. He then looked at senior brother Zhao in despair and earnestly gave a warning. "In the future, don't lower your head when you walk." Senior brother Zhao was confused. "This disciple does not understand. Please enlighten me, Sect Master." Li Yuanwang sighed. "This king is worried that the water in your head will accidentally spill out." Turning his head to the side, he waved his hand dismissively. "Scram, scram! All of you get lost." When the disciples saw that the Sect Master was in a terrible mood, they quickly ran away in fear. However, senior brother Zhao continued to mull over the Sect Master's words. Whilst walking, he shook his head and turned to the junior brother beside him with a puzzled look. "Do I have water in my head?" The junior brother glanced at senior brother Zhao and answered cautiously, "Everybody has water in their head, right?" Oh, understanding seemed to strike senior brother Zhao. Thus he hurriedly raised his head so that his nose pointed towards the sky. A figure suddenly appeared beside Li Yuanwang. Observing the messy ground below, he smiled lightly. "Sect Master, about that stone you dropped before, does your foot hurt?" Li Yuanwang sighed. "That's quite enough gloating. This is that brat's first time here, so he couldn't have known that this spirit province belonged to this king. Xiao Panner probably just told him about it when she took him on a tour around Langya Paradise." Gao Ting nodded. Now that he is being chased and surrounded by countless Langya Paradise disciples, he is undoubtedly annoyed that you, the sect master, are not stopping their movements. That's why he deliberately invited them here to annoy you. "I swear I'm going to get even with him." Li Yuanwang was livid. Gao Ting revealed a look of admiration. "That boy sure is stubborn. Despite being in quite a bind, he refuses to come to you. Honestly, he could have talked to you about the situation and asked you to step forward to put an end to everything." Li Yuanwang coldly snorted. "It's not like he knows about the order this king issued." Gao Ting nodded lightly. "That's true." Meanwhile, many streams of light raced through the sky above the spirit province where Gu Pan lived. A very large group of open heaven realm masters then landed in front of the bamboo building. Noticing the commotion, Gongsun Rihua and Gongsun Yu Hua quickly walked out to investigate the situation, but both of them were taken aback by the sight that greeted them. "Senior brother Zhao, have you caught the thief?" Gongsun Rihua asked. Senior brother Zhao turned his nose up and squinted at Gongsun Rihua. "Traitor!" Gongsun Rihua was stunned. "Huh, why did I suddenly become a traitor?" Before Gongsun Rihua could make sense of the situation, senior brother Zhao gestured with his large hand. "Beat him up!" A large number of open heaven realm masters sprang out from behind and buried Gongsun Rihua under them in the blink of an eye. The sound of kicking and punching came out, mixed with the sound of Gongsun Rihua's cries of agony. Gongsun Yu Hua watched helplessly as her big brother was surrounded and beaten by so many people. She couldn't help shuddering at the sight, although she did not understand the situation. She didn't dare to stop them either. After a while, the crowd finally dispersed. Gongsun Rihua was beaten black and blue and left lying on the ground, groaning in pain. "Let's go." Senior brother Zhao waved his large hand and flew away arrogantly with a group of people following behind him. Just what is going on? Gongsun Rihua shouted furiously from where he lay on the ground with a badly swollen face. His fellow brothers suddenly came to beat him up and left just as abruptly as they came. These actions left him completely confused. What happened to Yang Kai? Did they manage to capture him? Gongsun Yu Hua watched from the side in trepidation. It was fortunate that she was a woman, which made it difficult for their fellow brothers to hit her. Otherwise, there would have been one more person lying on the ground right now. Gu Pan hid behind Gongsun Yu Hua, looking apologetic. She had a vague guess about the situation, but she was in no position to explain. Therefore, she could only silently apologize in her heart. Above the lake, a team of 3 people suddenly turned back after leaving earlier. One of those 3 people was senior brother Zhao. Senior brother Zhao held his head high and glanced at the lake below him out of the corner of his eye. Rubbing his chin thoughtfully, he asked, "Has anybody checked the bottom of this lake?" The 2 junior brothers beside him shook their heads in unison. The one that looked slightly younger answered, "Although nobody checked the bottom of the lake, many fellow brothers have passed by from above over the past few days. Their divine sense perception did not detect any abnormalities." Senior brother Zhao shook his head and said, "We can't be careless. Yan Kai is a sixth order open heaven realm master. Not to mention, he is extremely strong. I'm certain he has some secret techniques to conceal his aura so that he can escape divine sense perception. It might not mean that he is not hiding here. Don't people always say that the most dangerous place is the safest one to hide in? Junior Sister Gu is being placed under heavy watch here. For all we know, maybe that brat likes taking risks. The junior brother nodded repeatedly. Your words make sense, Senior Brother Zhao. I'll go down and take a look. You can't. Senior Brother Zhao raised a hand to stop his junior brother. You might be in the sixth order open heaven realm, but you are definitely not his opponent. If he really is hiding underwater, then you will suffer a tragic fate if you go alone.